Ni hao. Good morning, everybody. IAME Series Asia from Infinity, round 4 on the Coloane karting circuit in the beautiful Chinese territory of Macau. This is the jewel in the crown of Chinese motorsport, and this particular karting circuit, only a few kilometers away from the Macau Grand Prix circuit itself, is really a proper speed platform. This place is the Monza of international karting. Many major sporting greats have come here over the years to conquer, including one Formula One world champion, Max Verstappen, who raced here back in the day. All of the contenders in the Infinity IAME Series Asia are here at Macau for the 4th round of this year's championship and the 1st round of IAME Series China in collaboration to see who is going to be the next king of Macau. I'm Jake Sanson for our English audience. For our Chinese audience, Alex Gu。Hello，
大家早上好。那么我们正式现在要开始我们 Infinity IAME Series Asia 的2026。那么这是我们的亚洲第一站，同时也是这是我们亚洲的这一个本次的第4回合，也是我们中国赛的第1回合。那么我们本次的赛道来到于位于我们的澳门路环小型赛车场。大家也可以通过画面镜头已经看到，我们第1组准备要发车的选手已经在这个待发车线上准备。那么经过昨天跑完了我们的这一个预赛之后呢，今天将会继续我们的赛程。那么我们今天的赛程一直将会上午赛程持续到我们的中午12点，持续到我们中午的12点。那么然后将会在下午的1点15分呢继续开始我们今天下午的赛程。那么我们今天的比赛，相信昨天有看我们直播的观众朋友们也知道，我们是相当的精彩。每一个组别里面，他们的这一个每一个弯道的追逐，每一个弯道的这一个超车的动作都是相当精彩。那么让我们好好期待我们今天接下来将会看到的比赛。
Junior X30 to start the day then here at Macau, and it's already been a very exciting battle after yesterday's very hotly contested qualifying run. Ma Mingqian, the Chinese talent for CFS, the man who puts it into pole position for the first of our races. The juniors only have 2 qualifying heats today compared to all of the other competitors across the cadet and senior drivers who have 3 in total. So there's definitely going to be a very vast array of races coming over the course of today and tomorrow morning. We've also got Masters out there in contention, the biggest ever Infinity IAME Series grid. 145 drivers total, some returning faces, some making their debuts, and some who have travelled all the way from Europe and Australia to make their mark here at Macau. Ma Mingqian on the front row of the grid, alongside the reigning cadet champion Jay Kostecki, who returns to the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock for the first time in 6 months, and it's wonderful to see him back and on the front row of the grid as well in the Paralympics. The young superstar from Australia putting himself straight back onto the front row of the grid, and he is leaving the Australian cavalry because he's got Fort Knox himself in 3rd on the grid. Knox Black ready to go for another flamboyant victory after his incredible effort in round 3 at Bira in Thailand.
是的，没错，来到我们待会儿即将在10点10分开始比赛，将会是我们的这一个 Senior A 加B 加 C 组的这一个比赛。那么我们可以看到，目前排在首位的是199号的马明谦。那么马明谦也是在昨天的这一个预赛里面跑到一个相当不错的成绩。紧接着来下面第2、第3位都是来自于澳洲的选手，分别是这个 J.K. Stack， 然后后面还是这个 Knox Black， 然后紧接着第4位是来自于中国香港的 Manson Kwong。那么他们这几位选手在昨天的表现，相信大家也都是有目共睹的。那么紧接着我们今天将会先开始 BC 的预赛，还有BC 跑完呢，还是继续是我们 Junior 的 AD 的预赛。那么今天这一个 Junior 的预赛也是跑10圈，10圈之后呢，将会还有所有的这一个预赛第2次预赛的，包括儿童组，还有这个 Cadet， 还有 Master 组，还有 Senior 组等等。那么今天的赛程也是非常紧密。
Nice to see the Australian pair getting in on the action. Noah Zampronio along with Knox Black, and obviously there's a great Chinese contingent here, particularly from the Ranshin racing team. They've been putting on a really good effort to put on the speed over the course of the weekend so far. Some great expectation from their 2 drivers, most notably Domenico Wu, the number 108, and his teammate Nico Hu. So those 2 are going to be very strong indeed. And keep an eye as well on Chris Dung. He's going to be very particularly quick on this particular particular show. He's got a very fast team underneath him as well, working him to push things further forward. There is our race director, Mr. Martin Bean, who's travelling away from Dubai, but of course he is also famous for all of his treks across the European and international karting scene. Sahil Singh there in the Tony car, putting himself together. Juddy Rowland on the left side as well. Plenty of big talent in this junior grid. Of course, the championship leader at the moment is the man from Hong Kong, Mason Kwong, who had that dramatic run in the lead at round 3 before the kart seized on him. He had all sorts of mechanical problems and lost what was going to be a clear victory, and then eventually dropped out of the race with mechanical failure. Despite that, he still leads the championship by just a mere 13 points in front of Karsten Chong. Knox Black made big gains in the last round with that victory in the final. Kevin Sipavanician of Thailand, Sahil Singh of Malaysia, and Mr. Posh Kong Chol, who sadly is not here this weekend, in the top 6 of the Junior X30 standings in Infinity IAME Series Asia. So it's going to be a very interesting weekend to see which of our regular championship contenders is going to be able to take on the likes of Marmin Chan and Jake Kostecki. At the moment, Knox Black and Mason Kwong are together on the second row of the grid, so the championship battle really is going to be game on from the outset.
好，那么大家也可以通过我们的画面看到啊，来自于我们整个亚洲乃至于全球各地的专业车队以及这一个组别的专业车手，那么包括所有他们的维修人员，还有他们的后勤团队，也都正在密锣紧鼓的给他们安排着战术，或者是在做一些准备的工作。当然，刚才我们的英文解说讲到的一些各个车队车手之间的积分以及这一个竞争的问题哈。那么紧接着我们看到排在目前第5位，这个是 IAME 来自于韩国，紧接着是日本选手吴金城，然后后面还有这一个后面还有这个127号中国选手这个胡正汉，还有这一个120号选手李佳航。那么现在看到我们的准备时间大约还剩下5分钟左右，现在倒计时牌即将在准备。
So the youngest man in the Junior X30 grid, as far as I'm aware, is the young man from South Korea, Isaac Yoon, who is in the 177 for the RL karting team on his Biralart. He's going to be going from 5th on the starting grid, so a very impressive run from the Korean. Definitely great to see him step up from the world of cadet last year into Junior X30 this year. His younger brother Daniel, of course, is going to be out in the cadet race very shortly, one of the 2 cadet races that we've got, because the grids are so big in Cadet X30 that we've actually had to split them into groups. Normally, when we've only got 36 drivers in the field, they can run in one set of heats alone. But if there's any more than that, then we have to split them into groups because there are so many drivers. And as ever, only the top 36 drivers in Cadet and Senior will actually make it through to the final. In Junior and Masters, we've got enough of a grid that there's nobody going to be eliminated from the competition, but still everybody wanting to put on a very good show. And certainly for Ma Ming-cha, for the China Fast Service, he's going to be there in a very tough position to the inside line with the feisty and tenacious Jake Kostecki, who won last year's mini crown, now has stepped up, of course, into the world of Junior X30, and that man is definitely up for a decent showcase. Jake Kostecki, 12 years of age, from Henley-Brook in Western Australia. Very exciting to see him back. He's been very much part of the paddock, as if he's never left over the course of this weekend. Looking strong on that front row of the grid. Then Knox Black and Mason Kwong from Isaac Yoon and Wu Jin Cheng. Then He Jiahan and Li Jiaheng for the Muhua Motorsport team. Noah Zampronio and Hobart Yao. Then it is Chris Dung and Kevin Sipavanician from Guohatian. And Sanjana Dandu, one of the 2 sisters who are on the starting grid. Sanjana running for the DRM Racing Paralin team, and her twin sister Sujana actually racing for a different team, the LOR Racing squad. I actually had a talk to them about this yesterday. And they told me that the reason they're in different teams is because they are so competitive when they are out together that for the benefit of their friendship as twins, it is better for them to race in other teams. So they're trying to keep the peace by having their own races. They're not in the same morning. They're going to focus on their own objectives. Interesting psychology before we even start racing.
好，来到倒计时最后1分钟，也可以看到我们的所有准备选手马上要上车。然后最后倒计时30秒，等待着这一个发出去的这一个列位圈。可以看得到各位选手，前面排在首位、第2位的选手，现在马上最后上车之后准备发车。那么我们今天要开始的是这一个预赛的第2组，预赛的第2轮。
兒童組 B 組及 C 組車手請注意。
Now we've got ourselves ready then for Marmin Chan and Jake Astecki, Knox Black and Mason Kwong. We'll talk you through the grid in full. It's going to be 29 drivers in Junior X30 as they pound around the circuit. They'll go out for 2 runs around the course here on the Coloane karting circuit in Macau. The first lap is the warm-up lap. The second lap is the formation lap when they get themselves into position. Marmin Chan struggling to start from pole position. That is a disaster for Marmin Chan. He can't start the kart. That's the man who's meant to be going from pole. So if he can't get out and the whole field gets out before him, he's got to go from the back. That is an absolute disaster. Marmin Chan and Jake Astecki front row. Knox Black and Mason Kwong on the second. Isaac Yoon and Wu Jin Cheng. Then it is Hu Jae-han and Lee Jia-heng on the fourth row of the grid. To round up the top 10, we've got the Australian Noah Zapronyo along with Hobart Yao of Hong Kong. Then we've got Chris Dung along with Kevin Subramanian 12th on the grid for Thailand. Then it is Gu Hao Tian along with Sanjana Dandu, the Singaporean. Just behind her is Xavier Fabrizio Santoso and Karsten Chong way down in 16th. Sinapash Ketsuwan and Zhu Zheji, and then we've got Sujana Dandu, the twin sister, alongside Park Do-yul, another of the top Koreans in this field. Chevy Thompson, along with Sahil Singh, he'll be disappointed with 23rd. Santok Singh and Jolly Rowland together on row 12. Then behind them it is Yang Yinu, and then it is Jackson Su. Aditya Pratap along with the Australian Jax Fuller. At the back of the field it is Akhil Rungta. But the big question now is, where is Marmin Chan going to start from? Will it be the front or will it be the back?
好，那么刚刚看完了这一个排着位置的名单顺序，大家可以看到啊，本来在发车的时候，马明谦的赛车啊，在起步的时候没有启动能打着车，这个也是一个比较戏剧性的一个问题，因为他排在的其实是头排，排在了第1的位置，然后在发车第1的位置没有打着车，影响到后面的选手。那么在第1圈这一个 warm up 圈之后呢，待会儿我们看能不能正常发车，让他的位置迅速排起来，然后把整个发车的队伍赶紧组起来之后，能够顺利在第2圈跑完之后可以进行一个顺利的发车。那么现在的后面的车手也在不断的往后看前面排在这个首2位的选手。
Well, Jake Astecki is doing exactly the right thing. He's backing up the pack so that the other side of the grid has got a chance to get back into its original position. But I think we're going to do it without the pole sitter Marmin Chan. I don't think he's going to take his position at the front of the field here. So that is absolutely catastrophic for the fastest man in qualifying. He's got to start from the pits, if he's going to start at all, of course. The drivers getting themselves into the position at the red line then. So they get into their formation. And now we wait to see how this race is going to get underway. I wonder if this is going to be a false start and we're going to go around again to give the drivers a chance to get into their formation one more time. Yes, it is a false start. So I kind of expected that one with the pole sitter gone and everybody not quite in their original starting positions. They're going to get another lap to try and form up. But it does mean that we are going to start this race without the man in pole position at the front. Marmin Chan is going to have to start this race from the pit lane if he can start the race at all.
好，那么选手们也非常有默契，知道需要再排1圈，那么赶紧看一下这一个排出的顺序能不能组成一个完整的一个发车顺序的列队之后，可以顺利的进行一个高速的发车。那么现在我们看到后面镜头给到的还是没有看到后面依旧有车辆。那么现在133号选手在前面，但是199号选手马明谦的赛车现在还没有看见出现在我们的画面当中啊，我们一直在期待着他赶紧出来，可以顺利的进行这个发车比赛。
So we're getting ourselves ready then for the Junior X30 race. 11 to 14-year-olds lining up on the grid. It's going to be the same order that they qualified in, minus the pole sitter Marmin Chan, who couldn't start the kart. So it looks as though he's going to have to start this race from the back of the field. They've got to get into their 2 tramline positions at the red line, which looks like has happened okay. So it's going to be Jake Astecki alone on the front of the grid. Then it will be Black and Kwong, then Yoon, Wu, Hu, Lee, Zapronyo, Yao, Dong, Subramanian, Gu, Dandu and Santoso. As they come off the final turn, they will be in the 2 tram lines. Are we going to get under starters' orders here in Macau? Yes, we go! Off we go into the starting position. A couple of drivers on the grass already and up to the first corner. Knox Black is already going to find the line on the inside of Jake Astecki as they go through the first turn. Up to the hairpin, Astecki's going to have the inside line. Kwong's going to go with him. The teammates work together to get up to the inside line. There's contact in the middle as that's a big issue. And one driver out of the kart in the Kart Republic, kicked out with the back wheel, clambering over the side of one of the karts. That was a nasty one. Kevin Subramanian, Hobart Yao and Aditya Pratap all caught up in that one. So there's Subramanian, the 165. Oh, Hobart Yao, the man who went over the top was Aditya Pratap, but it looks as though he's okay.
好，那么我们看到刚刚说到的这个 Huber Yao 还有这个 Kelvin， 他们几位选手在刚刚出来的第2号弯这里有一个发生一个轮子的碰撞，然后现在我们看到回到来在前头的选手，现在排在第1的是这个 J， 然后紧接着是 Mason Kwong， 然后第3位又是一位澳洲选手Knox Black。那么现在3位选手前面2位的这一个队友已经形成了队列啊。那么现在画面给到122号的选手是这个 Kelvin， 那么泰国选手也是选择了。在这个赛道边缘，那么现在回到画面，还是依旧看到2位同队的队友已经在前面准备要把第3号位置的106号选手要拉开一定的距离。
Well, incredibly, both Hobart Yao and Aditya Pratap, the man who fell out of his cart, has been able to get going again. I think it was an issue for Jax Fuller, the Australian. He's out of the race as well in the LOR racing cart. So, amazingly, Yao and Pratap have got going again. Fuller is out, INF1NITY is out, so the 2 of them are gone. Marmin Chan has got going again, by the way. He started at the back of the field, and Marmin Chan is now to 23rd. He's chasing down Zevian Fabrizio Santoso, who got a terrible start in the end. But the 3 leaders are well away. Kostecki, Kwong, Black. Then it is Wu Jinqiang, who actually had the fastest lap of the race. Still double-waved yellows, so nobody's allowed to overtake into turn 2 because they're still trying to recover Kevin INF1NITY's cart. Kevin is actually at the marshal post watching the race, but with double-waved yellows at turn 2, no overtaking there. So the drivers are going to battle away up to the inside line, protected by Knox Black, so that Wu Jinqiang, the Japanese driver, isn't going to get through. Now he does make the inside move, so the Ranxing racing driver gets up into 3rd place in front of Knox Black.
好，我们看到刚刚在吴金城完成了一个非常漂亮的超越之后，他现在上到来的第3位，然后可能 Spec 现在在第4位。吴金城目前来看还要对前面的 Mason Kwong 发动一个进攻，那么 Mason Kwong 紧随他的队友，一直在往前推进，想要把后面的车子尽快的拉出距离，但是后车第3位的吴金城依旧在使力啊。
Jay Kostecki, the man who won last year's mini championship against Mason Kwong. Both men are now juniors fighting for the victory up front. Here comes the move. It's going to be 3 wide into the hairpin. Side by side the Birolats as Noah Zampronio dives in on the inside of Isaac Yun. Fantastic work to get 3 drivers side by side. Zampronio takes on Yun and Dung in one fell swoop. Excellent work. Meanwhile, up front, Wu Jinqiang has got his move on Mason Kwong. So the Japanese driver now up into 2nd position. Normally the taller drivers would really struggle in the favour at the front end of the field, but Wu Jinqiang has got himself to a great position. He's in P2. Now he's going to try and take on the Australian Jay Kostecki. Mason Kwong, the man who leads the championship in the battle with Knox Black. He is having a run in 3rd position, but he can just let this race play itself out. 3rd position is not a bad place for Mason Kwong to be. He can watch as Wu Jinqiang makes his bid to get through on the inside line of Jay Kostecki as they come out of the hairpin turn. This is already a fierce battle as they come out of the hairpin, up the run to the corner. There are 4 drivers battling for the lead up front. And that's going to be an interesting one as they work their way through. Who's going to be the one that actually leads it out of the turn? We're going to see as the drivers work their way through into the 2nd sector. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Is it Kostecki who leads? No, it's not. Sorry, yes, it is. Kostecki has held his lead, but Wu Jinqiang has dropped back to 4th place now. Behind Kwong and behind Black, he goes for it again, into 3rd place, and he's taken it.
好，那么我们看到啊，现在前面的2位队友啊，J 还有这个 Mason Kwong 2位在前面，刚刚已经受到了这个吴金城的发动的进攻，已经卡到了第2位，现在又再一度被他们2位队友拉开距离之后，吴金城依旧没有放弃，但是他的后面还有一位澳洲选手对他不断的发出进攻，以及给他的压力，可以看到这里直接顶着车尾，在这个地方还没有选择超车。那我们再看吴金城现在在追击的这一个情况，目前估计还得要2个弯才能追上前面的选手。
Wu Jinqiang frustrated with Knox Black that he's not quite close enough to the back of him to help him in the draft. This is where things get interesting. The 2 teammates up front, Jay Kostecki and Mason Kwong, can cut through the air in unison, millimetres apart, and they can go around this circuit faster than the 2 men behind them, so they can extend the gap. They're not going to battle with each other until the last couple of laps, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't battle at all. It's only the first heat of the weekend, and from their point of view, there's no need to wrestle for the victory. Jay Kostecki, of course, having missed the first 3 rounds of the championship, he's out of contention for the title. This is only his first meeting of the season already, but Mason Kwong, the man behind him, is the championship leader, so this is how the DRM Paralympic team are going to team up and extend the lead out front. It's the great strategy and tactics that they're deploying. Absolutely perfect tactics so far. Isaac Yun, P5, then it is the 127, that's Nico Hu, in front of Noah Zampronio. So Zampronio making a big impression on his first appearance in the championship. Chris Dong in 8th position in the COIS kart. Then it is Zhu Zhizhe in front of Li Jiaheng.
好，那么现在的这一个 best lap 马明谦做出的是一个48秒704，他由于刚刚的这一个发车失误呢，他现在的排名重新一直发车之后，现在抢回来到了目前场上的第12名。那么目前这个场上前3名的选手，目前依旧是这个 J 还有这个 Manson 矿在前面，然后吴金城在第3位。第3位想要发动进攻呢，但是奈何被前面2位选手依旧拉开了大概4、5个车位，这里可能也有个0点几秒的距离，但是他的第4位 Knoxback 还是依旧在他后面发动着这一个不少的压力给他。
Kostecki and Kwong stretching away up front. Good battles all the way through this pack. It's looking a little bit gloomy and a little bit grey over the circuit at the moment, but I'm told by the Met Office, so blame them if it's wrong, not me, that there's only a 20% chance of rain to hit the circuit, so that doesn't actually give us too much to be concerned with at the moment. There is a lot of cloud cover over the mountains on the far side, but that doesn't mean that we're going to get rain over the circuit. It's been threatening to have massive rain showers for the last 48 hours or so, and we haven't had much. As getting out of the way of the race leaders, that is Aditya Pratap for the LOR Racing team. He's moved aside on his Kart Republic to allow the rest of the field to come through. Aditya Pratap, of course, involved in that first incident, so he gets out of the way, lets the leaders go, and so he's not going to cause himself too many issues with the other drivers around him. Mason Kwong still pursuing Jake Kostecki, but now that Wu Jincheng has been able to gain some ground, he's still got a chance to take them on, but he's only got a lap and a half to do it. Can the Paralins sustain this from Wu Jincheng?
好，现在Jake Kostecki 在前面的这一个速度明显带的还需要再快一点，因为 Manson 矿一直顶着他的车尾，但是这个时候吴金城在后面的这一个距离已经越拉越近，现在紧盯着前面这个 Manson 矿的车尾。目前来看，待会儿在还剩下2圈要结束之前呢，这个吴金城肯定还是要发动这一次超车的这一个动作的。
One lap to go, and now we're battling away. Kostecki's defending his position. Mason Kwong trying to cut in around the outside. Kostecki trying to back up the pack and make them duel with each other so that he can scamper away in the lead. It's going to be civil war as they run to turn 4. It'll be tricky for the leaders to battle away into the left-hand hairpin. Kostecki protecting the inside line. The Australian still showing he's got what it takes to cover his line and defend his lead. Mason Kwong second. Wu Jincheng in 3rd position, and then Knoxback just trying to cover his own bases in 4th place. He's the one who can make most of the attack, but will he get his opportunity? Kostecki protects the inside line. He dives across the racing apex to keep his inside position. Now Kwong is going to have to go defensive on Wu Jincheng. It's not going to be a problem for Jake Kostecki up front. The Aussie's going to get it. Jake Kostecki sees the checkered flag for the first time this weekend. Holds on the Paralin. Nicely done as Knoxback only just manages to cross the line in 4th position in front of Isaac Yoon. Aditya Pratap will stroll across the line after a damaged kart. We'll see him a lap behind. What a tough race for him, but out in front it's Jake Kostecki from Mason Kwong, Wu Jincheng, Knoxback, Isaac Yoon, Hu Zhenghan, Noah Zampronio, Chris Dong, Marmin Chan up to 9th position. He'll be devastated he didn't get the win, but from last to 9th is amazing. And then in P10 it's Gu Haotian.
好，那么顺利完成了这一轮之后呢，大家也可以看到，在最后2个弯，吴金城没有办法去对这个 Manson 矿完成超越，前面2位队友呢，这个线路的这一个保守的这个保护计划也是做得相当的到位，那么同时保住了队友第1、第2名的位置。那么与此同时，第3名来到是吴金城，第4位是 Knoxback， 紧接着是 Isaac， 然后还有是胡哲瀚，然后是 Nora， 然后紧接着是这个紧接着刚才看到发车失误的这个马明谦来到的是目前场上排在的第9位。好，那么顺利完成了这一个中业组的这个比赛之后呢，紧接着我们今天的这一个赛程呢，将也会在几分钟之后呢继续，还会有我们的这个 A 加 D 的预赛第2轮，同样也是10圈。好，那么现在画面给到的是我们刚才的一些精彩片段。 好，现在我们听到的时间是将会
Then
在5
in
分钟之
the
后。
Junior X30 race, it's going to be an interesting one to see whether it's going to be Jake Esteki or Mason Kwong that really holds the initial pace. Wu Jin Chung and Knox back just behind me. They've come off the cart. I'm not entirely sure where the two leaders have come. They've already gone straight off the cart and disappeared. I thought we were going to get a chance to talk with them, but they've already disappeared into the distance. I'm not entirely sure how they were able to get there that quick. But they've obviously got both the carts there in scrutineering. It's going to be an interesting battle between them. We got a little bit of a hint of what's to come from them over the course of this weekend, but we haven't got all of the secrets yet. So it'll be interesting to see what things are going to be like when Mason Kwong and Jake Esteke really start battling. We've already got the cadets in line in position, ready to go racing. I just want to have a quick look at tyre degradation while we've got an opportunity. See if you can have a bit of a zoom in on the tyres of the carts, because you can see that after 5 minutes of qualifying and one race, the tyre build-up is getting quite severe already, and the top section of the tyre is already starting to peel and melt a little bit into a sort of almost like a pudding that goes onto the top end of the surface of the tyre. That gets really squelchy, and in the hot temperatures, it's good to stick to the road initially, but then it really starts to grain and starts to peel away. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic towards the end of the sessions later this afternoon. I can't make out for the life of me where Jake Esteki or Mason Kwong have gone. They seem to have made a very quick disappearing act. Okay, well, I was rather hoping we would get a word with them. We haven't quite got the opportunity to do that, so I'll hand back up to Alex Koo, and hopefully we'll find the disappearing invisible men later. Let's focus on Cadet for now, though.
好，那么感谢我们的解说 Jake。那么他尝试下去跟刚才的这个排位在前面的几位选手 Jake Esteki 尝试想要去找他们聊天，但是可能他们都由于回到这个收车的地方之后呢，全部车手已经回到各自的车队，那么没有找到他们，但是没有关系，我们也可以看到收车回来的这些选手们的轮胎的一个状况，包括车辆的一个状况等等。那么紧接着现在是来到我们另外2个小组的这一个预赛第2轮，那么可以看到目前名单上面呢，已经打出了我们的选手名单。那么即将大概在3分钟之后将会开始我们待会儿的这一个 A、D 组的预赛第2轮。
A 組及 B 組車手請注意，準排回區將於5分鐘後開牌。
现在即将要开始的是这一个儿童组Cadet 组的 A、D 组的预赛第2轮，现在可以看到排在前面的是。我们来看一下画面，应该给到的是1号楼4层啊。对，没错，右手边的这一位是1号楼4层，紧接着是2号，这一个排在第2位81号选手，81号选手是刘宇轩。8号选手，还有就是8号选手的这一位来自于韩国的选手Daniel Yun。那么我们画面都可以给到，即将在3分钟之后将会开始他们的这一个预赛。儿童组Cadet 组的预赛第2轮，好，最后准备要对车辆进行启动。1分钟之后将会出发。画面给到相当多，我们本次赛事也来了很多的观众朋友以及这个车队的这个支持者啊，大家都在看台上面对我们进行一个赛事的观看。我们本次比赛的位于澳门路环小型赛车场，那么提供的这一个观众席呢有将近1100个座位啊。
Time for a pair of races then from the smallest racing drivers in the peninsula, the Cadet X30 drivers, 8 to 12 years of age, and my oh my, is it going to be an interesting one based on what we saw yesterday. Austin Lowe and Marshall Yu will run on the front row of the starting grid. Austin Lowe, the man who's quickly being known as Baby Senna, thanks to that fantastic helmet design of his in tribute to the late great Ayrton Senna, and even the Force Racing car looks a little bit like an old Lotus now as well. So Baby Senna heads away. Austin Lowe from Marshall Liu. Hudson Kelly will be on third position on the grid for the JDP Group Lenzo team, and Daniel Yoon in the Korean contingent for RL Karting. The drivers head out onto the circuit. Let's go through the grid in full. We're going to have the all-Chinese front row, Austin Lowe and Marshall Liu. Then we've got Hudson Kelly and Daniel Yoon on the second row of the grid. Fifth place for the Australian Cruz Priolo, who's fighting for the title along with Fan Kai Wen. Then Marcus Colby and the championship leader, Max Schilling of Hong Kong. Ninth on the starting grid for Michaela Draper. She's got a great weekend ahead of her alongside Shizhuan Zhang. Then it is Kingsley Chu and Aaron Akil on the sixth row of the grid. Then it's Oliver Nguyen and Libin Luis Kanan of Malaysia. Jared Zheng is alongside Zhu Chiquan. And then on the 17th place of the grid, it is Wu Jinhao along with Yi Meng Yi. That's Jonathan Yu, two others. Jensen Hammond is alongside Isaac Ng. And then in 21st position on the grid, it's the Malaysian Felix Fariz along with Le Pak Lam. Then Kevin Subvanichinon and Xavier Fabrizio Santoso for some reason appear on our starting grid, but because they're both juniors, they're not actually going to be racing. A little bit of a timing glitch there. So it'll be a fascinating one to see how it all goes, but certainly for Austin Lowe and Marshall Liu, we have got a very exciting race on our hands from the front row of the grid.
好，那么大家可以看到，目前排在第一位的这一个选手，还有这个第二位的选手，都是来自于中国的选手，罗思成，还有这个刘宇轩。目前我们看到准备开始要进行这一个编好位置队伍之后呢，来我们看接下来这一圈能不能正常一个。
Pole position then for Austin Lowe, one of the youngest men in the field, and he's starting from pole. 8 years of age is Austin Lowe. He won't turn 9 until July, so he's definitely going to be one of the smallest and one of the youngest drivers in this field, and he's got the pressure of running from pole position. He's got a mean talent underneath him as well, as the drivers are now putting themselves into their two tramline positions. They've got to make sure they stay within the tram lines. It's going to need to be a neat start. Are we going to go racing straight away? We do. Off we go then, and Austin Lowe's got a good start, but Marshall Lowe's got a better one. Marshall Lowe's going to come round the outside, and as they run to turn 2, it's going to be a tough one, but I think that's going to be enough for Marshall Lowe. He'll take the lead in the FS0 Lag Motorsport kart, and the drivers run their way through the hairpin on the first lap. Couple of drivers running out wide, but it's clean as a whistle all the way through, and chasing down Marshall Lowe is Daniel Yoon. The Korean has put himself in a second position. Already there's a shuffle of the deck throughout. Hudson Kelly, Max Schilling and Cruz Priolo all making their impact in this race. Hudson Kelly has already come through to 4th position behind Austin Lowe, and watch out for Max Schilling. He and Cruz Priolo are going to have a terrific battle in this one as they're fighting for the title.
好，那么在完成一个非常顺利的发车之后呢，紧接着现在目前刘宇轩来到了第一位，接着是Daniel Yoon刚刚已经对这一个罗思成完成了这一个超车动作。那么现在目前第二位来到Daniel Yoon，超过了刘思成之后呢，刘思成后面还有这个Hudson Kelly现在在第4位，其实前面除了第一位选手之外呢，后面的2、3、4、5位的选手，哇，现在第5位直接顶着第4位跑，第5位目前应该是这个也是中国选手现在顶到了前面第4位的这个位置，准备要发动超车的动作，看这一个弯会不会发生。
A very difficult start for Hudson Kelly. He's now slipped behind Schilling, so the two JDP Group Lenzos find themselves in 7th and 8th at the moment. It's Marshall Liu. Austin Lowe's got himself back in his second place in front of Daniel Yoon. Fan Kai Wen, the American, is doing a fantastic job here on the Phantom car. He's worked his way now up into 4th position as Daniel Yoon has lost that second position. Austin Lowe's come back into it. He is a bit of a slow starter, but he works his way back through as now Hudson Kelly and Cruz Priolo have managed to get their way back in front of Max Schilling. It's going to be an interesting time for them as they battle in position. No need to panic because none of the championship contenders are currently running in the top 5. Marshall Liu leads the way. Austin Lowe in second. Then Yoon, Fan, Zhang, Kelly, Priolo, Schilling, Nguyen and Marcus Gulby in the top 10 in front of Kingsley Chu and Aaron Akil. So it's definitely getting spicy again as they run off the hairpin. Daniel Yoon, the fastest man on the track at the moment, in 3rd position, chasing down his two Chinese rivals. And here's the move from Austin Lowe, 8 years of age from Shanghai, and he gets through and takes over the lead for the moment. Fantastic work. Yoon goes with him in a second.
好，现在前面2位的依旧第1位还是刘宇轩在前面，然后紧接着罗思成，然后刘云在第3位，第4位这一个张世轩已经进攻到了第4位啊。刚刚的原来第4位的这个范凯文是对他做了一个稍稍的一个让车动作，让他迅速的超到了这一个第4位。目前现在看到的刘云应该是对这个刘宇轩刘宇轩连掉了2个位置，现在掉到了这个罗思成在前第1号位，然后刘云在第2号位，紧接着3号位的刘宇轩，4号位的张世轩。
Up to the inside line, that's a lovely overtake from Van Gijwen, and he takes Hudson Kelly with him, all at the expense of the number 91. I'm afraid that is Zhang Xishuan, who drops out of the position for the time being. That is the hard-charging Nick Zhang, who did such a good job in the first race yesterday. Still they go through in position. A big move for the inside line for the lead. That's Daniel Yoon. Daniel Yoon dives in for the inside of Austin Lowe, and the Korean takes the lead. Excellent start to this race then for the Korean. He's definitely having a better run on Saturday than he did on Friday afternoon. There's a great tussle for position. That is again Chris Briello and Max Schilling going wheel to wheel. They're fighting for the title, but they're letting the other drivers run up in front of them. It's not a big panic for either of them. They're still going to have a great tussle when they go back to Malaysia in August and September. There's going to be a big gap between the 4th round and the 5th rounds of the championship. So out of turn 2, they will come to the hairpin. Max Schilling running in the lead of this little battle, and here comes Oliver Nguyen. Oliver Nguyen on the inside line, great run, and he gets the move on the inside line. That was a big opportunity for Chris Briello to get through on the inside line as well, and it backfired on him. Schilling has been able to get a little bit of daylight, so Schilling and Nguyen are trying to close up on the top 6 men in front.
好，那么我们看到第1梯队跟第2大队之间的这一个距离稍稍有拉开呢，但是2个大队之间的这一个进攻也是非常的有看头，每一个弯道可以看到一整组的这一个车手都有在发动进攻的动作。现在来我们画面给到的应该是这一个第2梯队大团队当中的这一个大混战啊，每一个弯道来我们看现在给到的这一个85号的这一个选手
So Schilling gets the move on the inside of Nguyen, and that's put Chris Briello on his tail as well, because Chris Briello now finds himself on the back of Schilling. Nguyen tries to get through on the inside of Briello, not going to happen. So as they head their way down to the hairpin, it's going to be fascinating as Schilling and Briello are now having to work together to try and catch up with the top 6. It's Lowe, Kelly, Yoon, Liu, Zhang and Fan. That's the top 6 at the moment up front. Then Schilling and Briello, the 2 drivers fighting for the title. The man from Hong Kong versus the man from Australia as they go 7th and 8th, and these 2 are glued together in the hope that they can try and move their way a little bit further forward. But now the battle's really raging as the Korean Daniel Yoon takes back the lead from Austin Lowe. They have swapped the lead twice on this lap already, and so Dan Yoon gets back in front, and if the top 6 drivers keep squabbling away, then Schilling and Briello are going to catch up to them very quickly. We've got 2 laps to go at the end of this one, so with the top 6 scrappling away, Austin Lowe's got back into the lead. So Austin Lowe now in front of Daniel Yoon, and here comes Hudson Kelly in the blue, yellow and white Lenzo kart. This could be an absolute dogfight by the time they come out of turn 2.
好，对，刚才我们看到的 Chris Briello 正在发动他前面进攻的应该是这一个孔林希，对，孔林希一直抵着他，有好几个弯道顶着他的进攻压力。那么前面的5位车手呢，依旧现在目前变成的是娄思成在第1位，然后目前Daniel Yoon 在第2， Hudson Kelly 在第3，紧接着第4是范凯文，第5是刘宇轩。看来这个位置刘宇轩也是有掉了2个位置，来到了现在目前掉到了第5位。
Wow, Marcus Kilby's brought his way into the battle. Fantastic work from the Rush Performance driver. He dives in on Chris Briello and gets the overtake. Briello trying to get him back again, but Kilby is a match for the Lenzo kart driver. This is fantastic. The more drivers that come in from Australia into the INFINITY IAME Series Asia, the more the tempo elevates. Into the final lap we go then, and Austin Lowe, the 8-year-old from Shanghai, leads the way, one of the youngest men in this field, and he has got all the pressure on him, but Dan Yoon's going to dive to the inside line of the hairpin. Well covered by Austin Lowe. He pulled slightly over the racing line. That was enough to back them up, and now Hudson Kelly has got a chance to go after Dan Yoon. Can he make this work on the last lap here in Macau?
好，现在来到了差不多最后一圈，那么娄思成依旧保持着这个领先的位置，但是后面我们来现在看 Daniel Yoon 正准备着，已经贴着他的车尾，吸着尾流，看要不要在下一个弯道发动这一个超车的动作。但是他的后面Hudson Kelly 也在盯着他，螳螂捕蝉，黄雀在后。这个前面3位车手现在粘得非常紧。
Amazing tactics from Austin Lowe as they come into the final sector. There's not a lot that Daniel Yoon can do in retaliation, but Yoon is going to have his opportunity. Kelly's going to go with him to the inside line. They're both going to skate out past, and it's a fantastic steal on the final corner from Daniel Yoon. He takes the victory. The Korean has snatched it from Hudson Kelly and Austin Lowe. Then it is Marshall Yu in front of Nick Zhang, Fan Kai Wang, Max Schilling, Cruz Briello, Oliver Nguyen, and Jared Zhang. What a fantastic end to the race from Daniel Yoon. The Korean snatches it in the final corner of the first race of the day in Cadet.
是的，在最后一个弯呢，这个Daniel Yoon还有紧接着 Hudson Kelly 两位选手一起把这个楼斯城超车过掉，然后完成了冲线动作，这个相当戏剧性的一个最后一个弯的进攻动作啊！果然，刚刚这一个还是没有能够抵挡住两位车手这个连续的不断发动的这个进攻的压力。那么紧接着后面排在第4位的是刘宇轩，第5位的是张世轩，紧接着范凯文，然后是孔令希。 好，那么以上就是我们本次的这一个快艇组儿童组的这一个第2轮预赛的这个排名。那么我们现在也等待着我们的画面，现在给回的是我们的收车区。紧接着我们的这一位英文解说 Jake 将会下去跟我们拿到前面杆位的选手聊一下，看一下他们对于这一次的本轮比赛的这一个表现有什么样的感想，以及看他们对自己是不是满意啊。 那么我相信刚才 Daniel Yoon 还有这个 Hudson Kelly 最后的这一个弯道的进攻，他们两位应该也是感到相当的惊喜。现在画面给到的这一位回来的选手，我们看一下。
Not a bad start to the day in Cadet, hey folks, and it's Yoon, Danny Yoon. What a great start, mate. Fantastic battle all the way through in that one. There were many chances to lose the race, but many chances to gain it back. What was it like in the middle of the battle?
In last corner, I overtake, is so happy. In start, back people, I don't know who is it, but he pushed it, then I get a good start.
It's a little bit hotter today than it was yesterday. Is that actually making it more difficult on the tyres, or are you finding it okay for the moment?
No, it's okay.
So we've got another race to come this afternoon. How confident are you for that one after this win?
One more time. Sorry.
You ready for the win this afternoon? You ready for another go?
Next race, I am to win.
Fantastic. Well done, buddy.
Thank you.
Very hot and very exhausted and very tired. And let's not forget that Dan Yoon's not really an English speaker as his first language, so fantastic work for him to come here. It's really starting to get intense in the Cadet X30. You've got to remember that there's battles within battles in this category, and there's always going to be that little bit of tension, I think, between Cruz Briello and Max Schilling. They both want to take as many points as they possibly can out of this race weekend. They know that in August and September, they're only going to have 2 weekends in Malaysia to wrap this title up, and it's obviously going to be very intense all the way through. They've just got to stay calm and focus on it. It's going to be a long season. They know that going through it. Now, how about intense out there in the top 5? What was it like from your side?
It's kind of like hard for me, and I got a little bit mistake from like defending a little bit too much, and sometimes I go in the right line. So I think I can do better.
Well, you've got a chance to do that this afternoon. There's one more race to come, and then, of course, you've got the super heat tomorrow. How confident are you you'll still be starting on the front row tomorrow morning?
I'm pretty confident that because I'm good enough to go in the front again.
Okay, well, look forward to this afternoon. Take a rest, and we'll see you later.
See you.
Always good to talk to Marshall Liu. He's always up for a chat with us. So, as the drivers from one race of cadets make their way back in for a much-needed drink, there's going to be another one straight afterwards. It's going to be a very interesting challenge for everybody. But, of course, there's still plenty to do here in Macau. Another cadet race on the way.
好，那么刚刚画面给到的是分别是2位啊，刚刚的这一位2位拿到前面杆位的选手分别是来自于韩国的 Daniel Yun 第一位大家也可以看到Daniel Yun 给出的这个态度也是我不知道后面是谁在盯着我，但是我只能够是全力以赴去往前进攻。那么他也希望在接下来的比赛，他也想要去拿到这一个冠军的杆位位置那么我们拭目以待紧接着，现在我们马上要开始紧接着下来的这一个赛程。刚才回放画面也可以给出到这个韩国选手 Daniel Yun 8号选手的这一个最后一个弯道的这一个精彩的超车动作，非常非常精彩的这一个超车动作。好，那么现在来到的是我们另外一个组别。同样也是我们的这个儿童组，刚刚开始的是儿童组的第一个2个组别，现在是儿童组另外2个组别，同样也是预赛的预赛。那么将会在2分钟之后即将开始。目前排在第1位的是这个77号的选手钱浩轩，然后同时排第2位的是28号的选手，28号来自于中国香港的选手肖俊熙。肖俊熙在昨天的表现也是相当不错，然后紧接着26号选手蔡佑成，同样是来自我们中国香港的选手。紧接着是75号选手，75号的选手 Jaden Aria 来自于印尼的一位选手。再来到的是7号选手，7号选手是来自于中国的选手张志瑜。好，那么排在后面的是35号选手，35号Kellen， 紧接着后面是这个Sarati 89号，2位都是来自于泰国的选手。好，那么 Sarati 后面呢是这个 Josh 来自于这个29号的澳洲选手 Josh， 然后是15号选手来自于中国香港地区的这一个巴恩赫，那么巴恩赫许显言。好，最后1分钟准备发车。
預賽將於1分鐘後進行。
Let's get back into the action once again then. It's going to be another fantastic bout in Cadet X30. Qualifying groups A versus D this time. That's going to put the ultimate pole position sitter from time qualifying yesterday, Chan Ho-Xuan, for the Peak Racing team on the front row of the grid, alongside Li Go Xiao, who is there in the GD Racing Team kart. Carson Choi and Jaden Aria are going to be the regular season competitors on the second row of the grid, taking on the Chinese ringers, the local drivers here, most of them from China, Hong Kong and Macau. And of course, already very, very quick around this circuit. They obviously race it week in, week out. Then, of course, in the number 7, in the mix-up of the sharp end of the field as well, we've also got Aiden Zhang for the Peak Racing team on his Kart Republic chassis, along with Kalen Delsey for the Hot Wheels Racers team. He, this weekend, is in the Paralin colours, having been CRG at the start of the season. He likes to mix it between the two chassis over the course of a season. That's certainly been the stereotypical way. Then it is another tie in 7th on the grid, Sinovitsu Thanakul, along with championship contender Shabil Basalama. Let's go through the grid in full then. It's going to be Chan Ho-Xuan and Lego Xiao on the second position of the grid. Then it's going to be Carson Choi and Jaden Aria on the second row. 5th position on the grid for Aiden Zhang. He's going to be there alongside Kalen Delsey, season regular, along with Srivit Sirthanakul and Shabil Basalama, 8th on the grid. Rounding out the top 10, it's Super Giorgio, George Patrizzi alongside Brian Hui. Then it is the fantastic Rune Choi and Yan Chen. Then it's Percy Yonko and Wong Chun Yu. Then we have Hayden Zhu and Darren Artagani. He's really going to struggle from 16th, but he'll charge his way through as quick as possible. Lit Yamo and Wong Ziyang. And then we have Regina Chong. She's alongside Kenzie Erizananda on the grid. Then it is Tuta Minset along with Zhang Jinan. And at the back of the grid, it's Brio or Chotanin Itikakalarat as far as the Thai contingent is concerned. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one right off the starting point. But keep an eye on Riska Choi, the Macanese racer. She is definitely in for a decent run. Starts 11th on the grid. If that inside line gets another good start, she'll be top 6 before the time they get to turn 2.
好，那么刚刚我们看完了全部选手的这个排名名单之后，现在来到他们的第一个暖胎圈。下了暖胎圈之后，将会形成他们的这个发车队伍。只要发车队伍能够形成呢，发车灯熄灭之后，他们将会全速出发。我们现在可以看到位于队末的这个选手呢，还在进行一个轮胎的预热。看一下在下一圈开始能不能把整个发车队伍给组成。 那么现在前面选手包括这个钱浩轩，还有肖俊熙，还有这个蔡佑成，然后 Jaden Area 等等这几位选手实力都非常强悍，在昨天的这一个 qualify 里面呢，也是表现出相当精彩的一个亮眼的表现。好，现在发车队伍准备，看起来目前是没有问题压着速度准备来到了这一个发车线。最后。
So the front row of the grid, Chan Ho Xuan and Lego Xiao, and then it is Carson Choi and Jaden Aria, Aiden Zhang and Kaylin Delsey, Siddharth Sriathanakul and Shabal Basalama, then George Patrizi and Brian Hui. We've got Riska Choi alongside the 87, Andrew Yuan for the Free and Nova team. He, of course, I believe is the son of Bob Yuan, who, of course, runs in Origin in the Chinese GT Championship. And, of course, the Origin stickers are on the helmet of Andrew Yuan, so that would make sense. Lights out, let's go racing as we charge to the first corner. It's a fantastic start from the front of the grid from Chan Ho Xuan. No problems at all for him to lead through turn 1. And as they race down to the first hairpin on the lap, it's already going to be a little bit skatey and a bit squirrely. Couple of drivers going side by side. Little bang of wheels in the middle of the pack, but everybody has been able to get round turn 2 without too much drama or incident. Kaylin Delsey working his way through to the inside line there, making up some places already. I think it's Chan Ho Xuan from Carson Choi, then Aiden Zhang from Siddharth Sriathanakul, Lego Xiao and Jaden Aria from Delsey Patrizi, Basalama and Riska Choi in front of Percy Yonko and Darren Artagani already up 4 places.
好，果然在这个一发车来到了2号弯其实在1号弯的位置这个肖俊熙已经刚才跌到了第5位，现在重新回到了第4位的位置，但是钱浩轩然后保持在第1位的首位，然后张志瑜迅速也是上到了第2位 ，Carson Choi 现在目前在第3。那么，哇，这个一发车的起步目前看起来这个肖俊熙是遇到了一个比较严重的失误
Tough start for Alan Zhang and Kenzie Erizananda. They've dropped to the very back of the field. Not sure what happened there. As up to the inside line comes Siddharth Sriathanakul for the DRM Paralympic squad. He's going to dive in for the inside line. Siddharth, or Ichi as he is known, trying to make his way through to the inside line. It was already a very decent challenge for the competitors as they race in close proximity. But Chan Ho Xuan is already 1.6 seconds clear as Lego Xiao and Alan Zhang is battling away. To second position comes Jaden Aria. How has he managed that? Brilliant work from the Indonesian. He's now in second place, and all of this hustling has given Chan Ho Xuan an incredible lead up front. Look, he's already at least 2 seconds clear. This is a fairy tale for Chan Ho Xuan before we've even completed the second lap of 8.
是的，没错仅仅是在目前的这个第2圈这个肖俊熙钱浩轩已经在前面拉开了这个2秒。2.235秒的这一个距离，那么紧接着现在反而是这个2、3、4、5号位进行一个非常激烈的这个白热化的竞争当中。
So those rain clouds overhead pretty thick, but we should point out that it's currently raining in Hong Kong. It's not in Macau, which is just down the road from Hong Kong. But it just shows you what the weather pattern is like in this part of the world. Mainland China, there's a little bit of rain going on as well, but not here in Macau. And it looks unlikely that we're going to get any, according to the Met Office. We're just going to dodge it. Look at that squabbling in the war over second position. Aria was in second place. Is that going to be enough for Zhang to come through? No, he's got to concede for the time being. So the number 7 staying in that position. Aiden Zhang having a sensational run as he runs in 3rd position for the moment. But on the inside comes Kaylin Delsey, and he slices through. 3rd position for Delsey, and here comes Shabal Basalama. He's going to get his run to the inside line, and he'll take 4th position. Good run from the Indonesian. He really does need to make an impact in terms of the points here this weekend. So moving up to P4, certainly putting him in a good position for the moment. There's George Patrizi. He's having a great little duel at the moment with Carson Choi, and that certainly puts him into a good situation as well. He's got a great chance to close up on the man in front of him. That's Siddharth Sriathanakul, who's already locked in a battle with Lego Xiao.
现在目前场上给出的最佳的这个成绩跑出到54秒727的是这个 Cadet X30。那紧接着现在其实在第2位的这个 Jaden Area 还有这一个第3位，目前我们看第3位就是刚才做出最佳成绩的这一位那么35号选手非常精彩的一个表现。那么看到目前张志宇张志宇现在是来到了第5位，但是肖俊熙一直这个排名一直在往下掉，从第2位的发车位置现在掉到了第8名。
So now Delcy and Basalama are going to work together here, both on Paralins, not in the same team technically, but both working together, I'm sure, for the time being, and it works out better for them if they can do so. They're going to team up with Jaden Aria, might be able to, or they might dive to the inside line instead and go rogue, as I think Delcy and Basalama have both managed to get through now into 2nd and 3rd place. Yes, oh no, not quite. I thought they'd made the move on Jaden Aria. They've certainly got to team up if they want to get back on terms with Jian Hashwan. All 3 of them going quicker in the 1st sector than the Chinese, but they're not quite able to make a decent move on the inside line just yet. Trying to get the squirrel on the inside line, George Patrizzi making that bid to try and get back in on Senior X30. He had a fantastic first race yesterday, managed to come through in 3rd position after penalties were applied, his highest ever finish in the championship thus far in only his 4th race weekend of the season. So very good work indeed from the Australian. He makes another place as he dives in at the inside there of Senior X30. And look, we've got another baby centre out there, Legosio in the GD Racing team card. He was on the front row, he now finds himself down in P8 trying to work his way further forward. But I think this battle for the lower positions is going to get more intense, not less.
好，那么也看到现在首位选手已经这个钱浩轩已经拉开了2.693秒，其实这个时间并没有被一直放大。持续保持着大概2秒多的距离在前面领跑，那么他也不需要去做特别快的圈速。现在54秒084的这一个是由目前排在场上第4位的86号选手这个巴斯拉玛去做出来的最佳成绩。那么前车的这一个钱浩轩呢一直领跑其实他现在目前在做的这一个最好的一个成绩是54秒582。
So out through the final sector to complete the 6th lap out of 8. They'll have 2 more to go after this one. Jian Hashwan leading the way by 2.7 seconds. There's no way he's losing this one to anything other than a mechanical failure. He's already crossed the line and gone through turn 1. So Jian Hashwan looking strong. Kalen Delsey 2nd. Jaden Aria 3rd from Shabal Basalama. Then it is Aiden Zhang and George Patrizzi. Great race from the Birla Asia driver. Here's the battle for 7th. This is Choi and Hui. And watch out from behind. There is the absolutely beautiful looking kart, the number 72 of Ruska Choi, the Macanese racer. She's on a very strong run here for PR1 and she's looking good for an overtaking move. Just in front of them, that is Brian Hui on the number 15, trying to get the move on the inside line to make that overtaking move on Carson Choi for the PR1 team. Ruska Choi now hustling to get ahead of I think that is Senior X30 she's challenging. But certainly the battle's all the way through this top 10 and just outside it as well. Definitely giving us plenty to get excited about. So let's see how this last lap is going to unfold. But for Jian Hashwan, it already looks won.
好，来，现在钱浩轩依旧保持着领跑，第2位的是 Kalen Daisy， 第3位的是 Jaden Aria， 紧接着然后是 Baslama 在第4， 张志宇在第5。那么我们现在应该是来到了最后一圈，来这个位置，现在看到想要超车，但是这一个线路没有把持住前车的这个线路锁得相当漂亮
That's the thing, Jian Hashwan has got such a big lead. This is the race for 2nd, not for the win. Shabal Basalama knows that he can get a chance to go for 2nd place. He comes off to the racing line as defending on the inside line. Kalen Delsey trying to back up Jaden Aria. Here comes Basalama. Aria to the inside line, shuts down the move from Basalama, who then gets the switch back and comes through to the inside line. 3rd position for Shabal Basalama. Very good tactics from the Indonesian. Works his way through to 3rd position. Aria is going to try and come back at his countryman. Dives through. They both drift out wide. Basalama has to concede to Jaden Aria. So up front, it is going to be the victory for Jian Hashwan. Here he comes.
好，这个终于冲线，好 ，OK。
So Jian Hashwan victorious in this one. Fantastic race performance from him. Kalen Delsey, 2nd place. Jaden Aria in 3rd from Shabal Basalama and Aiden Zhang. There's already celebrations from a few drivers across the line. Great to see that personal bests are being shattered all the way down this field. Wonderful stuff. Jian Hashwan for the number 77 Peak Racing Team kart. Kalen Delsey, P2, and P3 for Jaden Aria in front of his Indonesian countryman Shavel Basalama, who has to settle on this occasion for 4th position. Aidan Zhang and George Patrizzi, yet another top 6 finish for the Aussie. Great to see Super Giorgio really smashing it out there. Carson Choi, 7th place in front of Brian Hui. Riska Choi, P9, the Macanese racer, good for her, in front of Sinovit Sviatanakul, the series regular as well. So this is an excellent display from Riska Choi, who really is starting to show her hand. 11th position behind is Wang Ziyang. So the number 99 putting in a good effort over the course of the weekend so far, but Timmy Wong looking very comfortable, and he finishes up in front of the number 30. That is the cart belonging to Li Yimo. Here is the provisional result then. Chiana Zhuan, Kaylin Delsey, Jaden Aria and Shavel Basalama. From Aidan Zhang, George Patrizzi, Carson Choi, Brian Hui, Riska Choi, and in the top 10, 10th position belonging to Sinovit Sviatanakul. Then it is Timmy Wong in front of Lake Weimo. Then it is Hayden Zhu in front of the number 97. That is the Chinese Taipei driver Wang Shenyu. Just in front of Lego Xiu, who really struggled in the end, out of 15th place, in front of Percy Yonko. And then it is the number 87, Andrew Yuan, who kind of faded a little bit towards the end there. Must have been something to do with tyres, I guess. Thutamin Set in front of Regina Chong. And then it is Brio, or Jotanin Yetakararat, in front of the number 6. I'm not entirely sure what happened off the start to Alan Zhang, but certainly it was enough to keep him from the top spot. And then Kenzie Erizananda and Darren Artagani, who finished at the back of the field. Big difficulties for the Indonesian, and certainly not where he wanted to be, considering he was fighting for the win at Bira in Thailand just a few short weeks ago. So very difficult stuff from them. So we are going to get ourselves ready for the next cadet races later this afternoon after the group photo, when all of the drivers, all 145 of them racing this weekend, will get the full squad team photograph from round 4 of the Infinity IAME Series Asia Vid. And of course, it's also the first weekend in IAME Series China. So let's head down to Alex Koo, who's found our race winner, Jian Haoxuan, from the second of the cadet races.
现在旁边的这一位就是我们刚刚在快队组这一个预赛里面拿到了一个相当好成绩，排在第1位的钱浩轩。Hello， 轩轩，跟观众朋友们打个招呼。
大家好。
轩轩对于刚才自己的这一个整体的表现，是不是都非常满意？
对，发车的时候我就一路领先，然后没有掉什么位置。
对，一路领先，然后持续保持着，一开始第2圈就已经开始领先后车2秒多的时间，你知道吗？
不知道。
一直保持着2秒多的一个时间，一直到这个整个赛程结束，非常稳定的一个表现，对不对？
对。
然后对接下来你自己的这一个后面的这一个成绩会有什么样的一个判断，或者什么样的一个期待？
希望我后面能继续保持。
继续保持，然后继续拿到冠军位置。
对，
好，我们也希望可以看到你继续保持着那么精彩的一个优秀表现，好不好？
好，
那么感谢轩轩，继续加油。
Well, zhuzhe to Jian Haoxuan, and of course to my Chinese co-commentator Alex Koo for getting all of the latest there. We now turn from the youngest men in the weekend to the oldest men in the weekend. It's going to be a tough one in Master X30, that is for sure, as the contenders over the age of 30, the gladiators, the warriors of our sport, and we have a grand total of 21 of them this weekend in Master X30. It was always going to be competitive, but this is the biggest ever field of Masters we've had in the Infinity IAME Series Asia season, so fantastic stuff. Drivers from all across the Asian Peninsula. We have Eagle Yu, who is going to be racing for Chinese Taipei in the Fast Nijar kart. The likes of Godi Chung, Pan Kam Kwan, Tian Goheng, Luke Purser, Mok Galyong, Ho Tsin, Liu Kameng, Paul Blank, Luke Armstrong, Charlie Tsao, Pavel Vladimirov, Sam Ung, Wedasek Yamchan, Howard Zaralo, Gao Jie, Tam Yuko, Desmond Lau, Nick Wong, Peter Chua, and Ian Willock. Great to see them all gearing up and ready for another fantastic showcase out here in Macau. Of course, there are a couple of members of our family in Master X30 missing. No Kit Foster this weekend, sadly, and no Darren Formosa. Hollywood is back home in Australia, very close to family, and we are wishing all of the very best to him, to Sandra, to everyone in the family. We hope to see you guys back in Malaysia very soon indeed. But these guys really are the gladiators, the warriors of karting. If you are still karting over the age of 30, full credit to you. They say it is Formula One without the bodywork. This is so intense. It's physically fit that you need to be. Your stamina is what matters even more than your speed in Master X30. The G-forces definitely take on a greater meaning once you go over the age of 30, and all 21 of the men in this field are ready for an exciting charge in front of them. Of course, pole position was always going to be a tough one to secure, and on this occasion it goes the way of the championship leader, Luke Armstrong, who's going to be there to the inside line of the front row, and he's alongside last year's series champion Weerasekhamchan, the Superman from Thailand, known to his friends as P, and that's definitely going to be an exciting run for the two of them. The 34-year-old, who is based out of Singapore but carries the flag of Australia, alongside Weerasekhamchan from Bangkok in Thailand, the Masters champion in 2025, 10 years the senior of Luke Armstrong, but still able to be very, very competitive indeed. And of course, this is going to be the last year that Weerasekhamchan will only be a master, because next year he'll be a veteran as well. But it's wonderful to see that he still has an incredible vitality and stamina to him. This is going to be another sensational contest. And if Luke Armstrong thought that the absence of some of his closest drivers around him fighting for the title were going to make things easy, boy, was he wrong. There are hundreds and thousands of a second separating the drivers in qualifying in Master X30. Anything can happen. And with this being X30 and with this being Macau, it probably will.
好，那么我们现在看到的是我们的 Master 组的这个 Master 的预赛。那么现在排在前面的是324号，324号的是这个 Luke Armstrong， 来自于澳洲。好，紧接着然后是344号的 Rasak， 那么来自于泰国，前面排在前2位的选手。好，然后本次呢将会有20位选手进行的这一个预赛。那么第3位的是这个第3位327号选手曹庆忠，来自于中国台湾的选手曹庆忠。那么接着还有这个355号选手是高杰，来自于我们的中国选手高杰。好，现在即将准备发车。
So within this field of Masters drivers, 20 of them in total, we've also got a collection of 6 veterans, 4 of which are actually in the top 10. So that's how competitive it is in Master X30 as the drivers venture out onto the circuit. And we'll talk through the starting grid of the 20. It's Australia versus Thailand on the front row of the grid. Luke Armstrong versus Weerasekhamchan. Then for Chinese Taipei, it's Charlie Tsao along with Godzilla in 4th place. Then it is Zhong Bang along with Bangkam Kwan, the 2 Macanese drivers. Then Luke Purser alongside Hut Sin. And then rounding out the top 10, it is Harit Zaralo of Malaysia alongside Eagle Ye. Then it's Ian Willock and Peter Chua. On the 13th position of the starting grid on row 7, it is Godi Chung along with Mok Ka Leung. Then it is Tian Go Heng alongside Liu Kameng in 16th position on the grid. Then the final 4, Tammy Ko, Wang Meng, Desmond Lau, and Sam Ng.
对那么以上这个就是这个我们的所有选手的这个排名位置包括这个后面的还有的这个彭庆忠，还有莫家亮等等我们的本土选手也都参与到了本次 Master 组别的这一个参赛当中。Master 大师组使用的是125cc 的统一引擎。 那么现在看到天空的这一个黑色的乌云，已经开始慢慢的向我们的赛车场这一边澳门路环小型赛车场移动。那么期待在这一个组别当中不会下雨。
Certainly the 2 nations across Asia that seem to have the largest grids in the Masters category in generic motorsport for karting, China and Japan. And we've certainly got a huge contingency of drivers from China, Hong Kong, Macau and Chinese Taipei across the Master X30 competition, as well as all of the season regulars, most of them anyway, that compete in Master X30. We have Armstrong, Yam Chan, as well as Luke Purser, Ian Willock, Howard Zaralo, and of course Tamu Cole. Unfortunately, a few drivers absent, but we know that they're going to be making their way back for Malaysia for round 5 and 6. All the details of that coming up, of course. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell. You'll never miss a moment of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia season on YouTube, on Facebook, and of course, this weekend we're also on the Chinese social media networks as well. The likes of Weibo and Douyin, I'm sure, will pick up the pieces of the story. Luke Armstrong and Weird Kiam Chan, along with Charlie Cao, Gao Jie, Chongpang and Bangkok Kwan will come off the final turn and we'll go into the tram lines. Are we going to go clean racing? Yes, we are. Good start for Luke Armstrong. No problem at all. He gets well clear of Weird Kiam Chan, who's already got to try and deal with Charlie Cao as they work their way through the first corner. A bit of a tank snapper. A couple of drivers spinning off on the way through turn 1. They've already found their way onto the marbles. So a couple of drivers making a big mistake through the first corner, but out in front, no worries at all. It's Luke Armstrong and Weird Kiam Chan checking out Charlie up front.
好，那么一发车之后呢，这个 Luke Armstrong 还是
Oh, contact! Oh, big accident! Big accident!
哇，直接把这个我们旁边的这个挡板给撞开。那么现在前车的前面5位选手还是相当顺利，但是这一个 Luke Armstrong 依旧保持在前位。那么 Rusk 现在在第2位，第3位的是来自于中国台湾的曹信忠，紧接着是张鹏。来，我们看看刚才发生的事故的，应该是有好几位的选手。
So it looks like 4 drivers in total involved in that one in one way or the other. Desmond Lau's got away from it in the Element Motorsport machine, but Godi Chung, Tamiko and Liu Kameng all involved in that incident, and we've got slowboards. I'm not at all surprised. The barriers are well out of position. I think it is Godi Chung in the CKS racing machine, the man from Hong Kong, who is out of the kart. Everybody else has got going again, albeit at the tail of the field, but it was no surprise there. Once the barriers are dislodged and out of position, we have got to go to slowboards. So that is the second time already this weekend that we have got ourselves into that position. There you can see on the left side of your screen. That is Godi Chung walking away from the incident. So that is very good news indeed. The only thing that matters in a situation like that is the driver okay? And the answer on this occasion is he is. So thank goodness Godi Chung able to walk away from the incident. So it means that Armstrong will lead under slowboards with Yamchan, Cao, Zhong, Purser up into P5 now in front of Gao, Zarolo, Eagle Ye and Ian Willock, who's already made up a couple of places in front of Peter Chua and Ho Xin.
好，那么看到现在应该是这个302号的选手钟培恩，来自于中国香港的选手钟培恩，目前刚刚应该是有发生到了一个撞击的一个问题。那么前面现在摇动黄旗之后呢，排在前5位的选手其实是这一个张鹏上升到了第4位，然后另外这个 Luke Pusher 现在上升到了第5位高杰反而掉到了第6位。
Still under slowboards. It's likely to be about 2 or 3 laps or so before we can go racing in total. So that's 2 laps completed. The driver's still weaving from side to side. That's to maintain the temperature in the tyres, just to make sure that the tyres will actually be up to operating temperature when we go racing again. There's nothing worse than trying to fly through turn 1 on cold tyres. We're going to see a replay of the start. So the drivers getting themselves away in the tram lines. We're going to see what happened in the middle of the course, because there was a couple of drivers that actually ran wide. Well, we didn't quite see that in the end, unfortunately, but we should see the aftermath. Here's what happened. Look to the left of your screen. Just too much speed carried. Way too much speed carried by Godi Chung, who ended up going far too quickly through the right-hander, and his kart was just a couple of wheels too far over the line, and then he had a kart just fly over the top of him. I think that was the Element Motorsport kart of Desmond Lau, I think. Failing that, it might well have been Liu Kameng, although he's in the Alpha Racing Team kart, so I don't think that was a Kart Republic. I think it was a CRG that flew over the top. We are coming through now once again. Are we back to green flags? We are. So very quick work by the marshals. Green, 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 green here in Macau as they go through to turn 2. And so far, Armstrong in front of Yamchan, then Cao, Chong, Purser, Gao, Zarolo, Ye, Willock and Peter Chua. And so far, Yamchan is the only man who can really put pressure on the man up front, Luke Armstrong, as they continue to work their way forward. Yamchan, a bit of a mistake there through the hairpin, and that's definitely going to hamper his chances of keeping up with the Australian.
好，绿旗一挥动之后呢，前面2位的选手这个跑得相当快啊！一看绿旗，猛踩油门，2位选手拼命的冲下来，把第3位的这一个曹庆忠，来自于中国台湾的曹庆忠拉开了一定的距离，但是前面2位选手现在的分别的这一个位置也是越拉越远了。现在看一下时间拉到了0.484秒，那么这一个前面的 Luke Armstrong 这个也是跑得相当快，看到的现在3号的曹庆忠力抵着后面4、5、6位的这个选手，哦，这里完成了一个超越的动作。
Luke Purser has really got the hang of Infinity IAME Series Asia these days. That's the amazing slide. I can remember back in the first round of the championship when he was having an absolute nightmare running in the back of the field. He said, don't worry, I'll dig deep, I'll find the speed, and I will improve. And there he is in P3 after an audacious move on the inside in the hairpin to hold off the charge of Zhongpang. And that was absolutely stunning. Not only does he take third position, he takes the lead in the veteran class as well. So Luke Purser having an absolute rout in this one. Very strong start indeed from the Aussie. So Luke Purser going, oh, and off the road and nearly losing it completely goes Zhongpang. That's how easy it is to lose control of the carts in Master X30. All you need to do is just have a couple of inches onto the pickup, the marbles that come off the tyres, and you are sliding around like you're on an ice rink. And that is the worst possible way for Zhongpang to find that out. He's down to 9th.
对，没错，刚刚看到上到草地的是这一个张鹏已经从目前发车的第5位掉到了第9的位置啊，这一个线路的错误，线路的一个失误啊，选择然后车子上到了草地，连掉了好几个车身的位置。
So out in first position, Armstrong from Yamchan, then Luke Purser, Gautier in front of Eagle Yeo, and then it is Charlie Tsao from Ian Willock who's making his way up through the field nicely. 7th position for the Eugene Tony Kart driver. And then 8th place for Harit Zawalo, the Malaysian, in front of Chongpang. Mok Galiong, and then Peter Chua moving his way back forward, the Singaporean on the Element CRG. Hudsin, Wong Meng, Xian Goheng, and then Pan Kam Kwan in front of Sam Ng. And then it is Liu Kameng in front of Desmond Lau and Tamir Ko, who is still circulating, albeit now down at the back end of the field. I wonder if there's an issue there for the CRG, who's just losing straight line speed. That's the 388 of Peter Chua. He did have some issues on that first lap, of course. He was tangled up in that incident one way or the other. So I wonder if there's just a little bit of top-end pace he's missing. That could be a lasting effect of the contact. But the top 3 drivers seem fairly secure at the moment. 4th place for Gautier. I wonder if he's going to be able to check out from Eagle Yeo and Charlie Tsao.
目前上升的比较快位置的一个是这个308号的选手 Luke Purser， 现在来到了第3的位置啊，比他的发车顺序排到了连续超越了4位的这个位置。然后紧接着是301号的叶俊宇，来自于中国台湾的选手叶俊宇，也是来到了现在的这一个排在场上的第5的位置，上升了5个排名啊，相当厉害的2位选手。
So 2 separate incidents in this race, and already there's a lot of badinage. That is Harit Zawalo in danger of losing his position to Zhongpang, who really is wrestling for the position side by side to Carlos Sainz 55 chassis. Round the far side, Harit Zawalo's got to make sure he's got grip on the way through to turn 4. If you are slightly side by side through turn 3, the one on the outside is going to have almost 0 grip to countermand the slide. Charlie Tsao running P6, a little way in front of Ian Willock now. And those little sliding incidents, those little wheel banging moments has definitely opened up the gaps in the top 6 or so. So it looks as though Armstrong's going to be safe in front of Yamchan, Purser, Gao, Eagle Yeo and Charlie Tsao. But it's not a guarantee. We've got the penultimate lap underway now. So 2 laps going around the circuit. And this is a very tricky race as the Master X30 drivers are finding that Macau is not easy on tyres and certainly not easy on courage.
好，那么其实现在的这个 Master 组别也是更加考验选手这一个耐力以及他们的这一个整体平均数字的数字的这样的一个组别。那么现在我们可以看到前面排在第1位的 Luke Armstrong 现在已经把距离时间拉开到了2秒开外。那么在独自一个人在前面独自领跑啊，这一个跑得相当轻松，在前面第1号位置。
I think that was Wong Meng of the Alpha Racing team on the Alonso kart trying to power slide his way into the overtaking move there, Senna style, on the famous DAP in the late 70s. But unfortunately it didn't quite work out on that particular occasion. Into the last lap then goes Luke Armstrong. He's 2 seconds now clear of Widdasek Yamchan. So the top 1 Motorsport Kart Republic team are definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board to figure out where to find that extra pace. Meanwhile, turn 1, it's getting feisty as we knock on the door of a sensational squabble in the last couple of moments of this race, trying to go right round the outside on one of the Paralins. It's getting messy and up in the sideways. Oh, the clatter that just got a little bit too awkward as Peter Chua comes together with Wong Meng. Wong Meng had already had a sideways moment and it was looking a little bit more like Royal Drift than it was Infinity IAME Asia there. But unfortunately, both drivers out of the race on this occasion, and that's going to give the victory up front to Luke Armstrong. The Australian will take the checkered flag ahead of Widdasek Yamchan, and Luke Purser will win veteran in front of Gautier, Eagle Yeo and Charlie Tsao. But it's a fantastic win up front from Luke Armstrong to start the day in Master X30.
相当可惜啊，在最后准备要冲线的最后一圈啊，这个来自于中国澳门的选手王敏 378号选手看来是跟这个另外的388号选手啊，有一个这个来自于新加坡的选手，那么有一个碰撞的一个意外，导致到2位选手没有能够以一个很好的成绩冲线啊。那么前面3位依旧获得的这一个榜首位置的是 Luke Armstrong， 那么他也做出了一个全场的一个最佳单圈49秒023的成绩，然后紧接着的是泰国选手 Wasek， 然后紧接着是 Luke Persh 排在第3，然后高杰排在第4。那么紧接着第5、第6的分别都是2位来自于中国台湾的选手。分别是叶俊宇以及另外一位327号选手327号曹庆忠。那么以上就是我们本次这个 Master 组别的这个比赛。那么也稍等啊，我们待会儿看一下这个 Luke Armstrong 会给我们带来一个怎么样的参赛感受。先让我们看一下我们刚才这一轮赛事的一些精彩镜头的画面。
So far, so good then in Master X30. Luke Armstrong coming through the first heat with the victory. It looked not exactly straightforward out there. That first lap, I tell you, they were really coming to get you.
No, they were, and I mean, they're not just going to let me win, are they? So your first lap's always a bit tricky because everyone's got cold tyres. It's a little bit more dangerous, and then obviously the yellow or the caution procedure as well. You really have to stay on top of your tyres because you get pick up, and then after that, so we managed to sort of snooker them a bit on going a bit early on the restart, and then they just kind of managed the engine because it's so tough on the engine here. So yeah, it's not too bad.
We had a 40% chance of rain this morning and it never came. So is that kind of affecting things, do you think, on the humidity? Is the pressure a little bit more than we were expecting?
I think it's more the engine just doesn't have the same go as it did say in the warm-up when it was like a lot colder. So you just have to sort of accept that and just take what the track will give you.
So if there are problems with engines today up and down the field, we'll know why. It's really punishing the karts out there a bit.
No, it is. The revs are so high for so long here, and the heat also, so you've got to sort of halfway through the race, if there's not much of a battle, just start to choke the engine and let it survive a bit, because you've got to do today and tomorrow as well. So yeah, more management. I think for the seniors it's a bit harder because they've got a bit more racing, but still for us, it's you can't just go flat out the whole time.
1 down, 3 to go. Well done.
Yeah, it doesn't count till tomorrow, does it? Thanks, mate.
Cheers. Yeah, well, Luke Armstrong is absolutely right. It doesn't count until tomorrow. I mean, he knows that better than anybody. Master X30 definitely taking the toll. Check out the tyre degradation as we see there. Look, this is now 5 minutes of qualifying plus 1 race out on the circuit. And don't forget that 2 of those laps, were under caution. So it is really getting pretty heated out there on the circuit. These tyres really starting to wear. The fronts in particular are looking particularly grained as well. It's really starting to kick in. This is a completely different challenge to the IAME Asia Finals in December. 15 degrees Celsius higher air temperature, which means it should be anywhere between 20 and 25 degrees Celsius hotter in terms of tyre temperatures. And here, Luke was telling me earlier, it's a bit like the Indy 500 if you go wide. We saw that big accident in Master X30. If you just get slightly sideways onto that pickup, you're going straight to the wall, and we saw that, of course, in that race for Gertie Chung. Fortunately, he's perfectly okay, and that's Master X30 done for the moment. They'll be back again this afternoon, but now it's time for the Formula One of IAME X30. Seniors will come out onto the circuit, 14 years plus, and these are the drivers who could and maybe should go to Formula One. Let's see what they'll do here in Macau.
好，画面回到来我们的直播间的位置。紧接着，没错啊，我们的英文解说 Jake 也给我们介绍到了。接下来是我们的 Senior 组别，14岁以上的这一个组别，同时也是竞争最激烈的一个组别。但是现在，好，下一节应该还是我们的成人组啊，下一节还是我们的这个对 Senior 组的 B 加 C 组的成人组的一个比赛。那么将会在我们的11点的26分将会开始我们成人组Senior 组的这个 Senior 组是14岁以上，紧接着是125cc X30的这个统规引擎。其实大家也正在做一个非常的紧张的一个准备。其实赛道上呢，现在我们的安全人员，大家也可以通过刚刚画面有看到，安全人员正在对赛道进行一个维护，以及一个赛道的安全的检查，还有赛道上面的一个安全的清理。所以需要稍等几分钟。那么将会在我们的26分会开始我们的比赛。现在镜头给到的是这一个赛事总监的一个画面，赛事总监是我们的 Martin。
Question: How hot is it out there? Well, Martin, being the race director, just said to me, it's getting a bit hot, isn't it? And considering he lives in Dubai, he would know what hot weather is. So this is a very tricky situation. It hasn't rained this morning, and we were kind of expecting it to a little bit with the cloud cover that we had and the condensation that was coming over the hotel window rooms this morning. So it's a tricky one because the pressure is quite high. And the humidity, I mean, Luke Armstrong was joking, it's almost 100% humidity out there, considering how tricky it's going to be for the drivers. Front row of the grid is going to be Nathan Arya, the Indonesian, alongside the reigning Senior X30 champion, Yuka Bo in Kart 200. So he's going to find it very interesting. Then the Italian stallion, the ever-present Andrea Galimberti, the junior champion last year. And don't forget as well, the junior Macau winner last year here in the IAME Asia final. So the man who's already got his ticket for this year's IWF in Viterbo in Italy, so he's definitely going to find an exciting season battling for the Senior X30 title here. Of course, Senior X30 this weekend, one of the big challenges for the drivers is to keep their cool because one man is missing this weekend, and that is the championship leader, Toby Gale of Thailand. Unfortunately, he had an exam yesterday, so he had to miss this weekend because obviously if you don't turn up on the Friday, you miss the driver's briefing, you miss the time qualifying session, so even if he turned up, he wouldn't have been able to take part. So very unfortunate indeed for Toby Gale, but he will feel a little bit more relaxed watching the pictures back home in Pattaya because it's so competitive this weekend that I don't think there's one particular driver who's going to come away with decent maximum points. I think it's going to be a real wrestling match all the way through to the bitter end, and most of the championship contenders are actually getting caught up in the flotsam and jetsam around the circuit. So although he will be a little bit on tenterhooks watching with his brother Austin, who I believe has cycling this weekend. Austin rejoined the fray in round 3 in Thailand, in Bira, just because he missed it. But I think he's back into the world of cycling again. Just a one-off, just a play for the moment. So he's obviously going to be enjoying watching. And of course, as long as the championship contenders are down the order, they'll be happy. Let's go through the grid in full then for this first race of X30 Senior of the day. Qualifying heat for groups B versus C. Nathan Arya and Yuka Bo, along with Andrea Galimberti and Paco Miguel Sarmiento, enjoying a great weekend from the Philippines. Wadapong Yemchan and Christian Astasi, the Australian, along with the fabulous female Vernie Slau from Macau and Zadia Vraikal, the Malaysian, former junior champion. Riley Harrison and Kai Burke, championship contender P10. Then it's the Cobra Kian Shah, alongside Travis Teo, the Malaysian. Then it is Zhang Jinyu along with Chen Boru. Then Dylan Lowe and Enzo Gabriel Taipei, hoping that he's going to have a much better race than he did yesterday. Young Ho Sam and Xi Jintong, that is Jerry Chi, of course. Aiden Forbes alongside Cha Cha Kyong. And then rounding out the field, we have got Miguel Quinones and Yang Chen.
好那么以上是我们的所有的一个选手的排名位置。当然这个 Nathan Arya 也是排在了第1，那么于家宝排在第2。于家宝也是这一个组别当中大热门的一个存在。当然还有这个排在后面的 Paco， 还有这个 Rapong。紧接着，当然还有 Christine Stasi 这一位澳洲选手，在昨天的这个表现也是相当令人亮眼非常精彩的一个表现。所以其实目前排在前6位，甚至乎说前8位的选手都是非常非常有实力的这一个综合的存在。所以其实这个排名的变换呢，我相信也是会非常变换的厉害。
So we've got ourselves an interesting battle up to the starting point. Nathan Arya along with Yuka Po, two men who know exactly how tough it's going to be. I'm still so impressed with Nathan Arya so far this season. The Indonesian getting straight into Senior X30 mid-season because he started in February as a junior, experienced that growth spurt, and then they made a decision. Do we stay in junior or do we cut our losses and go with senior with nothing to lose? And they found he's a pole position worthy driver in the Rehabat JMX Phantom kart. But the reigning champion Yuka Po, who's trying to get himself back up the points order, will certainly want to take some points out of the table lead of Toby Gale, Andrea Galimberti and Paco Miguel Sarmiento. Second row of the grid from Yamchan, Estasi, Lau, Raikal, Harrison, Burke, Shah, Teo, Zhang and Chen. They come off the turn and we're racing as we charge to the first corner. Andrea Galimberti and his teammate Wadapong Yamchan have already made a big impression on this one as they charge past Yuka Po, who's had a terrible start on the outside line. The inside gets the big jump, and that's enough for Vernice Lau to run as high as P4. They come out of the hairpin. She's really going to struggle to hold on to that. There's the Birolard on the inside line as the Cobra Kian Shah comes through to the inside line, and it's a double whammy as top one take the lead and second. Galimberti leads Yamchan. What a start for the top one boys.
哇，这个竞争非常猛烈，现在于家宝掉到了第3的位置，第1位是 Galimberti， 现在已经抢到了第1啊，在2个弯的时间来到了第1的位置，紧着于家宝现在是掉到了第3。来，我们看前面梯队的这一个也是非常猛烈的进攻啊，每一个弯道来这里。 这个进弯的速度也是相当的快啊！由于现在这一个是竞争白热化的 Senior 组别。
Yesterday was tough. Today could be even tougher still, as we are going to find ourselves with a lot of very hungry racing drivers out there. Wadapong Yamchan has never run as high as second position before in a qualifying heat. This is a chance for him to take his first win. He's been at this for quite some time now. He's been one of the consistent drivers in Senior X30. Andrea Galimberti, of course, has been a champion, never mind a heat winner, as he won the junior title last year, and he's not that far away from getting his first Senior X30 win. He and his coach, Andrea Tedisco, know that there's a big opportunity for him to continue his trajectory over the course of this weekend. He is a flamboyant superstar based out of Chengdu, but originally from Karting Central, Desenzano del Garda in Italy. So definitely a strong charge. Yuka Po up the inside in the final turn. That's a fantastic charge back from the man from Hong Kong. And here comes Zadiev Raikal. That is a big charge forward from Raikal. He can't quite make it through on the inside though. And so Cobra Kian is able to hold the position for the time being. And watch out, Zadiev. You've got pressure coming up from Riley Harrison on the LOR Racing Kart Republic. This could be an interesting one as they charge up to him. This could be a big challenge through. And Riley Harrison getting up to speed as well, diving up the inside line then as 212 Kian Shah watches over his shoulder as this battle between Riley Harrison and Zadiev Raikal is getting fever pitch.
好，那么现在前面排在第1、第2名的，同样都是来自于同车队的 Tower Motorsport 的2位选手啊 ，Galimberti 还有第2位的 Rampon。那么紧接着现在看到 Christine Estasi 现在在第3位，哇，这3名选手都上升了好几个名次啊，反而于家宝掉到了第6之后，现在再重新回到了第5的位置啊，不断的还要去往前面去追赶，希望回到了这一个前3的位置当中。
Well, we seem to have a bit of an issue with one of the transponders in the top 5. I'm not entirely sure what's happening there. It's certainly a little bit of a data droppage for whoever is in 4th position. I've got a feeling that's going to be Nathan Arya. So problems there. Well, Nathan Arya is showing up as down in 23rd and last, which is not correct. So there's definitely been a glitch of some kind there. Meanwhile, Zadiev Raikal is now trying to get his way through on the inside of Kian Shah. Lovely job. He passes the Cobra in fantastic fashion. And so Zadiev Raikal climbs another place. That's going to put him up into P6 now, I think. He's already dealt with... he hasn't dealt with Riley Harrison. Harrison's disappeared up front and pulled a bit of a gap. So I wonder if Kian Shah has got issues with his tyres here. The Birolart is just plummeting backwards down the pack. And his next opposition is going to be Zhang Jinyu for the 7 Rings Racing team. Next up after him is going to be the former Senior X30 champion, Travis Teo, as he gets his chance to work his way back up the order. But currently, it's Galimberti from Yamchan and Christian Estasi. The Rush Performance drivers made another fantastic launch forward and got himself up into P3 for the time being. Then I think it's Nathan Arya. We'll double check that, but I'm fairly sure it is Nathan Arya there in 4th position. Then we know for a fact it's Yuka Po in front of Riley Harrison, then Raikal, Shah, Zhang, Teo, Sarmiento, and Kai Burke, 12th position. Not where he wanted to be when he is second to Toby Gale in the championship fight. 27 points back. Good move on the inside from Raikal. Great to see him back in Senior X30 once again. Oh, sorry, no, that's Teo. Travis Teo gets his run there on the inside of Zhang Jinyu.
好，那么现在看到的其实是5、6、7、8、9名的几位选手的这一个梯队当中呢，这个白热化的争夺。但是其实现在第1、第2、第3名，第1位的这个 Garberty 对第2位的选手只有0.256秒的距离，所以其实前面3位选手的这一个距离也是非常的贴近。但是排名目前来看呢，还没有发生太大的变化。刚刚的一个最佳单圈呢，由这个 Lesson Area，也就是本来是发车在第1位的这一位 Lesson，现在做出了最佳的一个成绩。48秒016.
So Andrea Galimberti leading the way from Wheeler Sakamchan and Nathan Aria, and then it is Christian Estasi who's in 4th position in front of Yuka Po, Riley Harrison, Zadia Vrykal and Kian Shah, and then we have Travis Teo trying to extend the gap from Zhang Jinyu. Yuka Po is just at the fastest lap of the race, by the way, 47.7. That's much quicker than they were able to run in the races yesterday evening. So it just shows you how much quicker the karts can go when it's earlier in the day, when the circuit hasn't really heated up to its maximum. We're not quite at the full 31 degrees Celsius air temperature yet. We're not far from it, though. So as they charge their way through, half distance, 6 laps done, 6 to go. Galimberti, Yamchan, Aria, Estasi, Yu, Harrison, Raikal and Kian Shah.
是的，那么由昨天的这个杆位获得者200号于家宝刚刚又再一次刷新了最佳成绩，做到47秒704。但问题是，他现在从这个排位的起步的第2名掉到了目前场上的第6的位置啊，还要拼命的去追赶这一个自己的位置。由于这个前面第1、第2圈呢就被拉开了好几个位置其实后面这个赛程还是追得相当辛苦的，虽然他有这个硬实力。
Well, this is a Kart Republic rout at the moment, isn't it? The top 5 karts, all Kart Republics, I believe, as Galimberti runs in front of Yamchan, then Aria, then Yuka Po, who's managed to make his way past Christian Estasi. You've got to look back to Zadia Vrykal on the power in P5, and up the inside, that's Nathan Aria. He gets his run on putter, so Wadapong Yamchan, or putter as he is known, drops back in a 3rd position. That gives Galimberti a little bit of breathing space as he comes up to the hairpin. There is Andrea Galimberti. He's got a bit of a gap over Nathan Aria, but the confidence has come back for Nathan Aria. The Indonesian now has a chance to go after the Italian, and there comes the Rush Performance kart of Christian Estasi, once again back on the hunt of Yuka Po. This is the beautiful thing about X30. You can make an overtaking move, you try and pull away, but it's not going to happen. Here comes Estasi again to close up on the reigning champion, Yuka Po, on the 200. But he's not quite able to make the overtaking move on this occasion. So Christian Estasi runs in behind Yuka Po once again. Will he make the lunge into turn 4? No, he does not. He's smarter than that. He knows that there's still a bit of time to gain before they can challenge for the Galimberti Aria Yamchan freight train up front.
是的，没错。现在看到前面3位选手形成一个大梯队的情况底下呢，在后面的这个于家宝也在想拼命的进攻包括在大直线上低下头想要减低风阻，可以很明显看到这个追赶的决心。但是他不可忽略的是他后面的228号的 Christian Stasi，你想进攻，我也想超你的车，所以一直盯在于家宝身后去找位置、找机会。哇，这个相当猛烈要前面要进攻，后面要抵挡住攻势。
So Andrea Galimberti is the main top 5 contender in the Infinity IAME Series Asia Championship, who can really benefit from this kind of performance on the inside line. Big dive and a big move as the 2 contenders for Biralat and Parolin in this squabble. Sarmiento and Kai Burke are dueling away for position, and this is not where Kai Burke wanted to be in Macau at all. P12, the man who is 2nd in the championship standings, but that's nothing compared to the misery of Dylan Tan, who has had a miserable weekend so far as well. Hopefully he'll have a better run in qualifying heat A versus D, which is coming up straight after this one. So it's very much been a tough race weekend already in Senior X30. The championship contenders still keeping us on a knife edge as to how difficult things are going to get. Out of the final turn, 2 to go. Galimberti leads Aria, Yamchan, Estasi, Yu, Raikal, Harrison, Shah, Teo, and then Sarmiento and Burke closing up on the former champion Travis Teo. Teo suddenly realises he's there, and here comes Kai Burke on the inside line, and there's Venice Lau getting through. So Kai Burke gets ahead of Paco Miguel Sarmiento, and so does Vernice Lau. Great run from the Macanese lady as she pushes herself forward to the position. Now she's going to go for Kai Burke. Vernice Lau gets to the front of the queue, then runs out wide. Vernice Lau, she got on the pickup by the look of it. She puts her hands off the wheel. I think she feels like she was pushed. So a big issue there for Vernice Lau, and it goes terribly wrong as Burke and Sarmiento scamper away and leaving her in the dust.
对，刚刚是这个来自于中国澳门的选手刘思鸾刘思鸾这个应该是被挤到了这个草地上的位置。那么现在画面重新回到来，给到243号，还是这个 Galimberti 在领先榜首的位置，后面还是275号的 Nathan Aria， 然后紧接着244号的这个 Warapong。 那么我们看到现在于家宝又往后掉到了应该是在第5的位置他应该是被这个 Christine Stasi 已经是超过了这个车身。
Stasi versus you are battling for 4th place, but Nathan Aria's got one final crack at the whip to try and get ahead of Gallin Berety, who positions the Kart Republic in the middle of the road for the top 1 team. Aria trying to get down on the inside line radius. Wanapong Yamchan's going to be to his right-hand side. He's going to swamp in and take 2nd place away. It'll be top 1, 1 and 2 as Andrea Gallin Berety steals the win in fantastic fashion from Wanapong Yamchan and Nathan Aria from Stasi, Yu, Raikal, Harrison, Shah and Travis Teo in the top 10. Sarmiento and Kai Burke outside the top 10 ahead of Vernislao, Zhang and Chen. What a battle and what a rout for the top 1 boys. Andrea Gallin Berety, the Italian stallion, large and in charge.
好，那么这些车手相继冲过终点之后呢，大家也可以看到我们的排名位置在最后一圈呢，244号的这个 Rampong 顺利的超过了这个 Nathan Aria， 那么来到了这个第2的亚军位置。哇，这非常精彩！通常都是在最后一个弯，大家才会去发动进攻哦，拿捏的非常精准这个时机。那么，同时于家宝现在目前排在场上的应该是在第6的一个位置紧接着这个还有泰国选手 Safi， 还有这个这个澳洲的选手 Willie。那么以上呢，这个就是我们本次这个 Senior 组别的第1个 Senior 组别的这个最终的预赛成绩。画面可以看得到，最终大家看到的这个分数、时间。那么也麻烦我们的英文解说 Jake 去跟我们的 Gallin Berety 采访一下，看一下在本轮拿到了这个榜首位置这个整体的参赛感受。那么昨天的这一个预赛是由于家宝获得杆位，那么看一下今天这个 Gallin Berety 拿到杆位之后，他会有怎么样的一个感受？那么现在画面给到，也可以看到车手回到来收车的位置呢，必须要经过这一个称重台。好，我们先看一下刚才这一轮的这个精彩画面回放。
Well, that first Senior X30 race was always going to give us a little bit of a sizzle, and Andrea Gallin Berety always delivers when he needs to. The timing of that race, it can't really be denied. 5th in the championship coming into this weekend, but getting the win there, that really sets you up for a proper go for the podium, doesn't it? It's a good start.
Yeah, it's a really good start. I was really worried because we had the wrong tire pressures. We were way too low. So in the first laps, I wasn't really fast, but I just tried to push and not get overtaken. And at the end, after defending for a lap, we managed to do it.
But you also had some really good help with Pato. It looks like the two of you have got a really nice, decent aerodynamic play going on when you work together.
Yeah, we're good friends. We're in the same team. We're teammates. So it's kind of obvious that he would help me and I would help him. So P1 and P2 is pretty good for the team too.
Lessons learned for the heat this afternoon. How much more confident you feel now that you know what to get started with in the afternoon race?
I think I'm a little more confident for the next races and Super Heat and Final, and we'll see how it goes.
Good start. Keep it up, Andrea. Good job.
Thank you.
Very good start to proceedings then for the Italian stallion. Definitely going well here in Macau thus far. We've got ourselves another great race coming up straight away, and that's going to be for the groups A versus D. And I still think we haven't really found out the whole story in Senior X30. There's definitely going to be some big pressures up at the sharp end of the field. There could be a few surprises in this one. With a lot of the contenders in that race just gone, there could be some surprises. How much progress can Dylan Tan make up? What kind of pressure are we going to see from the front end of the field? Your guess is as good as mine, as ever.
好，那么采访完这个 Gareth， 紧接着我们今天最后上午的最后一轮，上午最后一轮是我们的成人组另外一个组别的这一个最后一轮比赛，那么也是将在几分钟之后即将要开始。那么最后一个组别呢是成人组的这个 A 加 D 组的预赛第二轮，是12圈的比赛，将会在我们的11点49分，那么也就是5分钟之后将会开始这个比赛。现在可以通过画面来看一下我们刚才一些比赛的精彩播放。几分钟之后即将会开始我们今天上午的最后一轮。是的，没错，现在可以听到我们的现场广播，已经在呼叫车手，5分钟之后即将开始我们的这个 Senior 组的另外两组的这个比赛 ，AD 组的预赛第二轮。现在画面也是给到我们待发车区，车手已经在待发车区进行一个排好的一个位置的准备。那么通过现场画面呢，其实对，没错，2分钟、3分钟、1分钟的这个计时牌呢，也在随时准备着这个也就是确实能体现到我们整个澳门赛会、整个澳门小型赛车会的这一个比赛当中的这一个专业度，以及这一个对事情的所有的每一个环节的这一个负责任的认真程度可以通过画面相信观众朋友们也是能够感受到以及体现得到的。那么当然车手们包括他们的后勤团队也是在密锣紧鼓的去给车手包括是安抚情绪也好，或者说是对于这个待会儿将会使用的一个什么样的战略去做出一个很好的指令。那么车手其实也是在调整心情，等待着这一个发车。
Time to put one of the few drivers in the world who has ever won the European and World Series finals in IAME X30 in senior in the same season. Aaron Garcia, reigning IAME Euro Series and IAME Warriors final champion in Senior X30. He goes onto the front row of the starting grid and onto pole position with it as he finds himself alongside the 238 on the front row of the starting grid for the Seven Rings Racing team. It's going to be an interesting one for INF1NITY as he tries to challenge his position. But of course, Aaron Garcia, who's racing here under LOR Racing Top 1. A collaboration between the two outfits under the tutelage of Melvin Mo. Good to see that the China GT superstar who races in collaboration with Wong Yibo when he's in his sports car gear is still working very closely with the top talents in karting as well. The drivers have been talking to me just down in the holding area saying it's even more humid in feel to some of them than it is in Singapore. And if you think that here in Macau it doesn't look particularly hot, you've got to remember that just next door in Hong Kong, I'm getting reports from a friend of mine who is there at the moment that it is raining very heavily in certain parts of Hong Kong right now. Here in Macau, it's not raining at all, and it's essentially we're in the eye of the storm here, so we're not getting any rain, but the surrounding area is getting a lot of rain. And I don't know if you ever saw the Hollywood movie The Day After Tomorrow, but if you remember that movie and the incidents in it, being in the eye of the storm, not exactly the best place to be, and it's certainly very hot, very humid indeed here. And considering these drivers race week in, week out in Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, that tells you quite a lot.
好，那么我们也看到排在待会将会发车，在第1位置的是225号的这个 Aaron Garcia，Aaron Garcia 紧接着后面的是密西朗以及 Aaron Garcia， 其实昨天也是给到大家非常多的一个印象深刻的一个超车的画面，包括他们的一些领跑啊、榜首的位置啊，紧接着还有这个288号的黄希正，来自于我们中国的选手黄希正，然后后面第4位的是255号的杰米后面的是 Kia， 那么265号来自澳洲的选手。好，现在所有选手准备上车准备，相信应该还有最后没错1分钟的时间。
So we've got ourselves a group photo at the end of this race after an extended lunch break, because this will be the halfway point of the Saturday qualifying heats. Then we'll have pretty much exactly the same structure this afternoon. Junior, 2 cadet heats, 1 master heat, and then 2 senior X30 heats. And then we can all disappear and quickly have a nice cold bath, I think, when we get back to the hotel this afternoon, because it is very hot indeed. 31 degrees Celsius with unbelievably high humidity. Just looking at the weather at the moment, it is not predicted to rain at all, either today or tomorrow now, but it feels like 32 degrees. There's a less than 10% chance of rain to hit the area. Maximum gust from the south-southwest, though, of about 25 miles an hour. But it's the humidity that really makes things particularly intense here at the moment. It is super high, and we're certainly going to have an interesting one. 86% humidity is what I'm reading on the Met Office graph at the moment, so that really tells you how intense it is for the drivers out there. That's also going to make things hot in the kart. It's going to make things very intense in terms of tyre wear. And for Aaron Garcia and INF1NITY on the front row of the starting grid, they're in for a very tough 12 laps of the karting Coloane circuit here in Macau. Let's talk you through the grid once again. Aaron Garcia and INF1NITY on the front row of the grid this time, along with Wang Zhizheng and JJ Ambrose. 4th position on the starting grid for him. 5th place is Kian Burt, along with Banu Steenmankong. And then we've got Zheng Shihan alongside Dominic Setyevan, the Komodo Dragon. 9th on the grid, it's Garo the Arrow, Conrad Garo alongside Dylan Tan, Advant Oriel Warren and Henrik D'Souza in 12th position on the starting grid. Then it is Danish Chen alongside the Malaysian Leonardo Mori. Panya Amchan is alongside Melvin Shane, the Thai and the Indonesian. Then it is Amel Michael Udang along with Yuing Jun. And then it is Zhu Tanlong and Li Manhei on the 20th position of the grid. And then it's Zachary Boyce with the YouTuber William Lee. And then Xiao Tuan, after his disqualification from qualifying, means he's got to charge his way through from the back.
好，那么以上也看到了，我们谢谢我们的 Jake 给我们播报出来刚刚的所有选手的这个排位的位置。那么刚刚也相信观众朋友们也听到，我们目前我们的这个当地路环小型赛车场当地的空气温度来到了31摄氏度，那么湿度也是相当高啊，去到80%多，甚至乎接近90%的一个空气湿度，感觉随时要下雨，但是呢太阳呢又一直晒着，又热，湿度又高，同时这个雨云大家可以看到这个乌云也都已经慢慢在往赛车场这一边飘过来，非常复杂的一个天气状况。那么相信对车手也是一个非常大的一个考验。
So let's get this race under starters orders then. The reigning European and World Finals champion Aaron Garcia of Spain alongside the Chinese talent INF1NITY. Then we have Wang Zicheng of the Phantom Kart team alongside JJ Ambrose. Should be a fascinating launch off the starting line as everybody gets themselves geared up and ready. So it is the very talented and incredibly strong Spaniard, 17 years of age, Aaron Garcia. He turns 18 next month. And so he is going to put himself into a very solid position from the outset. Let's see what Aaron Garcia is capable of on this first start of the day for him. 86% humidity in 31 degrees Celsius air temperature. This could be a tricky one as Aaron Garcia leads the field around in double time formation as they come onto the tram lines. Garcia actually pulling a very far way out. He wants to keep them guessing as he comes off the final turn. It's going to be a slow run, but we are racing again here in Macau. We charge our way further forward and Garcia shuts down the door on the inside and the outside to INF1NITY and Wang Zhizheng. JJ Ambrose has got held up and pinched on the way to the first couple of corners and he gets himself down into a position. There's a spinner at the back. It's one of the Birolats that's gone around at the tail end of the field there. That is the 226, I believe, of Li Manhei. So the Morela racing card has gone through and Garcia is back. He's dropped a position, so that's our charge. And we got another driver that's gone into the barriers. Goodness me, it is a scary start to the lap as drivers are going sliding sideways all the way through. I wonder if there's a little bit of rainfall out there because they are sliding around all over the place. And now the contenders are finding themselves with another barrier to repair. I think we're going to go full course yellow here.
哦，对了，这个 Garcia 现在是直接掉到了后面了，看来是发生了一个非常严重的一个失误。那么225号还有204号的选手，包括还有李万熙。那么226号选手也是掉到了后面。现在前面在榜首位置的是密西朗。
Oh, another spin right on the way to the second hairpin. And that is a disaster. That is the 208 that's gone around. That's Henrique Souza, the Macanese driver. We are really starting to struggle. I'm not sure if this is to do with the intensity of the grip or if it's to do with the fact that we may get some moisture on the circuit. Another spinner, another card going off the road. That's Jonathan Yu, I think, going wide. So all sorts of chaos in this one. Karts going off left, right and centre in the first two laps. I wonder if it is actually raining a little bit out there. Certainly, it is definitely getting spicy. Drivers are really struggling to find and maintain the grip. The only man who seems to be on top of it all is INF1NITY. Everybody else is struggling and sliding around like a drunk dad at a wedding on roller skates.
是的，刚刚只有2圈的这个情况啊，各种的意外频发，好几位车手一直有冲上草地，还有 spin 掉头啊，等等的状况都有发生到。那么现在我们看，哇，这2位选手一直打手势啊，往前冲，往前冲。那么我们现在前面看到的是这个223号、238号的密西朗依旧在前。那么目前画面给到的这一个是255号的选手。255号选手这个 James Ambrose 以及他后面的这一位那么Panam 也是想要继续往前面去再进攻一下。
So Ambrose has found his way into third position. I thought it was second place at one point, but in fact it's INF1NITY from Wang Zhizheng. The two Chinese guys have pulled well clear of everybody else. Aaron Garcia is still there in second place apparently, but he's having some issues with his transponder, so it's not quite coming up the way it should be. Meanwhile, we've got the 234 of Dylan Tan having worked his way back into the top 10. Panya Yamchan is dealing with the slippery conditions very well. That's Conrad Garrow going wheel to wheel with Danish Chen. The two of them were obviously rivals in junior last year. They've both stepped up into Senior X30 this season. So it's been a fascinating first couple of laps of this race, and still drivers are trying to find the gap. I am going to have to ask some serious questions as to what happened at the start of this race in those first 2 or 3 laps, because there were karts all over the shop. It was Melvin Shane that went off the road initially. Shamot Swan did not start the race, interestingly enough, so I'm not entirely sure what happened to him, because I saw him get ready to start earlier on. Certainly in the warm-up he was there, so I don't quite know what's happened to Shamot Swan, but it's INF1NITY from Aaron Garcia. Then it is Wang Zhizheng, and then in fourth position, this is the battle we're looking at right now. It's JJ Ambrose. No, sorry, this is even further back from that. Ambrose is fourth, Shnimun Kong, then Dylan Tan, then Panya Yamchan. We're looking at the battle behind, but this is between the 291 of Advanorial Warren, Conrad Garrow, Yuming Jun, and Leonardo Mori. Still having a squabble and a half out there. All sorts of pressure down on the inside. Is that going to be 3 into 1? I think it might be. And both off the road. Oh, that's gone terribly wrong for the 291 of Advanorial Warren. Warren will be miserable about that one, as he is the one that gets squeezed out sideways. One of the craziest and most bizarre Senior X30 qualifying heats we've seen all season.
是的，大家看到刚才上了草地的这一位是291号的Warren。 那么291号的这个 Area Warren 现在是掉到了后面，但其实这个 Aaron Garcia 这个225号选手啊，他的排名为什么一直在变呢？其实是他的这个计时器应该是有一定的这个信号传输故障，所以其实他现在目前应该是处在场上的第2或者第3的位置啊。正常他应该是在密西朗的后面才对，他应该排在场上的第2。
Already a race with a lot of mystery surrounding it at the moment. As up to the inside line, that's another bold and brave move from one of the Tony karts, pitching a little bit too sideways, and a couple of the karts getting a response to it. That's a big slam from Zheng Shihan to try and get himself back into the position. And Dominic Setivan, very angry indeed. What are you playing at? Why are you nudging my bumper as I come through one of the toughest drops down the descent out of Sector 1 into Sector 2, and the Komodo Dragon doesn't like being shoved around, so he manages to get himself squirreled back into position again. And out in front, it is another charge. Oh, it looks as though Garcia's got in front of INF1NITY now to take the lead. So Aaron Garcia and INF1NITY having a great battle up in the front end of the field. We really need to look at what's going on in front as they change positions. So Garcia is in front. He's managed to get ahead of INF1NITY on the last lap. So Aaron Garcia going through. We're so busy looking in the middle of the pack. Look at the damage that these guys are taking from these incidents. But Aaron Garcia is actually the man who leads the way. He's got an issue with his transponder. It's not quite correlating with what we are getting on our live timing screen, but it is him who's leading. Big slide on the inside line. That's Kian Burt trying to get his way into the top 5 on the inside of Danish Chen. Has he made that work? Well, a bit of a run wide as a result. That's the 290 Leonardo Mori getting hung out to dry on the far side. He's got problems with his transponder as well. Meanwhile, we are watching the battle up front as INF1NITY is still squabbling away with Aaron Garcia. Here comes the move from Dylan Tan as he dives up on the inside of Jamie Ambrose, and he gets the move to move up into 4th position. So that's a great charge forward from the man who really needed to bounce back this time. But it is Aaron Garcia who leads INF1NITY, Wang Zhizheng, Dylan Tan, JJ Ambrose and Kian Burt. So still they battle away in position. Tough run as they go down the end of the first sector. Good run as they come up the crest once again, through the right, through the left, and there are the leaders. We just saw a little glimpse of them. Garcia trying to get away from INF1NITY. Wang Zhizheng still having a good run of it. Tan, Ambrose, Burt, Chen, Steeman Kong, Yam Chan, and I think that is Alex Yu, the 286, that runs in position. They come across the line once again, and still this battle for 4th position is raging between Tan, Ambrose and Burt.
好，本来是由这一个黄希正做出的最佳成绩，一再被刷新。先是被这个密西朗刷了一遍，现在又到了这个 Karen Garrow， 又做出了47秒880的这样的一个分数。那么紧接着后面的这一个 Aaron Garcia 应该是Garcia 应该是还在第2的位置啊，但是他的计时器的这一个信号传输问题啊，导致他在这个排名位置上的这个不断跳动。
So Garcia still the leader from INF1NITY and Wang Zhizheng. It's looking like an interesting one as they continue to hustle around the circuit in fine style. There is Kian Burt, who's really made a massive impact on his first appearance in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia paddock. But he has got Danish Chen on his 6th as they come out of the final hairpin. 3 laps to go, and Danish Chen really wants to make an impact on this one. He's had a tough transition into Senior X30. Now he's going to get side by side with the Australian, who's already making a big impression on the Senior X30 field in his first weekend in the paddock here in the Lenzo kart from JDP Group. He runs through flat out through that right-hander. There's only really one racing line through there. Anything other than close to the curbs is going to get you spat out to the pickup on the far side. We've seen that a couple of times already over the course of the day. But certainly for Aaron Garcia in front of INF1NITY and Wang Zhizheng, it's good work so far. Dylan Tan from Kian Burt, Danish Chen, Baruch Steeman-Kong, JJ Ambrose down to 8th now in front of Banya Yamchan and Conrad Garrow. There is Yamchan battling away with Leonardo Mori. So I think Garrow's got ahead. Either that or Garrow's lost a lot of ground. We go across the line once again. 2 laps to go. And it looks to me as though actually Ambrose is ahead of Yamchan and Garrow's dropped back a little bit. So Garrow finding himself down the order. There is the 290 diving on the inside of Yamchan. Thank you, says Leonardo Mori. I'll take that one on. And he manages to pick up the pieces as Garrow gets squeezed. That was a little bit forceful, I have to say, as Garrow loses a bit of ground there to Yuming Chun on the Zhuhai Jintan car. And I wonder if that could get investigated later.
好，那么刚刚看到的是俞敏俊跟这个Karen Garrow 发生的一个小小的位置的争夺，然后把对手挤到了这个草地上的位置。现在其实场上的这个应该是 Garcia 在前啊，在第1位的位置，然后密西朗，然后黄希正。那么 现在是场上前面3名选手的这个排名情况，现在来到了最后一圈，马上要准备要冲线完成了他们这一轮，也是今天上午的这一个赛程的最后一个回合的比赛。那么其实这一轮在前面1、2圈的情况当中，已经发生了非常多的这个意外的状况。那么竞争白热化的一个小组的竞争，那么现在可以看到234号选手的一个镜头。
So now we're going to see if this all finishes off in fine style for the Spaniard. It's been absolute plain sailing yesterday. Looks good for the man who is the reigning European and IAME Warriors final champion. Not the world champion. There is no official world championship for X30, sadly. But everyone knows the IWF is that prize. Out of the final turn there will come Aaron Garcia. The checkered flag will fly for him as he comes through to take the victory. Aaron Garcia gets the job done. A magnificent run from the Spaniard. He completely crushes the opposition. It is Wang Zhizheng who has come through for second place in front of INF1NITY, then Dylan Tan, Danish Chan, Kian Burt, Jamie Ambrose, Banush Steamenkong, Banya Yamchan and Wuming Chun.
好，那么以上就是我们前面10位选手的这一个排位的情况。没错Aaron Garcia 拿到了225号，拿到了本次的这一个杆位，紧接着是黄熙正，然后李希郎。那么以上3位选手，恭喜他们获得一个相当好的成绩。那么也谢谢我们的 Jake 即将会对我们的这个 Aaron Garcia 进行一个赛后的采访。那么以上是我们今天上午所有赛程的这一个完成情况。那么在今天下午呢，还会有我们的更加精彩的比赛即将会发生。那么下午的比赛呢，将会在我们的2点05分即将开始我们的 Junior 组的这一个青少年组的预赛第2轮。那么今天中午上午的比赛呢也就完全结束了。稍等，我们看一下我们的这个场上的排名情况，以及待会还会有我们的刚才一些精彩镜头。当然少不了我们的英文解说，英文主持人 Jake 对我们的这个 Aaron Garcia 做一个赛后的采访。那么精彩还在继续，观众朋友们不要走开。
So certainly one of the tougher Senior X30 races that we've seen here in Macau for quite a long time. The qualifying heat, though, the result didn't change up at the front. Aaron Garcia making it 2 from 2. Aaron, first of all, it looked a lot tougher in that one than it did yesterday. Everyone was sliding around, including you. What was going on out there?
Well, yeah, on the second corner we missed the first place. He go in, so I just tried to let him pass. I take some of that, I try sliding everywhere. So yeah, the first 4 laps was like sliding everywhere. I don't know why. It looks like there was a lot of dirty, and then the track was coming.
So there was no rain or anything?
No, there was no rain. Just some place of the track was like really dirty. So yeah, the end of the race was as fast as before. So yeah, strange.
86% humidity today. Are you feeling it when you're out there?
Well, yeah. When I'm out there, I don't feel it at all. But when I finish, it's really hot. So yeah, it's hard to be here now.
And the tyre degradation today, I'm guessing it's even worse than it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's even worse. I also have, I think, one problem with the tyres. So yeah, we need to manage it all. So we need to wait for the final for the news.
Okay, well, great job so far. 2 out of 2. Let's see if you can make it a hat-trick. Go get them.
Yeah, thank you.
A great start from Aaron Garcia. It was a very, very strange race, I have to say. Not really clear exactly what was going on there in those first couple of laps. I'd be interested to get a few more drivers' views on it, because it wasn't really very clear exactly what was going on for a portion of that race, and it will kind of give us a little bit of an indication as to what's going to be going on later this afternoon. If we come just a little bit out of the way so that we can allow these guys to come through. Let's have a bit of a chat with Conrad Garrow, who was right in the middle of all of that. Conrad, a really strange race, that one. Certainly the first 2 or 3 laps, it was like it was raining out there, but there wasn't even a drop. What was going on?
Yeah, I think I especially really struggled the first couple of laps, not really sure what was going on. I think a couple of corners had some gravel on the track, but the rest I don't really have an explanation for. I think even throughout like lap 6, 7, we struggled a little bit, but then our pace came good towards the end.
Yeah, the first 4 laps we were counting at least a dozen karts that were either going off wide, going into the marbles, or actually off the track completely. It must have been very difficult to keep it on the straight and narrow out there.
Yeah, it was quite difficult. I went wide myself on 1 lap, and I think just trying to focus on keeping the kart going the right direction and finishing the race is the most important thing.
Well, it's almost 90% humidity out there. You guys are clearly feeling it. How much of a punishment is it taking on the tyres?
Yeah, I think the tyres will be struggling, especially we've got more heats this weekend. We've still got 2 more races to go before we get a fresh set for the final. So I think tyres will come into play.
Well, hopefully it's going to be a successful one for you this afternoon as well. Good job, Conrad.
Thank you.
I can't even speak. That's the problem we're having at the moment. I'm sorry about that, Conrad. So, as you can see, I mean, let's get a little bit of an insight. Let's come and have a look at some of the tyres. Check out the fronts. Check out the fronts on Huang Zhijiang. That's the man who came through in 3rd position. We're going to see a massive problem for some of these karts. Check it out again. We've seen a couple of drivers actually run off the road, a little bit of gravel, a couple of stones going off. One of the crazier races. Here we go. 2:04. Not the easiest of races for Shane. Just check that out. That's after 2 races, 5 minutes of qualifying, and a run off the road. That's Aidan Forbes' car. Hey, actually, let's have a quick word with Aidan. It was a very tricky race out there for everybody, not just for you. I mean, those first 4 laps, I've never seen so many drivers sliding around when there's no rain or no oil.
Yeah, I mean, it felt a lot like there was a lot of rain. I mean, there obviously wasn't, but it was slipping like there was rain. I mean, I came around that turn 4, and then there was like 4 or 5 people off the track. And when I was watching that second heat of the seniors, there were lots of people going off that turn. I don't know, it wasn't like, it was very slippery there. I don't know why, yeah.
I'm guessing you guys are really struggling on tyre degradation as well. It's almost 90% humidity, so it's one of the toughest races you guys have ever had to face.
Yeah, it's very difficult for me dealing with the heat, I think, over time.
I mean, you could have been dealing with a heavy rain shower over in Hong Kong right now. Would you prefer that right now?
I think I would. I think me, Alfie, and Akil much prefer the rain because we like it cooler, and we like the rain more because lots of people struggle in the rain, and I think that's where we kind of go out front, yeah.
Well, the wind's just started picking up, so I'm hoping it's going to get cooler for this afternoon, Aidan. Good luck for it.
Thank you.
Very tricky seeing how tough it is in Senior X30 at the moment. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. But if you look at the weather pattern, over here, right up at the top of us, it's pretty much blue sky. But then if you look over there, we've got massive cloud cover, and that is pretty much raining over that part of the circuit. So there's massive rainfall about 4 or 5 kilometers away from us. And then over this point, we're just kind of in the eye of the storm. So there is about a 20 to 25 mile an hour wind that's kind of around this way. I'm feeling more like a weatherman than I am a commentator. But because of that weather pattern that's close, it's kind of giving us a little bit of compressed pressure. And as a result of that, the humidity is so high, like about 85, 86%. So it's definitely going to be a very tough afternoon. Stick around. We're going to have a bit of a pause now, lunch break. We're also going to have photograph with all the drivers on the circuit, like we always like to have here in Macau. Then we'll get the afternoon session out of the way. A second and final heat for the juniors, 3rd heats for the cadets in 2 pairs, and then we've got ourselves another great race from the Master X30, their second of the weekend, and then we'll have seniors for the 3rd and final time for a pair of races. And given the way things have gone this morning, I couldn't tell you what's going to happen. That's what we love about X30. Exciting, brilliant, and unpredictable. See you in a bit.
drivers, please stand by one side. We will take the group photo very soon. Okay. Please stand one side. Okay. Now we are waiting for our guest. If our guest is coming, can you clap your hand to welcome him? Can? Okay. Just a minute. We are waiting.
没有国旗环节吗
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, all drivers. When I say welcome, and then you know what you need to do? Just clap your hands to them. Okay? Okay. I will try. No, not now. Okay. I will try. When I say welcome, and then what will you do? Yeah. Okay. Now we are waiting. Few minutes. Very soon. Just a little bit. Who won't be the special guest for you? Nobody? Not me? No. Just take photo. Just you and me? No? Okay. Race director is involved you. Okay. We are still waiting some special guests. Okay. Just be patient. Okay, every driver, are you ready? Okay. Just a minute. Okay, please stand. No. Just come. Okay, do you remember what I told you? Okay. Ready, driver. Driver, welcome to our guest. Okay, now we will take the group photo with our guests, and then afterwards we will have your session. Okay. Every guys, do you see our photographer on the bridge? Say hi to him. Okay, look on the bridge. Our photographer is on it. Okay. Everybody get ready. I will say 1, 2, 3. Look on the bridge. Okay. A photographer, okay? One more. Okay. Drivers, look on the bridge. We have one more photo. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Look on the bridge.
Give some noise!
Thumbs up! Yeah! Thumbs up! Okay, thank you everybody. Okay, our group photo session is complete. Thank you for our guests and all competitors. Okay, at the same time, also can go back to the okay.
Photographer, beautiful one.
Drivers, please be careful your race, okay?
Don't touch. It is box off. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
You know?
This one is favorite one.
Yeah. And then he took my beer and like slowed down. I was like freaking like.
Good job. Good.
And after that,
I took ball. Yeah?
Yeah.
You did good. I wonder if I can fit in there.
You cannot fit in that.
How dare you? Can I try? Oh, forget it. It's okay. Forget it. No, that's all right. Put it on. Got to get it on. One of these days I'll try. A second session at the races here at the Coloane karting circuit in Macau. X30 seniors were fantastic at the conclusion as we got to see victories on the dais from Andrea Galimberti and Aaron Garcia. They're going to have an interesting afternoon when we get to the bottom of the 9th, as it were, on the Saturday of racing here in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. Jake Sanson for English commentary, Alex Koo for the Chinese language, and we're going to start all over again with the second and final heat for Junior X30.
是的，观众朋友们，大家下午好，欢迎回到来我们2026澳门国际格兰披治小型赛车大赛，同时也是我们的 INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2026的这一个比赛。那么现在是我们的亚洲赛第4回合，中国赛的第1回合。回到来我们下午呢将会开始的是我们Junior 组青少年组的预赛第2轮。那么同样也是10圈的比赛，现在可以看到我们的赛道图。
It's hilarious. I'm kind of looking at the weather forecast for this afternoon. 30.3 degrees Celsius with a humidity of 90.6% now over the circuit. It's the highest it's been all year. It's funny, I've got spies in Bira in Thailand. It's raining there at the moment, apparently. I've also got spies in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. They're telling me it's raining there as well. I cannot believe in the other locations we've raced in so far this year, it's raining. Here it isn't, but we've got cloud cover over the circuit like it's going to. 90% humidity and a very unpredictable afternoon in the offing. It's a very tricky day of racing. Tyre degradation is higher than it's ever been in the 2026 INFINITY IAME Series Asia paddock season. And at the halfway point here this afternoon, we've got unpredictability everywhere because we genuinely didn't know why we were getting Senior X30 drivers sliding around all over the place. There was no rainfall, no oil on the circuit. The track wasn't particularly dirty on the crest of it. There was a couple more flecks of pickup on the off-camber of racing line. So it was a little bit dirtier than normal, but nothing particularly untoward. I think it's just a combination of the high tyre degradation, the heat, and the humidity getting to the drivers. It's going to be very tricky this afternoon. The tyres already look like they've done about 3 weeks, never mind 3 days. So it's looking pretty tricky as we get ourselves ready for the second of the heats in Junior X30. Jake Stecki's ready to go. He's keeping an eye on us on the live stream as he gives us a thumbs up. I think he should be paying more attention to what's going on in front of him, to be honest. But he seems to be pretty chilled and pretty relaxed about how things are going to go. And the youngster from Henley Brook in Western Australia looking very comfortable. Returning to the paddock, of course, having only just become a junior at the tail end of last year. Now he's ready for the off as he joins his battler on the front row of the grid. That is Ma Ming-Chan, who actually does get away this time. He had a problem, of course, last time getting himself up to speed. Now he actually does get out onto the circuit. So let's talk you through the grid in full for the second of the qualifying heats. We've got Ma Ming-Chan on pole position along with Jake Stecki, the Australian. Those two are going to be working each other to a crescendo as per usual on the front end of the starting grid. Apparently there's an issue with our timing screen. We'll try and get that sorted as soon as humanly possible. But this time at least we know that the pole sitter Ma Ming-Chan is actually going to get his chance to start because he's left the pits, he's there at the front of the grid. So let's see what's going to happen now that he takes the front of the pack.
是的，没错。那么大家现在看到的是我们的 Junior 青少年组12到14岁的一个比赛。那么他们使用的是统一 X30 125cc 的这一个统一发动机。那么其实这一群选手啊是最有机会冲到这一个 F4、F3 甚至乎 F2、F1 的这一个组别当中的非常有机会、有潜力的一群青少年组选手。那么他通过完成了我们的亚洲站的取得年度的这一个冠军积分之后呢，将会通往到世界赛，被世界的这一个车队所看到，所以这也是一个事关重要的一个组别，同时这一个组别的竞争也是相当的白热化。那么现在大家可以看到，大家现在车手们已经是开始进行他们的 warm up， 那么暖台前之后呢，将会排列好他们的发车顺序。那么现在我们看到我们这个赛事的计时器呢，计时系统可能要稍等一下运作，待会将会出到这一个车手的名单给到大家来观看。那么当然也可以看到有我们的199号的马明谦，同时还有133号的这一个Jake Stecki， 那么他们两个将会在第1排进行发车。
So let's see how things are going to progress in this next Junior X30 heat. They only get 2 qualifying heats, as do Master X30, while the cadets and the seniors get 3. That's because there are more drivers competing over the course of the weekend, so they've had to be split up into groups. So it definitely makes it a little bit more tricky and a little bit more tense for the drivers up at the sharp end. So we are definitely in for a little bit more of an exciting battle and a bit of badinage out on the circuit. So we're going to have to see how things progress as we get ourselves up to starters orders once again. Ma Ming-Chan on the front row of the grid alongside Jake Kostecki. Then, of course, we've got the 129 in the mix there. That is Mason Kwong, the championship leader in Junior X30, along with his title combatant, Knox Black. They come off the final turn. They're in the tram lines. The lights are out. We're racing again here in Macau, and Ma Ming-Chan gets into the lead on the inside line. No problems at all for him to take... Oh! Contact!
Wow.
It's a big conflagration. Karts all over the place. At least 8 or 9 karts involved on the way through the first corner. Looks like Carsten Choi is in the wall, so that is a big disaster. He is fighting for the championship, don't forget. So the HP karting driver, the 155, Carsten Choi, is in the wall. What a disaster.
好，那么刚刚我们看到1号弯起步之后呢，发生了一个多车的一个比较混乱的一个情况，但是没有发生这个翻车事故。现在看到这是155号选手，来自中国香港的庄嘉熙。
Oh, you got to feel for Carsten Choi. He gets out of the kart and he is absolutely livid. But the good news is that he's okay. That's the only thing that really counts. As the drivers continue on their way through, the 127 for Ranshin Racing, trying to make his progress through. That's Nico Hu, or Hu Zehan if you are Chinese. And the drivers battling away as they come across the end of the first lap. We've got yellow flags at the first corner, but it's not full course yellow, just yellow flags isolated. Then it goes green on the end of it. There's another kart that's stopped out on the circuit. It's one of the Birrellarts. Was trying to make out the number, unfortunately, because our live timing screen has gone down. So hopefully that is going to repair itself pretty quickly. But an issue, unfortunately, with our live timing monitors. If you're trying to refresh live timing as well, don't worry, it's not just you. There are problems. We're going to try and get it reset as soon as humanly possible. But it's certainly a dramatic one as far as the Junior X30 title race is concerned. Carsten Choi, the man who did such a good job at the start of the season to put some decent points on the board, he's out in the second heat.
对，那么现在我们看到画面的是133号选手，133号选手的是来自于这个澳洲的 Jake Kostecki， 那么他现在是一路领跑，但是我们现在的整个积分系统呢还没有能够显示出来给观众看，那我们希望尽快可以把这个信息公布到给观众可以看得到。那么当然也希望这个赛事的这一个计时系统现在是有效，并在记录着他们的这一个时间以及分数的，以及他们整个排名的情况。
So we've got Ma Ming-Chan leading the race. Up to second position has come Jake Kostecki, but that's a big slide up the inside for third position. And that is one of the Muhua Motorsports drivers that has worked his way to come through to position. Trying to make out which driver that is. It's the 120, I think it is, that has come through now up into third place. That's Li Jiaheng on the Praga, the man from Qingchuan, the 13-year-old. So a very good work indeed from him. And he's going to lose out immediately as Mason Kwong dives up on the inside line. So Mason Kwong has been able to take the place away. And he's also got threat from Domenico Wu in the Ranshin Racing machine with GPKS. So very good race battle between these 3 drivers. The third driver in the line there is the 177. That's the Birrellart belonging to Isaac Yoon, the Korean for RL Karting. And now at the tail of that train is the 120 of Li Jiaheng. So he was right up at the sharp end of that, but he's now fallen to the tail of that little run down. Up on the inside, that's going to be close. Is Mason Kwong going to hold on to the kart? He does, but he's lost about 4 places. It's absolutely kicking off here as the drivers are starting to squirt around for any inside line advantage they can find. Yoon is chopping it away with Li Jiaheng, and everyone's trying to find the gap they can make as big as possible.
是的，现在看到的应该来说是我们的199号的马明谦一路领先，然后133号的这一个Jake Kostecki紧随其后在第2位，但是3、4、5、6、7、8位的这一群选手，这个大乱斗在每一个弯道都有这一个超车的情况正在进行。那么其实每一位的攻势都相当猛烈啊。
It certainly looks good for Ma Ming-Chan out in front. Looks like China are going to get their first win of the day here. That's how competitive it's been over the course of the weekend. We got Isaac Yoon really gesticulating to the man in front of him, Domenico Wu. Come on, get on with it. Let's try and catch up to the rest of the field here. They're in tow from the man on the 120, Li Jiaheng. Li Jiaheng's going to dive on the inside of Yoon, as meanwhile we've got some high pressure in the background. That's the 101 sliding sideways. He was running as high as third place at one stage. That is Noah Zampronio, the new driver from Birrellart Asia. But it is so competitive. There is Zampronio. He's trying to get away from the 166. That's Chris Dung, or Dung Jitiang. all sorts of drivers battling away for the position now as Jake Kostecki settles himself in second place and has pulled clear of the rest of the competitors. It is not easy to judge how things are going to continue here for this one because the drivers are really starting to struggle in this 90% humidity on a 31 degrees Celsius racetrack. This is a very tall order for the drivers.
现在我们有看到有好几位选手，包括这个李嘉恒，还有这个另外的几位选手啊，包括 Manson 矿，其实都在争夺着上面这几个5、6、7、8的这一些位置，正在进行激烈的一个争夺。当然，前面领跑的这个199号的马明谦一马当先啊，紧接着133号的这个133号的是 Jake Kostecki 啊，在第2位也是稳守位置，那么拉开了一定的距离。
So Marmin Chan still doing a great job out in front and leading the way, so far in front that we can't actually spot him. Jake Kostecki is still there in second place, but Marmin Chan has built such an advantage up front through all of the first lap battling that the 199, the CFS of Marmin Chan, has stretched well clear of everybody else, and he's looking good for the victory, the Chinese talent. Jake Kostecki on the run for third place, and it's looking pretty heated at the moment. I'm not entirely sure if anyone's going to have an opportunity to hold a candle. This is a great little tussle. We've got Chris Dung in the CYS racing machine, and he's dueling away currently with the 101 of Noah Zampronio, who is making quite an impact in his first race event. But Domenico Wu, the Japanese registered driver for GPKS and Ranching, he's having a pretty exciting run of it too as well. Still issues with our timing monitors. We'll try and get that sorted as soon as humanly possible, hopefully in time for the cadet race if nothing else. But this is a great drive from Zampronio. He is right up there in the mix. He's not being pushed around. He's not being treated like a pinball. He's getting his elbows out and he's giving himself the best possible chance of seeing this top 5 finish. He has got a little bit of pressure still from Chris Dung, but with the 3 drivers in front of him set for another bit of badinage, he may get a chance to move forward because Li Jiaheng has closed up on Domenico Wu, and Domenico Wu is putting pressure on Jake Kostecki, but no one can mix words with Marmin Chan right at the moment.
是的，现在我们看到的是101号的选手 Sambagano， 然后紧接着他后面是166号的这一个邓志天一路对他发生进攻。好，然后我们现在马上对我们的计时系统已经显示出来。好，现在排在榜首的依旧是199号的马明谦，紧接着是133号的 Jake Kostecki 在第2位。
Well, thank goodness our timing screen has now come back. So Marmin Chan leads the way by, get this, 4.8 seconds. That's how crazy the first couple of laps were in Senior X30. Then we've got Wu Jincheng, who is desperately trying to mix it up with Jake Kostecki. Kostecki's defending the inside line like crazy, but Domenico Wu is going to get alongside him. Jake Kostecki still holding the line to the inside. He knows that second is the best he's going to get, but Domenico Wu wants to battle with him. It's very defensive tactics from Jake Kostecki to hold the place now. So Jake Kostecki dives across the line in the DRM Paralin to make sure that the inside radius is not taken over. But watch out because we've got Li Jiaheng in the Muhua Motorsport car. He wants to move up into the top 3 as well. And as we go through into the last lap, Marmin Chan is dominating, but Kostecki is desperate to hold on to second.
是的，没错。现在这个 Jake Kostecki 在第2位的时候呢，后面的吴景成啊，一路对他发生进攻，哇！但是在吴景成还没能超越这个 Kostecki 的时候，后面紧接着来的李嘉恒一路也是紧盯着这个吴景成。哇哦，这个位置吴景成紧守，但是进攻这个 Kostecki 也是非常有难度的。Kostecki 在前车的线路保持得非常好，除了要跑好自己的节奏之外，还要做好一个非常恰当的一个防守。
Li Jiaheng banging wheels with Domenico Wu as they duelled over third position out of the hairpin. Now they're going to come up the crest, and Jake Kostecki desperate to protect that inside line. They've lost a lot of time to the 3 men behind, but they're not going to lose the positions. Out in front though, Marmin Chan, he's going to seal the victory. The Chinese talent crosses the line. 10 laps completed, and he is our victor. Jake Kostecki in second place. Third for Domenico Wu, and then it is Li Jiaheng from Noah Zampronio. Great impact made, but it is going to be Marmin Chan, the 199, who seals the deal and takes the victory in that one. An amazing run from Marmin Chan, getting the victory by, get this, 7 seconds. I cannot remember the last time a Junior X30 race was won by such a big margin without rain stopping the play. So that is amazing from Marmin Chan, and the 199 will take the victory. Alex Gu is going to head downstairs and have a word with our race winner in Chinese, Marmin Chan. Jake Kostecki second, from Domenico Wu in third, and then it is Li Jiaheng, Noah Zampronio, Chris Dung, and then it is Nico Hu, who is in 127 next up. Gu Hotian, P8. Zhu Jizhe is P9, and Knox Black has to settle for 10th position. What a crazy race. The two drivers that were out on the first lap, by the way, Karsten Chong and Park Do-yul was the other one. Incredibly, the other two drivers that got involved in that first corner incident, all the drivers that got involved were Isaac Yoon. Mason Kwong was one of them as well. So Mason Kwong dropping out of the race. Sujana Dandu, Sanjana Dandu, so both twin sisters out. Kevin Simovinic on, Karsten Chong and Park Do-yul. A crazy race with some big names retiring, all at the sharp end of the field. Yoon, Kwong, the Dandu sisters, Simovinic on, Karsten Chong and Park Do-yul, all big names and all retiring. Who would have thought that? So Ma Min-chan taking the win from Kostecki, then Dominico Wu, Li Jiaheng, Noah Zambronio, Chris Dung, then it is Nico Hu in front of Gu Hotian, Zhu Jizhe and Knox Black. Akil Rong to P11 from Santok Singh, Siddharth Ketsuwan, Hobart Yao, Sahil Singh, Xavier Santoso, Chevy Thompson, Jax Fuller, Jolly Rowland, and then it is Jackson Su in front of Liang Yunao and Aditya Pratap. So here are the highlights. So we're going to see that first corner incident again, which took out a vast chunk of the field. There is the initial spin, and it comes from the Biralat of Park Do-yul. Mason Kwong got tapped into a spin. Both the Dandu sisters had nowhere to go. They picked up big damage with their carts. You can see Mason Kwong limping and dropping backwards down the field. So I think he carried on for an additional lap, but he did not finish the race. So big problems then for Mason Kwong. His race would end very soon after this. You can see the drivers battling away, but he would soon drop out. Well, there is Mason Kwong in front. There's the moment. He drops back, and it would just go from bad to worse for Mason Kwong. So the championship leader retiring from this race, and that is devastating for his aspirations to win the Junior X30 title. So it's going to be a very interesting situation heading to tomorrow. The Junior X30 races are done for the day. They only get 2 qualifying heats before tomorrow's super heat, but it definitely throws caution to the winds. Can anybody catch up with Ma Min-chan? He, of course, is going to start midfield because he didn't start the race earlier. So it'll be a fascinating super heat tomorrow. Alex Koo is down in pit lane, and he will catch our winner.
我们进行的这一个青少年组获得了这一个第1名的马明谦选手，现在就在我们旁边。你以一个巨大的领先优势去完成了刚才这一轮的这一个预赛。那么对于刚才的表现，你有什么想要表达？
我因为在预赛1的时候引擎遇到一些启动的故障，所以的话我这个预赛2跑得到第1，可以让我在就后面超级预赛的时候的发车排名不会掉到太后面，然后的话也能对后面人建立一些心理优势嘛。
在现在来说，你应该在后面的超级预赛应该还是排在第1位，对吧？
不是的，因为我刚刚因为引擎故障，现在刚刚那节只有第9，所以的话第9和第1。所以的话，等会儿还要看赛会他们的那个发车位。
明白，但是刚刚你以一个7秒多的优势领先第2位了。
我就觉得，假如说到后面，我就觉得我也有信心可以到。
可以信心继续去争夺。其实你跑这个职业赛也就短短2、3年时间，但是这个成绩做得非常好的一个成绩。
算是吧，谢谢。
好，那么接下来我们继续加油，好不好？好，加油！好，那么观众朋友，我们现在看到的就是我们青少年组，待会儿还会有我们更加精彩的比赛。那么现在我们把我们的镜头交回给到我们的赛事现场。
Shushu, Alex Koo, as we conclude the Junior X30 running for today. Ma Min-chan picking up the pieces where Jake Kostecki left off earlier this morning, so they've both now got a win apiece. By my math, I think Jake Kostecki is going to be on pole position for the super heat tomorrow after his win and a 2nd place, whereas, of course, Ma Min-chan had a win and a 9th place finish, unless, of course, there were penalties to take into account. So I think Ma Min-chan will still be around the top 6 mark, but certainly not in pole position. That's going to be Jake Kostecki's heading into tomorrow with the most consistent of the 2 races for the Australian. But what a tough race that was for the drivers towards the sharp end. Retirements for so many in that race. Park Do-yul, Karsten Chong, Kevin Simovinic, Sanjana and Sujana Dandu, along with Mason Kwong and Isaac Yoon, all retiring from the race, and very tricky for both drivers in the championship fight, amongst them Mason Kwong and Karsten Chong. That is 2 retirements that the title fight certainly didn't need in Junior X30, and it spices things up big time for tomorrow, and it could certainly help out the drivers trying to chase them down, none the least of whom is Knox Black. Okay, he only finished 10th in that race, but that's certainly better than not finishing. So it's definitely going to be a tough one. This is a chance for Knox Black to gain some ground in the championship, and he knows it. So I have a feeling they're going to go and do some homework overnight at Biralat Asia, and they will come back strong tomorrow morning for the Super Heat. They'll get a lot of decent running in. Right, let's focus then on the Cadet X30 once again. This time it's qualifying heat B versus D, and that's going to put a front row of the grid together of Austin Lowe and Lego Tsiu. And then we had Hudson Kelly and Jaden Aria on the second row for that one. Chris Briello and Kaylin Delsey, Marcus Colby and Shabal Basalama, Michaela Draper and Brian Hui, and then Kingsley Chu and Yuan Renchan. That is Andrew Yuan, who is the, I believe, part of the same family as Bob Yuan, who races for Origin Motorsport in China GT. Then we also have Oliver Nguyen along with Wang Chenyu. Jared Zheng is in there with Darren Artagani, and then Wu Jinhao, Timmy Wong, or Wong Si-yang if you like, Jensen Hammond along with Kenzie Erizananda, and then Falik Fariz along with Alan Zhang for Phantom Kart at the tail end of the field. It's definitely going to be a competitive one in the cadet ranking. Once again, the last man into his kart looks like it's going to be Cruz Priello. He tends to leave things to the last minute when it comes to his race preparation. All the other drivers are in the kart. I think he's taken a cue out of Yuka Po's book, who genuinely tends to be the last driver to get into his kart. I think he leaves it to the last possible minute, and it looks like Cruz Priello has looked at that and gone, do you know what, that might work for me if I try the same thing. So the drivers getting themselves geared up, and it's China and Hong Kong on the front row of the starting grid. The 8-year-old Austin Lowe from Shanghai on pole position, along with Lego Tsiu, or Tsiu Chunhei, for the GD Racing team on the front row of the grid.
好，那么现在我们看到的是我们的儿童组 BT 组的预赛。那么大家也可以看到排在首位的分别是这个娄世成，还有肖俊熙、谢武准黑啊，来自于中国香港的选手。紧接着是 Hudson Kelly， 那么然后是 Jaden Aria。那么其实这一组呢，儿童组里面实力也是相当强悍。那么待会我们看他们的精彩表现。当然他们还是会有2个 formation lap。然后现在准备倒计时1分钟，即将开始比赛。那么车手也都是大部分车手已经上车准备。
So we have a starting lineup on the front row of the grid, a pair of Sennas, because they're both wearing Ayrton Senna race helmets on the front row of the starting grid. Austin Lowe to the right of your picture in the black and gold, the Force Racing Team kart. And then to the other side of the grid in the green and black is the 28 of Lego Tsiu, who's also carrying a Ayrton Senna tribute helmet. So it's clear that there's a lot of passion for racing in both households, be it karting or any other form. So always nice to see that the colours run deep with drivers. Chris Briello, the last man into the kart. I see quite a few drivers who are designing themselves to be champions doing similar. The 30-second board goes out. Sorry, the 1-minute board goes out. And then all of the drivers will then get the 30 seconds. They know that it's going to be a short pause, and then they will be able to start their positions once again on the grid. There we go, 30-second board being brought out.
最后30秒，准备发车。那么，其实看到，不管是我们儿童组，还是我们每一个组别啊，所有车手的这一个装备，包括他们的刚才这个Jake 也是提到了他们的，包括 helmet 啊，包括他们的赛车服啊、手套等等等等，都是全套的专业设备。其实，在我们这个组别当中啊，这些都是1等1的高手。那么，期待一下这一群儿童组的选手，待会儿会带给我们怎么样的精彩表现。
So the drivers will venture out onto the circuit, but of course Austin Lowe creeps a little bit further forward, and he's told by the marshal, no, you're not leaving yet. You don't leave until you get the instruction to leave. Formation lap comes after the warm-up lap, and there's going to be 2 consecutive laps in one go. They get the green flag, and the drivers venture out of the dummy grid. 2 sets of grids for Cadet X30 this time. Darren Artagani struggling to get away. Championship contender in Cadet X30, and Darren Artagani, who's having a bit of a difficult weekend. It looks as though he's struggling to start. Anyway, here's the grid. Austin Lowe and Lego Tsiu from Hudson Kelly and Jaden Aria, 4th on the starting grid on the second row. Then it is a combination of Chris Briello and Kaylin Delsey, Marcus Colby alongside Shabal Basalama. Rounding out the top 10, just behind them, it's going to be Michaela Draper, the Australian, and Brian Hui of Hong Kong. Then Kingsley Chu, and then it's going to be Andrew Yuan in 12th on the starting grid. Oliver Nguyen and Wang Chenyu. Jared Zheng is alongside Darren Artagani, provided he can take his position on the grid. If not, he'll have to start from the pit lane. Then it is Wu Jinhao, along with Timmy Wong, or Wong Si-yang. Jensen Hammond is going to be alongside Kenzie Erizananda. And then rounding out the field, we've got Falik Fariz and Alan Zhang, I should say. Aiden Zhang is in the number 7 card, which you're going to see out in the next race.
对，最后一位是张子楠，没错，子楠张。 然后紧接着，现在我们念完了所有的车手的这个排名名单之后呢，刚才应该是看到有一位选手这个发车是有一点点这个启动的故障，应该是已经也驶出到了这个赛道上面。那么完成2圈之后呢，将会排好他们的位置，等待这一个发车灯一熄灭，他们就会全力冲刺，开始他们的正式的这个预赛第3轮的比赛。那么将会有8圈这一个比赛。
So looking at the drivers as they get themselves dialed into positions again. They will obviously run in the 2 tram lines. Austin Lowe, the very talented 8-year-old from Shanghai on the mainland, trying to get himself back into his original pole position for this race. He is the head of Group B, so he was the fastest in his group. Very impressive indeed, considering he's one of the youngest drivers in the Cadet X30 field. So as the 2 grid lineups force their way into the 2 tram lines, it's going to be Lowe and Siu, Kelly and Aria, Priolo and Delcy, Colby and Basalama, Draper and Hui, and then it is Kingsley Chu and Andrew Yuan, Oliver Nguyen and Wang Chenyu, then Zheng, Garni, Wu, Wong, Hammond, Erizananda, Paris and Zhang. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we do. Off we go to starters' orders, and it's going to be Austin Lowe who works his way through that flat-out first corner. The drivers have got to be careful as they mix it through the turn. Everybody is A-OK, but he's going to be hunted down by the JDB Lenza. Big slide from Jade Nurri as they go through. A couple of drivers sliding wide as well through the hairpin, but everybody's still pointing in the same direction. But Austin Lowe has gone away with Hudson Kelly. Kelly has made the best start, and he's now in 2nd place behind Austin Lowe to push away from the rest of the pack. Hudson Kelly's going to be playing the long game here in the hope that he can pull away, and there's a couple of drivers running wide. That is the rush performance, I think, of Marcus Colby, who's gone out onto the curbs and come back onto the circuit, having lost way too much time for his liking.
对，然后现在顺利发车进入到了第2号弯道呢，虽然有一点小小的碰撞，但是问题并不大。那么同时现在保持在帮手位置的是1号选手楼思琛，然后紧接着是哈德森凯里来到第2位，肖俊熙掉落到了第3名的位置。现在。
Well, the good news was Darren Althagani was able to take back his original grid position, and as a result, he's had an absolutely astonishing start. Now in 7th position, just an incredible one. And now he and Michaela Draper are trying to pull clear of the rest of the chasing pack behind them, led by Jensen Hammond, another driver who's made an astonishing launch. 10 positions made up on the grid in just 1 lap, from 19th to 9th. In front of Timmy Wong and Oliver Nguyen. Shabal Basalama's had an absolute nightmare, down to 13th place. Behind Kingsley Chu, who I think is going to have to try and work his way back up the order as well. But out in front, it is Austin Lowe from Hudson Kelly. Then the chasing pack is led by Cruz Priolo, Lego Tsu, Kaylin Delcy, Jaden Aria, Darren Altagani, Michaela Draper, Jensen Hammond, and then it's Timmy Wong.
对，现在这个 Casperino 现在从第5位已经爬上到了第3位，同时也是超过了这个肖振熙。那么现在的 Karen Delcy， 然后也都上到了第5位的位置。那么其实前面2位选手呢已经带开了一定的位置，但后面的5、6、7、8位的选手呢正在进行一个猛烈的争夺。然后现在做出最快圈速的是这个 Henderson Kelly， 做出54秒149的这一个成绩。
So clearly, Austin Lowe and Hudson Kelly are just taking their time about this one. There is Cruz Priolo trying to get away from Lego Tsu, but he's got pressure of his own. That is the Paralympic of Kaylin Delcy swarming around all over the back of him. 6 laps to go for these guys as Austin Lowe and Hudson Kelly pull 2.5 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. There they are. Then you've got Cruz Priolo, and then Kaylin Delcy has now got ahead of Lego Tsu, and that's Jaden Aria in P6. Darren Artagani in front of Michaela Draper. Watch out, because we've got Timmy Wong and Jensen Hammond now trying to make their ways forward. Shabel Basalama, and then we have Kingsley Chu, I think that is, in 12th position from Jared Shung, and his teammate Marcus Colby, and then the fireball of Oliver Nguyen. It's still a long way to go in this one. 3 laps out of the 8 done.
现在的第1、第2位的争夺呢，现在哈德森凯里正在猛烈的发动对这个楼思成的进攻，那么差距只有 0.1 秒。那么后面的 Casperino 呢，其实也被拉开了3秒多的时间，但是他跟紧接着后面他的 Kaylin Delcy 呢，其实也是盯在他的后面。那么其实已经分成了2个梯队的队伍正在进行竞争。
This is such a smart race from Hudson Kelly in 2nd place. He knows that Austin Lowe is going to be under a lot of pressure, but he's not going to make the overtaking move until he absolutely has to. That'll do. The gap opened up as Austin Lowe got a slight error on the way out of the hairpin, and that was enough for Hudson Kelly. Well, I'm going to commit to my racing line. I don't even need to make the overtake. I've just got him on momentum. And so Hudson Kelly hits the front on the JDP Group Lenzo kart. That's a great coming-of-age moment for Hudson Kelly. He'll really get a bag full of confidence for that, and he'll carry it on his shoulder as he runs through this particularly fantastic run. But the man from Brighton East in Australia really enjoying the lead. But Austin Lowe still putting him under a massive amount of pressure. The 8-year-old from Shanghai doesn't fancy giving up this victory just yet.
好，那么现在刚刚是这个哈德森·凯利完成了对楼思成的一个完美的一个进攻，但是楼思成现在也是紧盯他的车尾，在每一个弯道一直有顶着他的车屁股，一直在找这个超越的位置。通过线路来看一下，再通过一个晚刹车的位置，看能不能在这个弯进行一个再完美的一个反击。那么紧接着3、4、5、6位的选手也是盯得非常紧，后面分别是果然 Cadet X 已经完成了一个超越完成了他对这个 Casperillo 的一个超车动作，那上升到了第4位。
An amazing race playing out for the lower positions, certainly for Hudson Kelly and Lego Tsu. For Austin Lowe, I should say. A really interesting challenge of it as they continue on. We've now got 3 laps to go, and up to third place has come Kalen Delsey, ahead of Cruz Priolo, ahead of Jaden Aria. Aria's going to try and make his bid on the inside line here of Cruz Priolo. The back end steps out. That was almost an Ayrton Senna 1979 DAP drift. Absolutely beautiful from Nathan Aria. From Jaden Aria, I should say. That's his younger brother. Slides into the hairpin at turn 2. Very nicely handled. But up the inside, there looks like another couple of big moves coming as Lego Tsu fancies his chances on Cruz Priolo. And up the inside comes Darren Artagani. What a comeback from the Indonesian. Darren Artagani having a very strong race, but then so too is Timmy Wong. We got double waved yellows. Double waved yellows on the far side. Somebody's had an off.
对，现在赛道出了双黄旗，应该是在某一个弯道上也是有发生了一些小小的碰撞。那么看一下到底是哪一个位置。
Oh, it's Michaela Draper and Jensen Hammond. They've had an incident on the far side on the second sector by the look of it. So Michaela Draper and Jensen Hammond have dropped to the back of the field. Kenzie Evers-Ananda are off with them as well. I don't know if it was the same incident, but certainly 3 drivers not coming through at the end of the lap. And Michaela Draper and Jensen Hammond part of that. I'm not sure if we're still going to have yellow flags on the approach as defensive tactics now starting to come in for Hudson Kelly as Austin Lowe takes the move. Austin Lowe got him on the switchback. So a beautiful overtaking move there from Austin Lowe, and the 8-year-old from Shanghai now leads the way once again. What has Hudson Kelly got in response?
对，刚才这一个楼思成发动的这一个进攻走的线路非常漂亮啊！前车的这一个Kelly 呢，其实是走了一个防守线路，然后楼思成通过走一个外线更快的一个出弯速度超过了这个哈德森 Kelly， 完成了一个完美的反击，现在重回到了榜首位置。
Delsey's going to get his run on the inside of Aria. This is going to be for third position out of the final turn. Aria keeps it, and now he'll have the inside line for the next left-hander. He charges through. Going with him goes Cruz Priolo up into fourth position. Great racing all the way in Cadet X30. Down to the braking zone and taking it round the outside. Priolo's going to try and cut back in for the sweetest of cutbacks. Cruz Priolo will have the inside line for turn 3, and that's going to be a masterclass move. He gets it done before they even reach the braking point for the next hairpin. Excellently done, and now he's going to drop back, but Priolo lets him go so that he can swamp straight back again. Oh, 2 cars off the road in the background. That's Garney going off the road with one of the peak racing machines, but Hudson Kelly has been able to take the lead back from Austin Lowe, and he's disappearing. Fantastic work from Hudson Kelly. He's made it work. Austin Lowe's thrown everything at it, but for the first time this weekend and the first time this season, Hudson Kelly takes the heat victory in Macau. Great run from the Australian. Austin Lowe, second place. Who's going to be third? It will be Cruz Priolo. What a fantastic run. Shaba Basalama in front of Lego Tsu, Timmy Wong, Jaden Aria, Darren Artagani, Kalen Delsey, and in the top 10, it is going to be Brian Hui.
所以我们的这一个 INFINITY IAME Series Asia 的这个比赛的这个含金量真的是太高了。儿童组 Credit 组的这一个精彩的赛事，那么在最后一圈的最后2个弯道 Hudson Kelly 是对这一个楼思成又做出了一个完美的反超，那么重回到了本轮比赛冲线结束到获得了第1名，紧接着排位在第2的是楼思成，紧接着是 Chris Perillo。那么后面的各位选手表现也都是相当精彩，在每一个弯道也都给我们留下了非常印象深刻的表现。那么也都同时预祝我们所有选手在接下来的比赛呢，会更加的这一个有好的表现，以及状态会更加的好。那么现在先来看我们刚才这一轮比赛的这一个总排名，以及我们刚才一些精彩的回放镜头。 好，那么现在画面给到的是我们目前这一轮我们这一个 B 加 D 组儿童组 Cadet B 加 D 组的一个预赛第3轮的这一个排名成绩。那么现在可以看到各位车手在这个总榜单上面的这一个排名。在完成了我们这一轮之后呢，紧接着大概在5到8分钟之后，将会开始的是我们 Cadet 组 A 加 C 组 Cadet 儿童组 A 加 C 小组的这一个预赛第3轮，同样也是8圈的这一个8圈的一个比赛。那么将会在几分钟之后开始。现在先看一下我们的这一个好，那么画面给到我们的现场采访。
What a fantastic race, one that went right down to the wire, and Hudson Kelly finally getting the job done. That was a stressful race out there. You really had to work hard to pick up the win. What was it like on tyres at the end?
The tires did fall away a little bit, but we got lucky with the other kids battling and worked good together, and we had a good race, and it was pretty good. So.
You had a really good strategy at the beginning because I think you could see that Austin and you were going to have similar pace. So you just stretched away, gave yourself a good couple of seconds, and then you knew 2 or 3 laps to go, we can get it on.
Yeah. I was kind of seeing how it played out on the start and everything, and then went from there and got the win. And
more consistent than some of the other drivers out there. That really puts you in a strong position tomorrow. How do you think that's going to go?
Pretty good, I reckon. I think I might be leading the points now. Because we had 2 first and a second, so that probably would put me in the points and start somewhere at the front for the Super Heat and get better points there and then go there from there for the final.
Not a bad start so far, bruv. Keep it up. Good job.
Thank you.
There you go, Hudson Kelly celebrating a fantastic victory. We should be all smiles in here, but I'm in a bad mood, and I'll tell you why I'm in a bad mood. I've been a commentator for 15 years, and I've never once got a penalty. And look, I've got a penalty. The stewards have given me a penalty. You may have noticed yesterday that I did a couple of interviews in the time qualifying, and I went past the weighbridge. Look, they've given me a penalty. Breach of Article 26.1, 30-second time penalty during the live feed. Stewards have received a report. From those happy drivers of the competition. Jake's been holding them up for post-race interviews at the Parc Fermé. Jake has to be reminded he has to give way to drivers and mechanics and only conduct his interview only once the driver is given a thumbs up. I will say, actually, I'm a little annoyed because they gave me the penalty at 13:30. They handed me this at 13:59. That means I had 60 seconds to make a protest. I couldn't get my protest in. Oh well, 15 years. And I didn't get a penalty, and now I've got one. Massive thank you to Philippe Lachman, Kavi Kishu-Kimlani, and Tangbing Simaria Louisa, the stewards of the meeting. So I've got to take a 30-second penalty on the live stream. If you'll permit me, Alex Koo, I'm going to take them now.
刚才 Jake 说的这个应该是一个罚单的问题啊。好，那么我们紧接着先开始来我们的这个 Cadet 组 A 加 C 组的这个预赛第3轮。那么现在看到车手们应该也都是在这个待发车区准备啊。那么待会儿将会开始来到的是将会排在第1位发车的是钱浩轩77号选手，紧接着是81号选手的刘宇轩。那么2位都是来自于我们中国的选手。当然第3位排在第3位发车的26号选手，26号选手是我们的蔡佑成，来自于中国香港地区的选手。哇哦，紧接着是韩国的选手 Daniel Yun， 8号选手排在第4位，然后接着又是来到我们的一位中国选手7号选手，7号选手是我们的张志瑜。相当高兴前面好几位选手，那么也都能冲到了这一个组别的前面几位发车位置接着还是有12号的排在第6位发车的范凯文。那么这些选手呢，也都是在前2天的这一个赛程当中呢，大家非常印象深刻的选手，因为他们的表现都相当不错一直排在前端部分的一些选手，实力相当强悍。好，那么现在看到的是正在等待倒计时的这些都不能说是年轻选手这个是 Cadet 组9到12岁的选手，使用的是 X30 60cc 的引擎，那么统一规格的一个 1MAC 的引擎。 这些选手也都是将来非常有希望可以冲到更高组别的一些赛事当中的年轻选手。那么其实他们通过我们的这个比赛，然后一直通往到世界赛，当然还可以通往到这个 F4、F3，被更多的厂商对手看见了潜力无限的一些年轻选手。那么相信现在这些小车手们呢，虽然是也都是有了一定的这些比赛经验了，但是我相信他们还是心里面还是会感觉到有一丝丝的对于赛事的这个紧张或者兴奋或者期待。每一位选手的这个竞赛心态不一样，那其实选手的竞赛心态呢，都是通过比赛锻炼沉淀出来的，所以会发现一些厉害的车手啊，他们基本上所有事情就是波澜不惊。无论遇到什么事情，他基本上脸上没有太多的表情，或者你感受不到他的兴奋，或者感受不到他的喜悦，他都全部藏在心里不会表露在这个表面上，心态非常沉稳的选手。来，我们看一下这一轮还有30秒准备发车，那么30秒准备发车。好，前面的是81号选手，我们可以看到81号镜头给到的刘宇轩，紧接着旁边的是17号，应该是这一个77号，对，没错，77号的钱浩轩在第1，然后刘宇轩在第2位。
So let's get this race underway for the second of our X30 cadet heats. I've served my 30-second penalty now. Thank you. I've served it now. Thank you, Monsieur Lachman. Thank you. So we've got the starting grid. Jian Haoxuan and Marshall Liu with Carson Choi and Daniel Yoon. Then it is Aiden Zhang and Fan Kaiwen from Sinovitz Yathanakul and Max Schilling, George Patrizi and Zhang Sichuan. Then it is Ruska Choi and Aaron Akil from Bersionko and Lima Louis Kanan. Then it's Aiden Zhu and Zhu Qiwan from Li Yimo and Jonathan Yu. Then it is Regina Cheong and Isaac Ng. Thutamin Set and Leipak Lam from Chotanin Itiakararat and Kenzie Arizananda. It's going to be a fantastic battle as the drivers continue to give us plenty of action and drama out there on the course. We're on the formation lap, and of course we're going to have a little bit more to do when we get ourselves lined up once more. So with Jian Haoxuan and Marshall Liu on the front row of the starting grid, Carson Choi and Daniel Yoon on the second, and then we've got Aiden Zhang and Fan Kaiwen, the American driver for Phantom Kart, on the third row of the starting grid. Should be an interesting one, this, and with Hudson Kelly getting some good performances on the starting lineup for this one, could be interesting to see how much of a run it's going to continue to be. We will watch and focus in on these drivers as they continue to make more good work of it. The competitors run in close proximity, and so the challenge is going to be a tough one from the outset. But Jian Haoxuan and Marshall Liu running on that front row of the starting grid. I've got a sneaky suspicion that Marshall Liu is actually going to want a little bit more from this race than second place. He's going to be on the outside line for this one, of course. There he is in the blue, white and yellow machine on the left of your picture. It's going to be Jian Haoxuan for Peak Racing on the other side.
好，很有机会，这一圈将会开始我们的比赛。现在可以看到钱浩轩排在第1位，然后刘宇轩在第2位，两位中国选手。好，绿灯熄灭，这个绿灯可以发车。
And we go to the first corner. It's going to be a tough one into the first turn. Is everybody going to get through cleanly? It's going to be a tricky one to the second corner. A little bit of punting and barging and buffing as they run through into the braking zone for the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through? No, there's contact. Oh, 3 cars have come together. That is Thutamin Set, who is tangled in there with one of the CRGs. So we've got 3 carts in the mix. Percy Yonko got away with it, I think, but it's the 70 Aaron Akil, Thutamin Set in the Biralat, and the other one in there is Leipak Lam. Unfortunately, Kenzie Arizananda not going any further in the competition today by the look of it, but the other drivers are getting themselves out of there's somebody off the road in the background there. Couldn't see who that was, just going through the grass at the bottom of the hill. That's going to take quite a lot of time to get out of that, so we're going to lose down to the back of the grid. I think it's going to be Le Yimo. So Le Yimo is going to run down to the back. Obviously Akil, Thutamin Set and Leipak Lam have fallen right to the back. Everybody else continuing on in close proximity, but Jian Haoxuan has got a very decent lead already.
是的，现在看到钱浩轩在前面已经拉开了将近1秒的距离。那么后面的张志宇现在上升到了第2位，哇哦，这个相当快速的上到来，然后反而就是这个另外的选手刘宇轩现在掉到了第9位啊，发车之后。
Max Schilling having to fight to hold his position there in the hairpin after a little bit of a love tap from Daniel Yoon on the inside line. Is that going to be 2 into 1 for one of the Chinese competitors trying to fight his way through? Daniel Yoon is trying to cry and get that position back again with a big lunge forward from Ruska Choi. That is absolutely brilliant from Ruska Choi. Found 2 overtaking moves in 1 apex, and that's a lovely move from the Macanese lady, Ruska Choi, working her way forward in the 72. Great job from the PR1 driver. Now she's going to try and scamper away and move up another position still. 8th position for her for the moment. Her countrywoman Regina Chong is down at the back after an incident early doors, but Ruska Choi definitely giving the ladies who are watching something to cheer about as she runs in 8th position just in front of Zhang Zizhuan and Zhu Jiyuan.
现在我们看到最新的这个圈速时间由这个Praise 做出来的这个54秒663的一个成绩，那么前面的钱浩轩呢一路领跑啊，拉开了1秒多的距离，那么在前面也是基本上没有压力啊。然后这个张志宇现在来到了这一个第2位，那么第3位的是一位泰国选手。
Oh, a bit of a run wide there as a couple of drivers find themselves off the road. Who was that dropping to the back? That's Libin Lewis Kanan. That's the Malaysian. Libin Lewis Kanan having a big error and dropping to the tail of the field. He'll be absolutely fuming at that one. But all of that dodging and ducking and weaving and flotsam and jetsam has put George Patrizzi up in the top 5. He's having an amazing weekend here in Macau, having not really had the opportunity to run consistently in the top 5 thus far in his career. This is his time in the sunshine. He is really coming of age in Cadet X30, as meanwhile the championship leader Max Schilling has got Ruska Choi hot on his heels at the moment, and he's going to have to work very hard to be patient as he may lose a position or gain a position in the next couple of turns, but you can't afford to rush this too much. Jian Haoshuan has a 1-second advantage over Aiden Zhang and Sedovitz Vietanakul, who is upholding the honour for the DRM Paralympic squad. 4th place for George Patrizzi, still in front of the American Fan Kai-wen, and then Daniel Yoon for the RL Biralat team in front of Max Schilling, Ruska Choi, Zhichen Zhuang and Carson Choi running in P10 in front of Zhu Jiquan, and then Jonathan Yu running in P12 in front of Marshall Yu, who has recovered from his shenanigans all the way back down in 13th place. He will be miserable.
好，那么前面10几位的选手呢，其实排名有上有下，但是只有这个好几位选手都是有上升，但是 Daniel Yun 现在掉到了第6名，然后 Carson Choi 现在下到了第10名啊，那么希望他可以尽快的往上再追上去。现在镜头给到的是7号选手这个张志宇后面的这一个张志宇后面的89号选手也是给他一个猛烈进攻啊，紧盯在他的后面啊，顶着车尾跑，看一下这个弯会不会发动进攻。
So we've definitely got time to drive smart now as well as drive fast, and that's got to be the mission plan for Sedovitz Vietanakul. He's got to work with Aiden Zhang. He cannot afford to race him at this point. They've got to be quite sensible and quite smart here, as Zhang Jiyu, or Aiden Zhang to his English fans, is going to have to be very concentrated. Down on the inside of Ruska Choi, that's going to be Zhang Zizhuan, who has a look there on the inside line. That's Nick Zhang trying to move forward on the 91. Has he managed to make it stick? Yes, I think he did. He managed to get the overtake on the inside line. And no, sorry, that's Schilling, and it's the 26 that came through. That's Carson Choi. So Carson Choi, who works his way forward. Very good start to his weekend, but he's going to have to work a little bit harder. Now he's going to try and dive on the inside line of Max Schilling, and Ruska Choi is going to go with, but they've got to open the door on the exit. Max Schilling thought he had the chance there, but Ruska Choi very smartly getting back onto the racing line, and that's given Max Schilling a little bit of hesitation. He doesn't need to panic here. He's got other title contenders around him who are having a tough time, as Ruska Choi is going to go wheel to wheel with Carson Choi. No relation, but they are diving and backing and weaving all the way through. Fantastic stuff as Ruska Choi gives as good as she's got from Carson Choi. Great racecraft between those two, as Max Schilling is trying his best to get back on terms with Nick Zhang, I think it is, and also Zhu Jiquan has come through on the 61. So very tough race battles all the way through Cadet X30. It's been a tough one out here, but we've got 2 laps to go. Jian Haoshuan leading the way for China and looking like he's going to give them another victory.
对，刚刚这一轮啊，现在排在26号的选手 Carson Choi 已经上升到回来到了第7位，果然实力相当强悍啊，又上升了2个位置。但是在这一轮，他们这一个梯队当中的这一批选手啊，这个竞争也是白热化的，包括这个 Maxman 同志来自于这个中国香港的92号选手也是抵抗不住压力，给他们超了过去。当然还有这一个 张世轩张世轩也是现在上升到了第9位。那么同时现在在第1位的这一个钱浩轩呢，也是一路领跑，拉开1.3秒的距离。同时这个张志宇也是保留在了这个第2的位置。
So now we've just got over a lap to make this race come alive one more time. Sidovic knows that it's likely to be for second, not for the win, because this man has been absolutely euphoric up at the front end of the field. Tian Hoswan looking so strong on the peak racing machine, but here comes Aiden Zhang as he drives away from Sidovic, but they're going to battle surely on this last lap for second position, but he looks so good for the peak racing driver. Tian Hoswan looking good for the win up front on the 77.
现在我们看到的就是排第2、第3号的这个第2、第3位2位的选手，看一下在最后这一个圈里面有没有机会完成一个超越。然后紧接着来，我们看，马上现在77号在前，然后这个7号的选手在第2位，马上准备要冲过终点线之后呢，现在看第3位来自泰国的选手能不能对这一个上面的7号选手张志宇能不能完成一个漂亮的一个超越。
So Jian Hoswan is going to come out of the final turn and he will take the checkered flag. Jian Hoswan, the Chinese star, gets it done. Excellent race for him. Zhang Ziyu is going to be in second place. Sidovic Sviatonakul in third. It's a Chinese 1-2 up front and a 1-2 for the Peak Racing team as well. Fantastic end to the day for the Cadet X30 team all the way from China. Great stuff from the squad. 7 and 77 are first and second, but it's Jian Hoswan who comes through in front of Aiden Zhang. Sidovic Sviatonakul from Dan Yoon. George Patrizi, top 5 yet again. Fan Kai-wen, and then Zhang Zizhuan in front of Ruska Choi, and then it's Carson Choi in front of Marshall Liu and Max Schilling P11. It's not going to be a great day at the office for the championship contenders, has it? Then we have we have the 61 next up in the mix behind Max Schilling. That is Zhu Chuan. And then, of course, we have more great battles behind them. Percy Yonko and Hayden Zhu, Isaac Ng and Jonathan Yu. Then Libin Lewis Kanan, Brio, or Chotanin Irtikararat. Then Regina Chong in front of Aaron Akil. And then we had the retirements from earlier on, or the incidents from earlier on, I should say. Thutamin Set and Leipak Lam. And then, of course, it is Lek Yamo, who was the only one not to come through to take the finish. But it's a China 1-2 and Jian Hoswan in front of Aiden Zhang. So a very solid effort from the contenders in that one. Sidovic Sviatonakul, only one of the regular drivers in the top 3 who were able to mix it in the top 3 at the front end of the field. So it's definitely going to be a tricky one heading into the Super Heats tomorrow in X30 Cadet. I think Hudson Kelly was absolutely right when he said he thinks he's going to be at the top of the table heading into tomorrow with 2 wins and a second. I'm fairly sure that makes him the most consistent of the drivers across Cadet X30 so far. Everybody else has had a bit of a mixed bag of a day. So Hudson Kelly certainly looking good to fight for his first ever INFINITY IAME Series Asia final victory tomorrow when we get to the finals. Cadet X30 are done now until the Super Heat tomorrow morning. It's been a very tough weekend for them, and they've still got one race to do, the Super Heat tomorrow on that set of tyres. They've got to wait until the final for the fresh set. Let's go for the highlights, and after that, Alex Koo will catch up with Jian Hoswan.
好，那么现在来到我们身边的2位呢，就是刚刚这一个组别里面拿到第1还有第2位置的2位选手，分别是钱浩轩还有张志宇。那么我们先请钱浩轩跟我们讲一下，对于刚才这一轮比赛，你认为自己的表现还满意吗？
很满意。
很满意。然后在下一轮里面有什么期待呢？
希望我能拿到冠军。
希望能拿到冠军，对不对？必须要有这个底气啊，对不对？那张志宇呢？
我也是希望我也能拿到冠军，
也能拿到冠军，所以你要对他进行发动一个进攻，对不对？在刚才的那一轮里面，其实你也盯着他很紧。
对的。
那你担心对他的进攻你会怎么看待？
要一起走。
在旁边这个车队的工作人员也是车队的支持者们也是特别的激动啊！对于你们2位刚才做出的这个成绩呢，也都是相当认可。我相信你们自己呢，对于接下来的比赛应该也是很有信心，对不对？
对的。
好，给自己打气加油！希望观众朋友们也给你们支持打气加油，好不好？好，加油！好，那么我们的儿童组的小朋友果然是相当厉害。那么我们紧接着一起期待我们接下来的比赛。
Sure, Alex Koo for catching up with 2 for the price of 1 in the end there, because we ended up with listening to both Chan Hao Tran and the fantastic Aiden Zhang there. So very good work thus far, and good to see that the Peak Racing team drivers were able to come home in 1 and 2. Fantastic work. Brilliant, brilliant. So that's Cadet X30 done for the moment. We're going to focus once again on Master X30 and the duel that's been going on all week long thus far between Luke Armstrong and Weird Sakyam-chan, the top 2 men so far over the course of the weekend on 1 lap pace. Luke Armstrong, the current championship leader in Master X30, and Weird Sakyam-chan, the Thai superstar for Top 1 Motorsport and the former champion, the reigning champion, I should say, in the competition. So it's certainly been an exciting one as things have continued to progress. So it's definitely an exciting battle that we wait for once again here at the fantastic Coloane karting circuit in Macau. But the battle in the Master X30 and the Veteran X30, 2 grids in 1 essentially. Luke Armstrong for Australia and Weird Sakyam-chan for Thailand on the front row of the grid together. Charlie Tsao and Godchia are the 2 leading veterans. They're on the second row of the grid. Then it is Chongpang and Pankam Kwan from Luke Purser and Ho Hitzin. Then we have Harith Saral O, the Malaysian, along with Eagle Ye. Ian Willock in 11th position along with Peter Chua. Then Godi Chung and Mok Kalyong from Xian Goheng and Liu Kameng. Tam Yuko is along with Wong Meng. And then we have Desmond Lau. And at the tail end of the field, it is Sam Ng, who is continuing his journey in IAME X30. He competed in the Asian Pacific Games last year for Hong Kong in Sri Lanka. And it's great to see him back once again in fantastic run as we continue the journey here at Macau in the 4th round of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia and the 1st round of IAME Series China, which hopefully will take in the circuits at Shenzhen, at Shanghai, I should say, and also at Guangdong, if all being well. So very busy weekend at the office, of course, for Master X30. They've definitely been giving us plenty to get excited about and plenty of exciting race battles. But certainly for Luke Armstrong and Weird Sakyam-chan on the front row of the grid, it's not been as easy as either of them probably forecast it would be. This high pressure, high humidity with low rainfall and very intense air temperatures with high track temperatures definitely making things a little bit trickier than I think anybody anticipated it was going to be. The first heat earlier on, Armstrong did get the win, but it wasn't easy to hold that lead. And I have a feeling that this afternoon's race isn't going to be much different.
好，那么现在大家看到的是我们的这个 Master 组别的竞赛。那么现在是 Master 组的预赛第2轮。那么其实 Master 组呢是30加，那么他们是使用的统一的一样，同样是X30 125cc 的发动机。但是这一群车手啊，全部都是前辈级车手。现在可以看到，即将在发车，排在第1位的是324号的 Luke Armstrong， 然后紧接着是344号的 Razak， 然后紧接着是327号的这一个来自于中国台湾的选手327号选手曹庆忠。那么其实在今天上午呢，他们也都已经进行过了1轮比赛。好，现在开始应该是进入到了我们最后的一个倒计时的时间。那么这些选手30加的选手在大师组里面呢，其实拼的更多的就是一个判断的经验，以及他们的一个整体的竞赛稳定度跟心态的比赛了。因为使用同样的发动机，那么其实在车架上的选择呢，对于这一个调教上来说，他们的差距并不会太大。
This is what happens when you put the championship serial contender on the front of the grid alongside the reigning champion. Things can get pretty hairy out there on the circuit. But the beautiful thing about Macau is that you've also got all sorts of spectators, not just the humankind. Really exciting to see everybody putting in a fantastic run for everyone. Really good that everyone's enjoying the action, and we're having a lot of fun and a lot of exciting banter out there on the course, which is always really pleasant to see. So it should be a very solid effort for everybody as we continue the race battles we've got. Out onto the circuit we go. Let's get a warm-up lap and a formation lap.
好，现在开始是2圈啊，他们的 warm up 软胎圈，还有他们的这一个鱼排位圈。那么现在Luke Armstrong 在前位。那么当然，紧接着还有我们好几位的中国地区，还有中国澳门、中国香港等等的选手都在这一个组别当中，竞争力非常的强悍。那么现在看到画面给到的是我们整个排名的这一个排位位置。待会儿将会决定呢他们的这一个发车顺序也都打在了这个屏幕上，大家可以看一下，给支持的车手鼓励加油打气。那么现在总共20名的选手将会参与到这一轮的角逐当中。现在是他们大师组的预赛第2轮，将会有10圈的比赛。现在先是完成他们2圈这一个 formation lap， 排好位置之后呢，看好信号灯，然后就会进行他们的正式的比赛。那么其实在这2圈当中也是一个非常关键的位置选手们除了要磨好开好自己的轮胎把这个工作温度磨起来，然后同时呢也要在这一个位置上，还有对对手的这一个心理压力上呢，也是要造成一些，看一下有没有一些小小的战术那么现在给到的还是的我们的这一个排名，准备发车的一个排名位置。
Let's put this race together then once more. 10 laps of the course. It'll definitely be an exciting one, as all of the contenders know exactly how tricky it could get. We're certainly in for some exciting battles, and we know exactly how tricky things could continue to progress. I've got a feeling that this one could be a very easy one for Luke Armstrong, or a very treacherous one. It's been a day like that where it's been quite unpredictable. If he gets a little bit of pressure on the first lap from Weird Yamchan, all bets are off. It's definitely going to be a tough one, but the Top 1 Motorsport driver has definitely been working his way back to the front all the way through the first 3 weekends of the season. He's not quite had the pace and the strength he would have liked to have. But here at Macau, he's certainly been able to get back to his best, which is very good news for him. Armstrong, Yamchan, Sao, Gol, Cheong, Pang, Purser, Ho, Zaralo, Ye, and Ian Willock, along with Peter Chua, Godi Chung, and Mok Ka Leong. We're racing. Up we go to the first corner. Perfect start for Luke Armstrong as Weird Yamchan gets put back to P5 on the run through. He's really going to struggle to hold the inside line. Luke Purser's already thinking about his next move. Charlie Tsao is trying to keep up with the leader, Luke Armstrong. And look, the Australian is already galloping off into the distance as he puts himself with a couple of kart lengths ahead of the rest of the pack. Weird Yamchan trying to hold it as they run through. Drivers being very precarious as they run through that flat out turn 3 corner. Again, you do not want to get out onto the marbles. It can be very tricky, and a slip and slide is what the drivers find themselves with halfway around the first lap.
好，那么现在一个漂亮的起步之后呢 ，Luke Armstrong 拉开了一个非常漂亮的一个位置处在了第1位，那么保住了他的这一个发车榜首位置。那同时呢，这一个曹庆忠来自于中国台湾选手曹庆忠现在已经进攻到了第2。那么同时，另外的来自于我们澳门中国澳门本土车手张鹏，现在上升到从第5位发车上升到了第3位。哇，前面的2、3位的选手也是完成了一个非常非常漂亮的一个起步动作。那么现在我们看到的是对，没错，是这个张鹏对前面的这一个中国台湾选手曹庆忠发动的一个进攻。来看这一个弯，曹庆忠走了一个非常漂亮的防守线路，顶住了张鹏的攻击。
Charlie Tsao really started to get defensive now from Zhong Bang, and Luke Purser fancies his chances to creep in there. They're going to have to do some work because Charlie Tsao, he is the Spider-Man of the field. He has got an amazing helmet design that he wears in this fantastic kart of his, and if you look closely at Charlie Tsao, you can actually see the Spider-Man on his helmet. Through goes the number 323, that is Zhong Bang, the Macau driver for Crew 238. Then Luke Purser on the Lenzo kart. He is the 3rd placed of the veterans at the moment. Charlie Tsao is actually the leader in class, as Luke Armstrong is just disappearing. He's got 2.6 seconds. What did I say? I said quite clearly that it was either going to be very easy for Luke Armstrong or incredibly unpredictable. Well, whatever they got wrong this morning to make it a little bit hairy, they've certainly got right this afternoon. And Luke Armstrong of the Simon Racing team is gallivanting off into the distance. He's an afterthought already.
是的，前面这几位选手已经迅速把后面的大梯队给拉开那么同时 ，Luke Armstrong 在前面除了完成了一个最佳的成绩49秒676之外呢，也把第2位车手这个曹庆忠已经拉开到了3.2秒的距离，哇哦！然后后面的这一个张鹏现在已经上升到了第2位，然后把曹庆忠超了车之后呢，但是与此同时，他想要进攻前面的 Luke Armstrong， 基本上这个难度是非常高
So the driver who was at the sharp end that's now dropped right to the back of the field is Gaudier. Gaudier having a terrible race, now down in last position, clearly having had an off in the first couple of laps of the race and now trying to gain the ground to make up the time on everybody else. I think he's actually slowing and coming into the pits to retire is Gaudier. He's clearly picked up some damage from somewhere, and the Free and Nova driver is not making any major attempts to get himself back into the race. I think he's going to be retiring and pulling in to call it a day. That's a real unfortunate moment for Gaudier, who did such a good job in qualifying. Armstrong disappearing out in front. Zhong Bang having got into second place now past Zhao Lizhao, so he's got ahead of Spider-Man. And fourth position, Luke Purser, then Peng Guan, and then it is Peter Chua from Mok Ka-leong, Ho Hudson, Welisa Kiamchan, all the way back down to ninth position now from Eagle Ye and Godi Chung. It looks as though Luke Armstrong's challenge is absolutely unquestionable. He's just done a 49.0 while everybody else is in the 49.3s and 49.7s at best. Absolutely phenomenal.
是的，那么这一个前车的 Louis Armstrong 呢，又再一次把自己的成绩刷新跑到了49秒026。那么他把现在跟第二位的距离已经拉开到了4.72秒。
Contact and karts going off the road there in turn 4. Very ambitious manoeuvre, and I'm afraid it's ended in one kart's retirement already in that particular moment in turn 4. That's very hungry manoeuvre, I think is the best way to put it. There was just a little bit too much eagerness to get the overtaking move. I think it is Hudson who has had the incident. Godi Chung has dropped to the tail of the field, but Hudson is now on the sidelines with Gaudier. So 2 retirements then in this race as we now get to the half distance mark, and Luke Armstrong extends his lead to 5.3 seconds. His last lap was a 48.9. Nobody else can even break the 49-second barrier in that last lap. Amazing the kind of pace that Luke Armstrong and the Simon Racing team have been able to find going into this particular heat as Harith Benzarolo dives up the inside line. That's a lovely move on Eagle Ye.
是的，刚才看到的是这个曹信忠的队友何鑫啊，也是应该是在一轮的争夺当中呢，被挤到了这个草地上面，现在掉到了最后一位。那么另外我们看到现在目前回到来这一个张鹏中国澳门选手323号现在目前在第2位稳守位置，但是他后面的曹信忠呢，只跟他有0.4秒的距离，其实也是在对他也是要发动进攻的这个一个攻势。哇 ，Luke Armstrong 再一次刷新成绩，在前面遥遥领先，独自领跑48.851秒，哇，非常快的一个速度。
I made a good point about how Harith Benzarolo had made a great overtake, and then just as he was finishing it off, he accidentally left the door open, and Eagle Ye got him straight back again. So it was a nice move, then disproved immediately, unfortunately. So Luke Armstrong, meanwhile, pulling away to the tune of now 6 seconds. He's able to go about 4 to 7 tenths of a second faster than any of the guys around him. That is electrifying speed from the man on the Simon Racing, Tony Kart. Really enjoying himself on the end of the 7th lap. He crosses the line and that lead continues. What was his last lap? It was a 49 flat. So what about everybody else crossing the line a good 6 or 7 seconds slower than him as they come through? 49.6, 49.3, 50.2, 49.4. So yeah, Armstrong's so consistent. Meanwhile, Charlie Tsao is having to defend from a hungry Luke Purser. Careful, Luke. You don't want to lose the front fairing. That was a little bit of a scary moment coming out of the hairpin. I thought just in the tighter dial of the radius there was going to be a bit of contact. Charlie Tsao is absolutely resolute that Luke Purser is not getting any cheap overtakes this afternoon.
是的，那么现在这一个张鹏除了受到了曹信忠在后面的追击，曹信忠也是被后面的这一个 Luke Purser 也是一直在顶住，然后现在出了双黄旗我们看一下是哪一位选手发生了哪里的问题。
Double waved yellows. We've had another incident at that same corner. It's turn 4 every time. Someone goes for a move and it doesn't quite work out. On this occasion, it's Liu Kameng of the Alpha Racing team. Liu Kameng of Macau. He's gone off the road, I'm afraid to say, and I think he is going to join Godi Chung, Gaudier and Ho Hudson on the sidelines. So very disappointing. That's going to be the 4th retirement. What a race of attrition in Master X30. Meanwhile, Luke Purser's under big pressure. That's Peng Guan and Peter Chua really starting to hunt him down. So Purser's going to have to be very careful how he executes these next couple of corners because he's going to have a lot of pressure. Peter Chua has just been overtaken by Mok Ka-leong, by the way, the ultra driver, getting through to move up into 6th position. So a good run there from Mok Ka-leong. And so he is the leading driver from Hong Kong in this race now. But Luke Armstrong, he comes across the line and he goes into the 10th and final lap of his qualifying heat. Only 2 qualifying heats for Master X30 today, and then of course they'll get the super heat tomorrow. But Luke Armstrong is long gone. The gap is 8 seconds. Absolutely astonishing.
对呀、拉开了8秒距离啊！前面这个 Luke Armstrong 已经开始到了他的最后一圈，但与此同时，其实在第2、3、4、5、6名的这一个排位当中呢，其实这里的争夺还是非常激烈啊！包括现在的这一个在后面第2位的中国澳门选手张鹏，然后张鹏后面还紧跟着这一个中国台湾选手曹庆忠。那么其实现在画面给到的这2位选手呢，在最后这一圈还有没有机会完成超越呢？曹庆忠的后面，同时还有这一个同样来自于304号中国澳门选手彭景坤彭景坤也在后面一直盯住。那么我们现在来看到最后一圈。
Luke Armstrong's got it. It's already past the finish line. That's how far ahead he is. Luke Armstrong gets the job done. Zhong Bang, great race to be best of the rest, ahead of Charlie Tsao, Ben Kam Kwan, Luke Purser in P5 from Mok Kalyong, Peter Chua, Iglia, Widdisa Kamchan and Howard Saralo, the season regulars, in 9th and 10th position. Luke Armstrong taking it nice and easy at the end there. A full 8.6 seconds clear. What has he put into that engine to get that much more horsepower than everybody else? Or was it just skill? I'm willing to think it's the latter.
好，那么拉开8.6秒距离完成了这一场比赛。Luke Armstrong， 我们也非常期待待会儿他到底会对自己这个表现做出怎么样的回应啊？那么包括我们的英文解说 Jake 也是说到啊，他这个马力是他这个马力好像比别人要大很多，但实际上他们使用的是同样的发动机，只不过可能会在一些小小的这个点火时间等等的这个调教上会有一定的区别而已，但是发动机的马力肯定是一样的。那么现在看一下我们所有选手马上要回到我们的这个结束的这一个称重区。同时呢，与此同时，现在可以通过画面看到，第一位是 Luke Armstrong， 紧接着是这个张鹏，紧接着是中国台湾选手曹庆忠。那么在后面的是这个彭景坤，然后是这个 Luke Purser， 然后还有一个是中国香港选手，我们看一下这一位是莫家亮。那么在后面的还有这一个301号选手的这一个叶俊宇，来自于中国台湾的选手。好，那么我们这一轮的这一个大师组的预赛第2轮10圈已经全部比赛结束。那么紧接下来呢，我们今天下午还有成人组 Senior 的BD 的预赛第3轮，还有成人组 AC 预赛第3轮，都会在今天下午进行这一个比赛。所以观众朋友们，我们的每一轮每一个组别都非常精彩。现在先看一下我们刚才这一轮比赛的精彩画面。
Well, not everybody has had a perfect day at the office. One person who can say they've come pretty close to it, though, is Luke Armstrong. 2 races, 2 victories. The second one, it was a completely different race because this time it looked like you were on rails for most of it.
Yeah, no, the kart really came in nicely there. Like I was saying earlier that we sort of set it up for when grip comes, and this has been raining each day. It hasn't quite come, but now the track is quite grippy. So, yeah, no, it's good. We just pushed hard and I'm trying to save the engine a little bit, but the first 2 laps are tough, and then it's sort of head down drive.
The humidity's actually got worse over the couple of hours as well. I mean, you must be feeling that towards the last couple of laps of the race. Even with the gap you've got, it must be really hard to sort of keep it on the concentration run.
I think it's actually harder because there's no pressure. All you can do is screw it up. So I figure you just push as hard as you can so then you don't lose your focus. And you don't feel it too much when you're out there, but then as soon as you come down and stop, you're like, oh, geez, okay, it's a bit hot still. So I'm sure in the next half an hour I'll feel it. But no, it's good. It's, I mean, obviously perfect so far, so very happy.
So after today, it's a perfect run in terms of results, but I'm guessing you're still under no illusions that tomorrow's superheat is going to be vastly difficult.
Yeah, I think the superheat, we're very good on old tyres, but everyone's going to get a new set on the final. So kind of whatever happens until the final is nice, but come the final, the same guys who are fast in qualifying will be back up there. So we'll keep trying to tune in and get quicker because you can't just rest on your laurels.
And of course, there's a chance to gain some points back because in Malaysia, when everybody's going to be back to their best again and everyone's at the style end, you cannot take anything for granted this year.
No, and you have mechanical issues or, you know, you should just, if the days are good, you take them because I had my fair share in the Asia Pacific stuff where things go wrong. So when it's working like this, you take it. You don't get too confident because, like you said, Malaysia's a whole different story. It's their home track for a lot of them. So the gap gets a lot closer.
Okay, well, so far so good. We'll see what you're like tomorrow morning in the superheat. Good job.
Yeah, I'll have a nice sleep after this, I think. Thanks, mate.
Good job, buddy. I think everybody's going to have a good sleep after this one. We've got the Senior X30 about to go underway for their third and final heats of the weekend. And there's one question that remains. Can anybody handle the pace of Aaron Garcia? So far, the Spaniard has taken 2 from 2. Can he make it a hat trick in the next couple of races? We're going to find out.
好，那么谢谢我们的英文解说主持人 Jake， 那么也完成了对这个 Luke Armstrong 的这一个采访，那么也是实力非常强悍的选手。那么紧接着呢，我们还有 Senior， 也是我们成人组报名选手最多，同时竞争最白热化，实力最强，也最有希望往这一个更高的赛事组别去冲击的这一些选手们。那么当然也是有这个在这个组别里面非常大热门的一个冠军选手于家宝，当然还有也是从这一个另外一个组别从这一个Junior 组晋级到这一个成年组的一个 Junior 的选手，那么也都会在待会儿的这一个Senior 的组别里面去决出跑他们的这个预赛第3轮。现在看到车手们已经是在这个发车线进行准备。都是一群年轻选手，同时也是非常有机会冲击更高奖项、更高的组别的一些实力型选手。待会儿将会先开始的是我们 B 加 D 组的这一个预赛第3轮，将会跑12圈。成人组这一个 Senior 组别跑的是12圈，比其他组别都要多因为包括 Cadet 组的是儿童组跑8圈，然后 Junior 青少年组跑10圈 ，Master 组也是跑10圈，只有这一个 Senior 组跑12圈的这一个比赛。现在画面可以看到各位选手正在穿戴他们的专业的这一个防火的赛车服，这个 HIX 的这一个品牌，包括他们也会戴上了这一个护甲，大家可以通过画面看得到，包括他们的头盔、手套等等，都是全套安全防护装备。赛车运动呢是一个刺激、紧张很考验选手，无论是实力、心态、耐力、身体素质等等等等，当然还有团队的后勤能力。与此同时呢，也是一个非常严谨的一个体育运动赛事，所以其实每一项的装备也好，包括整个赛事条件，也是要符合到了所有的这个安全要求。现在看到238号排在这个我们画面当中的238号车辆。238号的这一位选手呢，密西朗，那么来自于我们的中国选手，密西朗也是一位超级大热选手。好，他们的这一个车队的后勤人员也是跟他进行了一个击掌，希望他待会儿将会有一个好的表现。那么与此同时，在密西朗的旁边这一位是275号的选手，275号的 Nathan Aya， 来自于印尼的一位选手。
So with the competition neatly poised in Senior X30, it's going to be an interesting one for Nathan Aria and INF1NITY on the front row of the starting grid. Both drivers could really use a decent result from this one. And of course, it's going to be fascinating to see what will happen when the two big men of the day so far, Andrea Galimberti and Aaron Garcia, get to cross swords again after their battle that they had yesterday afternoon. But for the moment, for Andrea Galimberti, the job is clear from the second row of the grid. He and his teammate JJ Ambrose are going to want to charge their way further forward and go for a 1-2 victory for the team. But Nathan Arya, the Indonesian, is certainly going to want to put in a big challenge here with INF1NITY alongside him on that front row of the grid. And don't forget, there's going to be a big opposition from Wadapong Yamchan as well. So with 3 top 1 drivers in the top 5 positions, they've got a real chance to turn this into a top 3 rout. It's going to be interesting. Banush Steeman is going to be P6. Let's go through the grid in full. Nathan Arya and INF1NITY on the front row from Andrea Galimberti and Jamie Ambrose. Everybody's starting to call him JJ nowadays. Wadapong Yamchan and Banush Steeman on the third row of the grid. Then Vernice Lau of Macau along with Dominic Setyevan, the Komodo Dragon. 9th on the grid for Riley Harrison, the Australian, alongside Dylan Tan. Then Kian Shah, the Cobra, alongside the Macau Henrique Souza. Then 13th on the grid for Zhang Jinyu, then the Malaysian Leonardo Mori from Dylan Lowe and Melvin Shane. And then in the next position we've got the 299, that is Jung Ho Sam. And then we've got Alex Yu along with Aidan Forbes and Lee Man Hei, the 2 men from Hong Kong. And then it's Miguel Quinones alongside the YouTuber William Lee.
好，那么刚刚是我们的这一些选手的排位的位置情况。那么同时我们看到了，除了 Nathan Arya 在第1，然后米其朗在第2呢，另外3、4、5位都是来自于 Top One Motorsport 同一个车队Top One 车队的3位选手都在前5名当中。那么这3位选手待会儿会不会有一些战术上的这一些车队给到一些战术指令将会怎么去对进攻这一个米其朗，还有前面的 Nathan Arya 这一个包括要防守住后面的同样来自于泰国的另外一位202号选手在第6位啊。那么所以其实这个我们也是非常期待能看得到，又要进攻又要防守，而且是同车队之间会不会形成一个内斗的情况呢？这个也是要看他们待会将会给我们展现出怎么样的一个战术以及他们的这一个车队安排。那么现在可以看到，包括后面也是有相当多有实力的选手呢，其实也可以冲击到上部分的位置啊，所以待会的发车就尤为重要。那么将完成完他们2个 Formation Lap 之后呢，排好顺序，看能否在接下来这一圈顺利进行发车。
So here we go then with a fantastic race in front of us. 12 laps. Nathan Arya is going to have an interesting one with INF1NITY. Are we going to have a clean start, or is it going to be yet another one of those pandemonium dashes to the first corner? We've seen a few of them today. Lights go out. Let's charge to the first corner again in Macau. A couple of drivers getting a slow one at the back as we charge our way through the first corner. A couple of drivers getting out to the pickup, but it's going to be a tough one. Already to second position goes Andrea Galimberti. He's going to have a tough one, and a few drivers tucking out very wide and getting a massive amount of marbles on the far side. But so far so good for Nathan Arya as Andrea Galimberti gets his way to second place. He's going to dive in very late, and Nathan Arya is going to try and cover the outside line. You've got to be careful on the exit. INF1NITY is going to try and take on Galimberti as well as the Italian charges through. INF1NITY is not going to surrender it. He shakes his finger at Andrea Galimberti. You were not in the right there, mate. And so INF1NITY is already out for blood with Andrea Galimberti in the midway part of the first lap. Galimberti better watch his back. He's going to need some support from his teammate Wadapong Yamchan, who now finds himself in third place. He's going to tuck it on the inside. Sorry, INF, you've got to deal with us in packs.
哇，这个 Top One 车队的这一个战术果然强悍，在一发车没多久啊，还在第1圈的时候，2位选手已经上到了，哇，这里直接有这个轮对轮的情况有撑到，但是同时 Top One 2位车手已经上到了第1、第2，甚至乎还有第4名都是他们的选手。
When two tribes go to war, goodness me, 7 Rings Racing and Top One Motorsport absolutely at each other's throats. Big dive again on the inside from Wadapong Yamchan, leaving INF1NITY with not enough room, and here comes Ambrose to help out the cause. INF1NITY gets the second, but here comes Jamie Ambrose through, and that's Vernice Lau. What a great drive from Vernice. She is getting quicker and quicker all the time. Now she's in front of Wadapong Yamchan. If she could only do a full-time campaign in Senior X30, she would be running rings around some of the regulars. Down on the inside, Wadapong Yamchan can't match her. Vernice Lau is lighting up Macau.
好，那么现在排在第1位的是 Galimberti， 然后第2位的是这一个米其朗，紧接着第3位是 Ambrose。哇哦，这一下又成功超过来，漂亮！
Bernice Lau, third position. She's now got the move on Ambrose. Ambrose looks back to putter. Come on, man, help me. We've got to go after her. She's too quick. Bernice Lau in a third position. Now she's got the chance to take on INF1NITY. Fair play to Andrea Galimberti. He's now building a bit of a comfortable cushion up front. That's a good 1.5 seconds already. But if Bernice Lau is on the charge she's on, she could make it a second place. And that would be the highest that a lady has finished in Senior X30 for a very long time. Seta Kojima, of course, got a win in Junior X30 last season. But no woman has got close to a win in Senior X30 in a heat for quite some time. Bernice Lau top 3, and certainly the first lady to do so for a considerable amount of months.
好，那么现在是这一个来自于我们中国澳门地区的刘诗鸾，刘诗鸾现在已经上到了这个第3的位置，哇！
Sensational defense from Bernice Lau. Ambrose had the move done and she'd went, nope, I'm not letting that happen. Hold it round the outside, a little bit of a love tap, little bit of a run across the front fairing. Well, you've got a choice. You can hit me or you can back off. Bernice Lau is not going to be challenged. Fantastic run. She is driving beautifully here and flying the flag for Macau beautifully in third place. Double waved yellows in the background. Someone's gone off at turn 4. That really is the danger point today.
好，其实现在赛会给到了，刚才有一个双黄旗，那么现在其实这个刘诗鸾现在在第3位。
It's Nathan Aria. Nathan Aria's gone. I can't believe it. He's had a collision with Man Hei Li and Yu Ming Chun. All 3 karts together. That could end up being slowboards. 3 karts in the walls at the same point. So that could trigger a full course yellow. We got 3 on the same bend. And that is going to be a tricky one. Stationary yellows on the approach to 2, but they're just onto the outside. Waved yellows. Oh, that's going to be an overtaking move. I think that was the move he's going to have to give back. Well, he can't give back because there's go. Oh my goodness. One of the karts is on fire. One of the karts is ablaze down there.
Ooh.
I have never seen that in the IAME X30. Clearly the kart has overheated, and you can see for yourself the marshal has gone down with a fire extinguisher. Red flag. Red flag is out.
Oh,
my goodness. I have never seen that. In INFINITY IAME Series Asia, in the 3 years we've been there, there was a stationary red flag on the start line. The kart is on fire, so the karts are going to be brought onto the main straight. Thank goodness everybody's okay, but you never see that. A kart ablaze off the side of the circuit. Well, what a turn up for the books.
卡丁车比赛里面发生这个着火的情况也是确实少见。那么同时现在赛会也是亮出了红旗。那么刚才的这个情况其实是看到 Nathan Aria 应该是跟286号的这一位于明俊选手应该是发生了一点点的这个出弯线路上面的这个冲出赛道的情况，但是为什么会着火呢？那个赛车我们目前也是没有看到，但是赛会亮出红旗，哇哦！
Well, the race is red flagged, of course, because of fire needing to be extinguished. You rarely see that in a karting event. So, well, very different. Let's have a look at the highlights from the heat up until that point. The race red flagged on lap 5. So we'll go back and have a look at some of the moments of the race leading up to that stage. Good start initially from the pole sitter Nathan Aria, and he was the one, of course, who ended up in the middle of all of that. Held the lead initially through the hairpin. A couple of drivers running wide on the pickup marbles because it is getting very tough out there. Galimberti makes the big launch, but they both kick out sideways. They're really making some big gambits. Then Aria starts the descent backwards down the field. So demoralising for Nathan Aria as he finds himself really struggling to hold the kart in a straight line, and he just goes backwards further and further and further and further down the field. This got a little bit tricky in the mid-pack. We've got Ambrose, Putter Yamchan and Bernice Lau all trading positions as they come through, and then we see the big accident, and there is the fire. So fortunately the driver was already out of the kart. The drivers have all come to a stop on the start-finish line. And the good news, of course, is that everybody is okay. So it's a precautionary measure that the race is red flagged. When there's a fire, there is no argument about it. You will red flag the race. Fortunately, everybody is okay. I don't think anybody had any injuries there, but it's just a safeguarding measure. If you get fire, then of course you have to stop the race. There is a medical car going out onto the circuit, and that is just for precautionary checks. The drivers involved in that one, of course, Alex Yu, Nathan Aria, and Liman Hei. But all 3 drivers, I can see from out of my window that all 3 drivers are actually on their feet and walking and talking. So it is just going to be precautionary checks. Nobody needs to concern themselves with the long-term ramifications of it. It's just a safeguarding measure from the fantastic marshals here at Karting Coloane.
是的，现在我们也看到赛道的一些情况。那么与此同时，我们的画面呢给到的其实是现在我们的赛道区域其他选手的一些镜头。那么其实，在刚才的这个情况当中呢，现在目前我们的赛道的所有的安全人员也是要对赛道进行一个安全的整理以及清理，以达到这一个赛道可以符合赛事继续进行的这么一个条件。那么与此同时呢，也需要把刚才的一些护栏等等防护装置进行一个恢复。大家通过镜头也可以看到其他的，包括我们的赛事总监也现在正在跟各个车手们正在去宣布待会儿的这一个赛事是否进行等等的一个情况。与此同时呢，赛道的消防车等等也都正在进行这一个积极的这个救援以及复原工作。那么稍等，我们期待一下待会儿到底会有怎么样的一个赛事的一个情况。那么其实是有这个于明俊，还有这个李万熙等等，还有这个 Nathan Area 3位选手，刚才应该是有发生一些这个赛道上面的碰撞事故，所以呢导致这个赛事亮出红旗。
Chats with the mechanics on the pit wall, as you can see Jamie Ambrose there in deep conversation, as to is Wadapong Yamchan and Vernice Lau. I'm really hoping that Vernice Lau can be as strong on the restart as she was on the initial first 4 laps. Great to see her fighting in the top 5 with the regulars in Senior X30. She never really gets the chance to have that kind of performance, so really cool to see them all in a good position there. The medical team will take the precautionary check. I have a feeling that the driver involved was Lee Man-hae. I think it was the Birilat driver, so that is the Morela Racing driver, Lee Man-hae. I think he's just going for precautionary checks, because as far as I'm aware, it was his kart that was actually on fire in that. So they will obviously go through the motions, and they have to go through a procedure and a protocol. The team here are actually very well trained in virtually. If you think that this is the only permanent motorsport facility in Macau, and they have the Macau Grand Prix in November on the streets every year, which is the only international meeting in the world, by the way, that has sports cars, touring cars, single-seaters and bikes in the same meeting. It's the only one in the world, as far as I'm aware, that does that. So it's a street circuit, so you can't do a lot of training on the streets. So they actually use this facility for Karting Coloane to train their marshals as early as February in the run up to the Grand Prix in November. It's one of the things that people don't really take into consideration about the Grand Prix of Macau. There has to be a lot of training, a lot of in-depth scrutiny and protocol, because having to marshal and official them for a street race is very, very difficult and very demanding. So they use this place as a facility, not just for flag marshalling, not just for incident training, but also in recovery. They actually have a permanent tin top car on a crane at the back of the circuit, and they use that in recovery training so that they can pick up the car and put it over the tops of the barriers. And looking out of my commentary window, I can already see the marshals going to work very quickly indeed to sweep the course so that it'll be ready for racing again in a few short moments time. So excellent work once again by the phenomenal team here on the Karting Coloane circuit in Macau. This team is absolutely phenomenal, and as we know in motorsport, we cannot race without them, but this is a world-class operation for an event like the IAME Series Asia. Obviously it's an international karting event, but to have the fantastic marshalling team that's the world-class team, the same team that we get for the Grand Prix of Macau every November, that's a real honor.
好，那么刚才其实我们看到 Top One 的车队呢，现在是 Galimberti， 现在目前在摇动红旗之后呢，排在的第1位，简直难以相信啊！这个 Nathan Area 在第1位发车，但是最后呢，却是冲出赛道，现在排到了末位。与此同时呢，他们 Top One 车队现在有3位车手处在前4名当中，但是第2位的密西朗我们唯一一位前4位车手当中唯一一位中国选手密西朗紧守位置，现在排在了第2的位置。
So when the race was red flagged on lap 5, Andrea Galimberti was leading, and he actually had a 2.5 advantage, so that's now wiped out. Enoch Me in 2nd position, 3rd place for Wadapong Yamchan. You can see the drivers laughing and joking with each other. That's a really good sign, because if there were any major injuries or any major causes for concern, I think there'll be a few long faces down at the pit straight, because there's a fantastic community here. The fact that we can have a little bit of a joke and a banter is clearly good, that the vibes are positive and strong. So Galimberti from Enoch Me and Wadapong Yamchan. 4th is Jamie Ambrose. 5th is Vernice Lau. Dylan Tan has worked his way up to P6 in front of the Cobra, Kian Shah. Riley Harrison in front of Dominic Setyevan, the Komodo Dragon. Panu Stiemenkong in front of Enrique Souza. Then Dylan Lowe, Leonardo Mori, and Miguel Quinones, who managed to get through all of the issues. Aidan Forbes, P15. Then it is Sam Young in front of Zhang Jinyu. And then we have William Lee in front of Melvin Shane. And then the 3 drivers who retired from the race, Yu Ming Yun, Nathan Arya, and Lee Man-hae. Now, it's going to be interesting to see whether any of the 3 drivers will actually have a kart in a good enough condition to take up the restart. The cause of the red flag is not going to be taking up the restart, of course, because that's in the statute book. I think that's going to be judged to be the Marella Racing Birolart of Lee Man-hae. And even if he could take the restart, I have a feeling that that's a little bit of a well-done Birolart. Let's put it that way. I think it's been a little bit more char-grilled than they mean for it to come out of the factory. I think Ronnie Sala would say, that's a bit of an old kart, actually, now. So that probably won't be taking the restart. I wonder if we'll get a little bit more action from Alex Yu and Nathan Aria. The very good news is that we don't have a kart on fire anymore. I think that's only the 3rd time that's ever happened to me in the commentary box in the last 15 years. I remember the very first time I had a kart on fire was back in the British Championships. A cadet rolled over and ended up upside down at the 2nd corner at PFI on the approach to the top of the bridge. And incredibly, one of the other cadets stopped the kart, ran over, picked the kart up while the back end was still on fire initially, and dragged the kart driver out and made sure he was okay. Very strong presence of mind. The only other time I've known it happen was at the Race of Champions, of all places, in 2015 in the Olympic Park Stadium in London. It was a rental kart race. And it was so cold. I think it was about 2 degrees Celsius when we ran that race in the rentals for a 2-hour race. There was a kart that overheated as it came into the pits for its driver change, and it caught fire while it was stationary in the pit lane. I've not known many pit fires other than that in the world of karting before, so it is a rather extreme situation. It must have just been a combination of the humidity, the high air temperatures, and the angle at which the collision happened. It must have knocked something at exactly the wrong moment, the wrong bit of kinetic energy, and the kart caught alight. Very unusual. You don't tend to see that very often in this sport. Birds are just hopping around trying to pick up a loose scrap, maybe a nice little chain hook or something along those lines, a nice little spring that can keep the nest warm. Certainly any metal components would keep a nest warm right now in these conditions. But the drivers are just going through the motions. They're being told how things are going to go by the race director, Mr. Martin Bean. They will obviously know what the statutory protocol is, and when we get the command to go racing again, we will be able to do so.
好，那么辛苦 Jake 哦，刚才给我们一顿疯狂介绍了我们包括所有的一些车手还有车队的这一个情况，当然还有我们的赛事。我们本次的亚米赛事呢，也是叫做 INF1NITY IAME Series Asia 2026。那么与此同时呢，现在其实也是我们2026澳门国际格兰披治小型赛车大赛，同时也是我们亚米亚洲赛的第4回合，亚米中国赛的第1回合那么其实在这一个 Senior 组成人组里面的这一个激烈的竞争呢，我们是能预想到的，但是没有预想到那么的激烈，然后发生了现在这个红旗有可能需要重新发车的这么一个情况。那么其实我们现在等待的也是等待着我们的这个赛道进行一个恢复。那么也看到了我们的工作人员其实现在拿出了时间倒计时牌，所有车手也都在原地进行等待。那么也辛苦我们的赛会工作人员呢去安排好所有的车手的这一个重新发车的情况。那么重新发车呢，应该还是有 Gallenberti 在第1位，然后米奇朗在第2位。 然后这个 Rapon 同样来自于他们车队的这位车手排在第3位，紧接着是Jimmy Ambos 应该是排在第4位发车。那么现在我们等待一下我们赛会给出的一个最后指令啊。好，果然倒计时牌的工作人员也已经来到了这个赛车排列的前方，那么也是意味着我们的赛事即将要重新发车，重新开始。那么也看到每一位车手其实也都非常焦急这个焦灼的等待，因为其实经历过刚才一轮的发车以及角逐之后呢，整个选手的这一个状态已经被迅速调动起来。那么重新发车呢，他们的这一个整个体能也好，或者是整个心态、精神状态都会有不同的变化。这个同时其实就考验这一群年轻的选手们他们整个竞赛的心态以及对身体还有这一个整个机能反应的这一个快速调动的能力在这个心态上不能被打败，同时又要尽快的把身体机能整个调配系统给这一个运用起来。那么轮胎呢也是需要重新的热起来。那么在接下来的这个243号看 Gallenberti 在这2天的表现也都是相当精彩。我们看他能否守住他的继续现在变成第1名的这一个发车位置。
So it looks as though we're not too far away from getting a decision on getting the race restarted. The drivers are obviously having a meeting with the race director, Mr. Martin Bean, just letting everybody know what the score is. All of the marshals on the main straight are there as well, so it's almost a complete reboot. 4 laps were completed, so the race will restart in the order that they are currently in. So Andrea Galimberti in front of INF1NITY, and then Orpong Yamchan will be in front of Jamie Ambrose, Vernie Slough and Dylan Tan. From Kinshaw, Riley Harrison, Dominic Setiavon, Banu Steenmankong and Henrique Souza. Then Dylan Lowe for Element Motorsport, Leonardo Mori of 7 Racing, Miguel Quinones, Aidan Forbes, Sam Young, Zhang Jinyu and William Lee. I think Melvin Shane was still in the race at that point, so I think he'll be able to take his position in P19. We've got a kart right at the back of the lineup. Is that going to be Yu Min Jun? Is he going to be able to take his place on the grid again? Well, it's the 205 that's being put to the back. That is Zhang Jinyu. So Zhang Jinyu is going to be put to the back behind the 275 of Nathan Aria. So Nathan Aria did actually get going again in all of that. So he will be allowed to take his place on the grid. The mechanics are allowed back onto the circuit, and that's because, of course, in a red flag situation, they have to stay away from the kart until they are called by the race officials. Then it's just 1 mechanic per driver, as always. They're not allowed to do any work on the kart until they are given permission to do so by the race director. Once they've been given that permission, then they can. And then obviously it'll be a 5-minute board warning that they get to announce that the race is going to be restarted again, and then we will get a restart. But that restart will last only 8 laps of racing, and a fantastic run from the competitors is expected. Galimberti from INF1NITY, Warapong Yamchan, Jamie Ambrose and Vernie Slough will be the top 5 when we get going again. From Dylan Tan, Kian Shah, Riley Harrison, Dominic Setiavon, and then in 10th place will be Banu Steenmankong.
好，那么现在我们也看到各个车队车手他们的后勤人员、他们的技师长也好，他们的后勤团队正在对他们的车辆，包括他们的整个排位位置进行一个重新排放，依据着我们的赛事的工作人员还有整个赛会方对他们做出指示，进行好刚才做出判定之后的这一个最终的这一个排位顺序、发车顺序排好之后，当然我们同时也是看到了这个另外的这个 Nacionaria 的赛车应该是回到了这个队列当中，那么同时刚才我们也看到这个210号的选手这个刘思銮的赛车应该也是做了一个位置的摆动。那么现在所有的工作人员正在依据着赛会的工作人员的指示正在对赛车进行一个重新位置的排放。那么在排列好之后呢，将会重新发车，开始我们本轮比赛。那么在之前的12圈的比赛已经跑了4圈，剩下的这一个圈数呢，应该会是在很快的时间之内就可以跑完。所以其实车手们也是希望尽快可以取得一个在剩下的圈数机会当中取得一个好的位置、好的成绩那么现在已经是来到了他们成人组 Senior 组的预赛第3轮。那么让大家都可以有机会再把积分，把后面的这个排位的这一个在超级预赛等等当中可以取到更好的位置。现在来看的话呢，马上就会要重新开始，因为我们可以看到我们的赛道所有的安全员呢，包括还有这个赛道已经是检修完毕，能够符合到我们的这一个竞赛的这一个标准。那么今天的赛程呢，还有我们 Senior 组现在正在进行的是 Senior 组 BD 组的这一个预赛第3轮，同时还会结束之后还会有我们这个 Senior 组成人组的这一个 AC 轮。那么当然 AC 轮当中呢，大家也可以看到冠军大热门于家宝也会将在待会儿的这一个 AC 组 Senior 组的这个比赛里面。好，现在给出指令时间，5分钟之后将会继续进行我们这一个 Senior AC 组的BD 组的这一个比赛。即将重新开始，他们还有8圈的这个比赛，12圈已经跑了4圈而且是非常不愿意见到的这一个红旗的产生。好，那么也看到210号的刘思銮，以及跟他后面210号后面的应该是234号的这一位选手也进行了一个击掌互相的鼓励Dylan Tan 那么2位选手也是有互相加油鼓励打气的这么一个动作。238号的这一位密西朗现在是排在第2位，那么希望他能保住位置的同时，看能不能对前面的 Galimberti 去产生一个有效的进攻，并且抢夺他这一个榜首位置。 好，看来我们的所有赛车的这一个排位顺序已经排好。那么与此同时呢，也带我们的这个官员进行一个最终的位置确认，以及整个赛程的确认。也可以看到我们的赛事总监也都在赛道的前线一线位置去跟车手进行一些密切的沟通以及交流。那么赛道的安全员呢，看来也都已经符合到了这一个赛事的进行的标准。好，米西朗依旧在对身体机能去做一个简单的热身运动，保持住整个身体，保持住整一个运动的状态啊。其实赛车运动呢，大家看起来不就是开个车嘛？其实不然，因为开卡丁车的这一个比赛，确实是在调动全身的这一个肌肉，因为它的横向曲直也好，包括它的整体速度也好，其实都是非常快的。那么来，我们等待最终，刚才亮出5分钟牌，应该马上就会亮出我们的最终时间牌了。好，3分钟之后，即将要重新开始我们这一轮 Senior 组的这一个 BD 组的预赛第3轮剩下的圈数。那么现在各个工作人员可以回到了自己的安全位置，与此同时，车队的工作人员也已经撤离赛道，留待我们的这一个赛事安全员对某些车手的情况做一个最终确认。好，那么也请到排在第2的密西朗选手上车，然后检查他们的最终的头盔等等一些安全装备，包括他们头盔下面的那一个扣子，或者是这一个系带，也是要检查到位。那么今天的赛程呢，还剩下我们最精彩的 Senior 组的 BD 组还有 AC 组的预赛第3轮。那么其实在这一个组别当中，这个竞争也是最白热化的，因为有超过了40大几位差不多48、49位选手参与到这一个组别的竞赛当中。那么应该差不多还剩下1分多钟的时间，我们的比赛即将重新开始。
So 2 races left in the day's activities here at Macau. It's definitely going to be an exciting one now that we've got the race about to get underway. The 1-minute board going up, and Andrea Galimberti has the momentum to control the pace. He just gets the final instruction from the race director Martin Bean as to how he needs to control the pace on the restart. It's going to be a single file restart. And how about this? There's actually a slight change in the order on the restart. We've got Andrea Galimberti in front of INF1NITY. 3rd position is actually Vernice Lau, according to the starting grid positions that they're currently in. So Vernice Lau had actually got her way into 3rd position. Then it is in 4th position Jamie Ambrose. Then it is Warapong Yamchan. So that's the way they've been positioned. The timing screen was clearly not accurate at the end of the 2nd sector. So I think it's got to be the end of the last completed lap. That's what it's got to be. So obviously those are the positions based on where they were at the end of the 2nd sector. But because the 2nd sector had not been completed by everybody and it wasn't a complete lap, they've actually got to take the starting positions from the last completed race lap. So that's actually going to be Andrea Galimberti in front of INF1NITY and Vernice Lau. So she's got a chance from 3rd position on this start to go for 2nd, and then maybe if she's got a good tyre life underneath her, she could even challenge Andrea Galimberti for the top spot. Who knows?
好，那么现在即将开始了他们的这一个暖胎圈。那么刚才也提到210号的刘思鸾现在是冲到了第5位。那么他的第5位，他上面第4位还有 Jim Ambrose 上面呢还有这个 Warapong 排在第3，上面是密西朗排在第2，最上面现在排在榜首位置的是 Galimberti。那么现在完成了暖胎圈之后呢，他们即将会要重新进行一个发车。那么看在这一轮的发车又是一轮全新的竞争，而且包括刚才其实领先的所有优势都没有了，又变成了一个全新的开始。那么在待会儿抢攻1号弯跟2号弯的这个进攻当中，我相信这个攻势也是非常猛烈，而且在有限的圈数因为现在12圈已经跑了4圈，那么看车手们又会产生一个怎么样的战略？因为现在同时在第1位、第3位、第4位都是来自于 Top One Motorsport 的这一个车队的 队友也是对手，看他们会去怎么样进行这一个战略性的这个调整啊。
So let's see what will happen on this restart. Andrea Galimberti, obviously with a chance to make some good victories come his way in this weekend. He's already got one, could make another one come as they back up the pack. Galimberti having to back the pack right up, coming off the turn. Vernislau pulling out of the line. Interesting, Vernislau pulling out of the line. Surely she needs to stay in single file formation as we go green, 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 and off we go. The Macau race continuing here in Infinity IAME Series Asia in qualifying heat B versus D. 4 laps completed. We're on the 5th lap again as we restart this battle. And down to the first corner, INF1NITY is going to try and get the run on Andrea Galimberti. He runs out wide. Vernislau is going to get a chance to run side by side with Ambrose. Ambrose trying to get the long run around the outside of turn 3. Fantastic from Jamie Ambrose as Galimberti now has to defend from INF1NITY. Me tries again to get up alongside Andrea Galimberti, who again holds the inside line. They've got cement dust down for the wreckage of the incident earlier on, so it's going to be a little bit dusty on the approach to that final hairpin of the sector. So as they go back up the crest, it's going to be Wadapong Yamchan now challenging Vernislau. So back down to P5 she goes. Very tough racing in the early part of the restart of the Senior X30 heat, as here comes Galimberti, INF1NITY and Jamie Ambrose as they run in the top 3 in front of Wadapong Yamchan and Vernislau.
对，是的，现在场面上的情况呢是 Galimberti 在第1位，紧接着密西朗在第2位，紧接着 Jamie Ambrose 现在是来到了第3位的位置。那么与此同时，210号的这个刘思鸾呢，现在我们看一下画面，应该是处在第5的场上第5的位置。
And that's Dylan Tan sliding in on Vernislau as well. Side by side for turn 3. Goodness me, got to be so careful that the back end doesn't kick out. We could have ended up with a similar incident to the one we had previously. Drivers suddenly realizing this is an opportunity to gain some massive ground after a difficult start to the earlier first part of the heat. So everyone now having to try and make as many gains as they possibly can. Never going to be easy to get the most of it as the drivers continue their charge forward. We're going to get this timing screen updated once again on the restart, but of course at the moment it's still not quite where it should be. Andrea Galimberti still holds the advantage up front as they kick on through to the next lap. INF1NITY trying to stretch out his legs, but this is going to be a tricky one as they slide in. Galimberti's going to have Ambrose to his left, INF1NITY to his right. Somehow he's able to hold on to it all as they go down the stretch towards turn 3. There's only one racing line there without getting onto the marbles. INF1NITY dives in on the inside. It's nearly 3 wide as Ambrose goes for the lead on his teammate Galimberti, and he takes it. Ambrose takes the lead. Galimberti in second place. Then it's INF1NITY, Wadapong Yamchan and Dylan Tan. This race just went electric.
前面5位的这一个6位选手啊，一直是紧盯着车尾，同时3位 top 选手在第1、第2还有第4的位置夹击着。现在这个处在238号这个密西朗处在第3的位置，被3位 top 选手包围。然后与此同时呢，后面 top 选手当中后面的还有另外这一个，包括我们的中国澳门选手。哇，好几位选手，这个位置已经要发生超车的行为。哇，这里轮子顶轮子并排过了这一个弯道之后，我们现在看一下目前排名的最新情况。那么与此同时，密西朗还是在第3位，但是前面2位选手已经是拉开了一段距离啊。
So that tussle for third position has really held up. Wadapong Yamchan behind INF1NITY, so it's a chance for Jamie Ambrose and Andrea Galimberti to scamper away into the distance and go for first and second later on into the heat. Meanwhile, Wadapong Yamchan wants to get back in on this. So with Ambrose and Galimberti 1 and 2, Amchan finds himself down in 4th position, trying to break cover and get back on the inside of INF1NITY. Vernislau is there for company. Dylan Tan up to P6. Could be an interesting one behind her because there's also pressure from the 234. That is Dylan Tan, my apologies. So Kian Shah is in the mix there along with Riley Harrison, and Dominic Setyevan not far away. Galimberti playing the long percentages here. Jamie Ambrose is your leader. Wants to work his way onto the back stretch once again up towards turn 3. Kick on, full chat through that third corner. You want to get the back end out a little bit. Vernislau diving up the inside. Did she get the move done there on putter to move up into 4th position? We need to scroll back. She did. Vernislau into P4. Lovely move from the Macanese, and that's enough to get her onto the charge back after the 7 Rings Racing driver INF1NITY.
是的，现在这个210号的刘思鸾啊，来自于中国澳门的选手已经上到了第4位，他完成了对另外一位头门选手的这一个超车。与此同时，现在第3位的是密西朗，第1位的是 Jamie Ambrose， 他现在排在了第1，但是他的队友243号的这个 Galimberti 也是在紧盯他的车尾，随时想要去发动进攻，因为现在只剩下1、2位，只有他们2位车手的争夺。不出现意外的话，密西朗在后面现在应该大概被拉开了大概半秒左右的一个距离。 0.53秒的一个距离，但是密西朗的后面他还要顶住来自于中国澳门选手210号刘思鸾的这一个进攻。
Jamie Ambrose leading the way from Andrea Galimberti. 2 drivers for the Top 1 Motorsport team. 2 drivers who are actually very good at Chinese for their age and nationalities, the Brit and the Italian. But of course they are not based there anymore. Jamie Ambrose living in Singapore these days, and Andrea Galimberti, who is of course from Desenzano in Italy, which is the karting capital headquarters of the sport in Italy. But nowadays he is based in Chengdu in China, which held the World Games in 2025. So they both know their Chinese, they both know their racing prowess at Macau, and they certainly both know their Kart Republic chassis like the back of their hands now, and they're in the mode. But which of them is going to get the final heat of the day for the groups B and D? We are about to find out, because we're not too far away now from figuring out who is going to get this race won. Jamie Ambrose and his teammate Andrea Galimberti in equal machinery on a fantastic circuit. They've got a decent footing. Here they are. Ambrose with the black skid lid, and then Andrea Galimberti with the yellow and blue with the nice and shiny yellow visor behind him. That's the only way you can tell these two apart. They are absolute peas in a pod. So who will get the victory? Certainly Jamie Ambrose leading as they come off the turn, but it's going to be Jamie Ambrose. Jamie Ambrose gets the win. Galimberti second. Enoch Me is third in front of Vernice Lau. What a fantastic comeback from Jamie Ambrose. He becomes a winner in Infinity IAME Series Asia in 2026. And after such a fantastic end to the season in 2025, it's nice to see him get a win, which he richly deserves.
好，那么也来到了我们这一个2026亚米的亚洲赛的第4回合，然后现在大家看到的是 Senior 组的 BD 组第3轮的这一个预赛，那么将会刚才是由这一个Jamie Ambrose 获得了冠军，紧接着第2位是 Galimberti， 第3位是密西朗，第4位是来自于我们中国澳门地区的刘思鸾，然后第5位选手是234号的这一位234号的选手，同样来自新加坡的 Dylan Tan。前面这几位的选手就是刚刚这一轮获得我们这个成人组 Senior 组 BD 组预赛第3轮的这个前5位选手。那么恭喜以上的选手也在这一轮这么惊险以及戏剧性的这一个比赛里面呢也获得了一个不俗的成绩。那么现在画面给到的是我们的收车区的一个称重区的画面镜头。那么同时呢，也等待着，希望我们的这个 Jake 可以到下面去跟我们的这个获得 Jamie Ambrose 的获得刚才这一轮第1的选手去聊一聊天。那么现在我们先来看一下刚才这一轮比赛的精彩画面。
Not a bad way to end the day then on the Coloane karting circuit here in Macau, certainly for this man, Jamie Ambrose. It's been a really tough year for you in 2026. You've had to hop and skip from team to team to find a setup that works for you. You've settled in at top 1, and in your first weekend with them, bang, top of the heat in Senior X30. It doesn't get much better than that, right?
I mean, yeah, I'm extremely happy. The team's done an amazing job with the package I've gone. I could have been a little bit smarter in the race, but I'm extremely happy about that. Like, yeah.
So how does that change the mindset going into tomorrow? Now you know you're not scrabbling for trying to figure out what a setup is. You know you've got a good kart and a good run underneath you. You've got the feel of it now. Tyre degradation is still a bit high, but your confidence must be on fever pitch. How does it feel going into tomorrow?
Yeah, really good. I'll admit, like at the start of the weekend, I wasn't that confident, but now this has been like a real game changer for me. And yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow and see what I can do.
All bets are off. Let's see what you can do in the superheat. Good job.
Thank you.
Excellent run from Jamie Ambrose, who really got to maximise the potential of the Top 1 Cup Republic in that one. And it's nice to see a new face at the top of Senior X30 in 2026. Now, we are at the situation where we've still got a little bit of this wind coming in. It's still a little bit unclear as to whether there could be a little bit of rain overnight. I think we're going to dodge it for the rest of the day, but tyre degradation is absolutely sky high. And let's not forget, Senior X30, we're in the third heats. Let's have a look at tyre degradation after this race. I'm going to borrow Dylan Tan's car. Sorry, Dylan. Check it out. Rear tyre, that is how much tyre degradation there is. Just how difficult was it at the end of the race for you, Dylan?
Oh, it was actually pretty easy towards the end.
Really?
Like, the grip was still there for me. But obviously, I'm going to tell everyone I have no grip tomorrow.
Is that because the tyres, is that because the circuit's rubbered in a little bit more than it was this morning?
No, I actually think it was more rubbered this morning than right now. But my tires just got up to temperature.
All right, fair play, Dylan. Good to get your feedback on it. Thank you. Let's have a look at the front tyres as well. I want to get a bit of a look. It's definitely a lot of wear on the front tyre. You can see, check it out. This is 3 races worth of pushing at the absolute limit, plus the 5 minutes of qualifying. Then they'll have to do the superheat, of course, again tomorrow. It really does show you just how intense this circuit is for tyre degradation. It's almost like bulky black marshmallows by the end of a day of racing at Saturday. So, one race still to go there in Senior X30, and it's all about the man on pole position. Is Aaron Garcia going to seal that hat-trick?
好，那么谢谢我们的英文评述员、英文解说员 Jake， 对刚才的这一个Jamie Ambrose 的这一个采访 ，Jamie Ambrose 这个好像对他自己的这个成绩其实也是蛮开心的。那与此同时，接下来还有我们成年组Senior 组别 A 跟 C 小组的这个预赛第3轮，大家也即将看到这一个组别当中的这一个大热门选手去年的一个冠军选手。那至于中国香港地区的选手于家宝也会出现在这一轮当中。其实这一个组别真的是非常精彩，同时竞争白热化的一个组别。现在看到车辆也都已经出发来进行他们的这一个 warm up 暖胎圈。好，暖胎圈之后呢，还有一个这一个排位置的一个圈数。那么现在我们看到。来排到第1位的是225号的 Aaron Garcia， 然后紧接着是200号的中国香港地区选手于家宝，再来的是288号中国地区选手这个黄希正，那么紧接着是这个 Paco， 然后是 Kia， 然后 Christine Estasi， 然后是曾思涵213号的曾思涵。再接着下来呢，还有这个 Safi， 然后是 Carol Garrow， 然后是Kai Parker。那么以上的这些选手呢，将会一一排好他们的位置，进行暖胎，然后排好位置，将会开始我们今天的整个赛程最后一个组别——成年组 Senior 组 AC 小组的这一个预赛第3轮。我相信这也是一场白热化竞争的这一个组别。因为比赛比到了今天来说，各位车手无论是对这一个赛道，或者对他的竞争对手，或者是车队给到的这一个战术也都已经有了一定的这一个把握。那么其实每位车手的这个发挥也是越趋稳定，那么时间也是越做越快。所以在今天最下午的这一场最后一场这个赛程当中呢，我们应该会看到一个非常竞争激烈的一个镜头以及整个赛程。
Now, this is what we call saving the best for last in terms of qualifying heats on Saturday, because we're about to put the reigning European and IWF champion of Senior X30 2025 up against the reigning IAME X30 Senior Asia champion 2025 on the front row of the grid. Talk about this for a grudge match. Aaron Garcia versus Yu Kapo. This is going to be fantastic watching these two go head-to-head. And to make it even more sensational, they're going to be on exactly the same machinery. Kart Republic chassis from 2 different teams. We've got Yukapo for PR1 and Aaron Garcia for LOR Racing Top 1. This is going to be one heck of a grudge match. And think about the 21 drivers behind them trying to make progress. Wang Zhizheng, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Kian Burt, the New Zealander, and Christian Estasi for Rush Performance. Then Zheng Sihan, Rosario Raikal, Conrad Garrow, Kai Burke, Advan Oriel Warren, Travis Teo, Danish Chen, Chen Boru, and then it is Panya Yamshan, Enzo Gabriel Tipei, Amo Michael Odang from Jizintong, Zutan Long, Chan Chakyong, Zachary Boyce, Yang Yu Chen, and Xiao Mo Xuan. Get ready. This is going to be a good one. Lights will go out now, and we're charging for the last qualifying heat of the day. Yu Cao is nowhere as they charge through the first corner. Everyone on the inside line getting the upper hand, and Yu Cao comes through in about P6. So it's a perfect start for Aaron Garcia, and that's Zadier Vreikal! Zadier Vreikal on the grass! That's gone terribly wrong for the Junior Champion 2024. Zadier Vreikal, the Malaysian, drifts onto the rough stuff. I think it was with Advian Oriel Warren that they ended up having a little bit of a contretemps there. So as Vreikal drops to the back of the grid, it's now Yu Cao who's got to try and work his way back from P6. He's got to try and get ahead of Conrad Garrow, Xiang Zihan, Kian Burt, and Wang Xizheng.
好，那么现在我们看到一发车啊，其实于家宝已经掉到了第6的位置。那与此同时 ，Aaron Garcia 其实在前车领跑的非常漂亮啊，然后一路带跑225号，然后紧接着第二位288号呢的这个黄希正其实已经上到来了这个第2的位置，现在看他能不能保持住。然后紧接着后面刚才有一位选手上到了草地，那么现在做出最快圈速的果然225号的这个 Aaron Garcia 做出50秒42，那么在一路领跑。
It's already getting messy in the early stages of this last qualifying heat for Senior X30. Conrad Garrow getting a beautiful move there on Zhang Zihan on the way through turn 2, and that's Yu Cao following in the wheel tracks of the Tony Kart to move up into P5. Aaron Garcia is not getting away from Wang Xizheng at all. This is not like the earlier 2 heats he's had. He's definitely got his work cut out trying to get away. I wonder if the equality of the grip the drivers are finding now with the circuit a little bit more rubbered in is making it just that little bit more competitive in Senior X30 even than it was earlier. It looked pretty plain sailing for Aaron Garcia yesterday. It was an absolute squabble earlier on with the first 4 laps or so, drivers kicking it out sideways. Now, Wang Xizheng is going to make this first big bid to go on the inside of Aaron Garcia, and he's made the move, and now he's got the Kiwi, Kian Burt, right behind him, and Aaron Garcia will want to try and get away before he loses another place. So Aaron Garcia really starting to get into tactical mode here in second position. Looks like we've had an off further round the course. Someone's had an issue. It's Travis Teo, another big name falls by the wayside. The former senior champion, Travis Teo, is now out of this race by the look of it. Certainly down at the back, if not retiring from the race. But that's first Zadier Vreikal hitting trouble, and now Travis Teo. The big guns are falling like flies.
准备288号的这个黄希正超完，现在来到了第1的位置之后，现在是准备要套圈了吗？紧接着他后面的是这个225号的Aaron Garcia， 现在被他顶住了，在后面。与此同时，第3位的 Kian Burt， 在这里于家宝已经上到了第4位，从后面的第6一直往上追。
Aaron Garcia finds a cheeky move out of the second hairpin to dive back on the inside to take the lead again from Wang Xizheng. But here comes Kian Burt, the Kiwi, into second place for the New Zealander. Lovely job. He's into second, but he's going to have pressure. Yu Cao comes from B4, dives in for second, then runs wide, drifts out. Wang Xizheng comes through for second position. Kian Burt has the line in behind Yu Cao, and Aaron Garcia has been given the keys to the castle already as Burt leans in on Yu Cao. They're not going to be happy with each other if they keep this going. Conrad Garrow's got a chance to squirt through, as does Zheng Zihan. So Zheng Zihan comes through to the front of that little gaggle. So Zheng Zihan now third position behind Wang Xizheng as Kian Burt falls to the back of the train. Garrow fourth, Yu Cao fifth, Kian Burt sixth, and Kai Berg seventh. Here comes Conrad Garrow. He comes through to third position. Thanks, boys. Squabble amongst yourselves. No, you won't, says Zheng Zihan. I'm going to work my way back into it. Fantastic racecraft, and it's still very busy in Senior X30 with 4 done, 8 to go.
好，在刚才这一轮当中啊，这一个2、3、4、5位的这一个猛烈的进攻啊，于家宝想要去进攻啊，刚才有一度进攻到了这一个抢回到了第3名，但是这个曾思涵还有这一个Conrad Garrow 又对他的这一个进攻啊螳螂捕蝉，黄雀在后，你走另外一个进攻线路，反而他们走到了一个内线，把于家宝又重新超回去，所以其实于家宝现在的这一个位置略显尴尬，他想一路猛追，想把名次追回上来，但是他前面2位车手顶住，后面又有追击的车手对他发动进攻，处在一个非常辛苦的位置，但是可以看到他的这个硬技术。好，这里插进内线，超过了一个，哇！紧接着他后面的这一位选手也是跟着于家宝的尾，265号 Kia Burt 也是跟着顶上来了，超过了一位。
So Yuka Po and Kian Burt, the Hong Kong man and the Kiwi, managed to work their way forward, and as a result, that's going to put Zhang Xihan's nose out of joint. Here comes Kai Burke, finally looking competitive this weekend as he tries to get himself up the order. He's going to have a little bit of support from Paco Miguel Sarmiento on the DRM Paralin. We're going to get to the halfway stage of this qualifying heat, and now no one can hold a candle to Aaron Garcia. That little bit of a squabble of the deck earlier has given him that 1 second coverage he needs to have the support. Wang Xiheng is going quickly, 47.8. He actually gets the fastest third sector of anybody. There might just be a chance for Wang Xiheng if he can get in the slipstream of the Kart Republic of Aaron Garcia. This heat might not be over yet. We've still got 6 laps remaining, and Wang Xiheng is doing everything he can to try and close up. Garrow doing a fair job in third place in front of Yuka Po, Kian Burt, Zhang Xihen, Kai Burke, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Chen Boryu, and then it is Panya Yamchan in the top 10. She is making so much more of a headway. Her confidence levels are sky high at the moment. So very good work as they continue on the way through. Travis Teo has gone back out onto the circuit, I am told, although he's transponding in about 7th place. So maybe it wasn't him that had the issue earlier on. Maybe it was somebody else involved. I think it might actually have been Christian Estasi having a problem. Certainly Shomaj Juan not out on the circuit the way he was earlier on. Enzo Gabriel Tepe having more problems to drop to the tail end of the field likewise. But Yuka Po, fastest lap of the race, 47.5 in the bid to close up on Conrad Garrow. If they can work in the slipstream with each other and try and make the gains, there's still a race to be had. But from 277 all the way back to 269, we've got a great train. We've got Travis Teo, Kai Burke, Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Chen Boru, and they all want a piece of the action.
好，那么现在其实 Aaron Garcia 在前车呢，已经带到了大概有个0.6秒的一个优胜啊。那么后面第2位的黄希正其实也在不断的追赶，从刚才他跟这个 Garcia 有1秒多的这一个距离拉近到了大概0.5秒。那么与此同时，刚刚这个于家宝为了在后面的追击呢，现在上升到了第3位。
Yuka Po has got through in a 3rd position. He's managed to catch and pass Conrad Garrow. Now the fight for 3rd position really is alive and kicking. Here at the back of the queue, we've got Kian Burton and Zhang Xihen. They're going to protect the inside line. Look at the switch back from 6th position to 3rd from Zhang Xihen. Fantastic from the Chinese talent. Garrow comes with him. Yuka Po down to P5. That's how you slingshot from P6 to P3. Zhang Xihen, now he's on the curbs. He's got to be careful. Right around the outside comes Sarmiento, the Filipino. He gets cucked out to the curbs. So down to 7th place he goes as he gets pushed out there on the far side. Yuka Po working his magic to hold it together. There's no telling how this is going to end up, but Zhang Xihen literally went from P6 to P3 in 1 turn. He was smart. Everyone else was too busy battling with each other. They didn't spot him until he'd already got them.
是的，在刚才2号弯的时候，于家宝其实我感觉他是有意收慢了一点点的速度啊，但是后面的这个曾思涵还有这个 Conrad Garrow，咬准的时机对这个于家宝完成了一个追击。那么现在于家宝其实也是跟他们几位车手进行到了这一个3、4、5名的这一个大乱斗当中啊。那么与此同时，前面的 Garcia 呢，其实也就是跟这个黄希正呢，其实已经慢慢把他们第2梯队的这一群车手拉开一定距离。那么现在重新看这一个应该是于家宝。对，于家宝重新回到了第3的这一个位置。
Last moment overtaking move from Yuka Po on Conrad Garrow on the approach to turn 3. That really took some bravery from the reigning Senior X30 champion as he gets past Conrad Garrow, who is really starting to look like top 5 material in Senior X30. Don't forget, this is his 1st season in the top flight. So this is a great run from Conrad Garrow. Meanwhile, steadily, Aaron Garcia is being caught a little bit every lap by Wang Xiheng. So Wang Xiheng is now only 0.6 of a second back from Aaron Garcia. In the slipstream, Wang Xiheng might just have something here on Aaron Garcia on the last lap. It might be worth keeping an eye on the leading 2, because all Wang Xiheng has to do is get a decent run out of the final sector, and he will get on terms with Aaron Garcia in the slipstream. Might even get a chance to go for it into turn 4. It's not going to happen into the hairpin. You can see Garcia is on a qualifying lap, trying to get away from Wang Xiheng, but there is going to be some slipstream here. He looks over his shoulder. Last lap, Wang Xiheng is doing everything he can to close up on the leader, Aaron Garcia. He's gaining down to the hairpin. He needs to get a faster exit, and he'll have slipstream again, but has he run out of time? Has he left his final card on the table and played it too late?
好，来到最后一圈，那么与此同时，现在画面给到的其实就是 Aaron Garcia 在前，然后在黄希正现在在第2位，0.5秒半秒左右的时间，看有没有机会再往前追击一波。那么其实刚才我们又看到了于家宝被这个后面的Conor Garro 还有这一个另外的曾思涵的这一个超越，我感觉他是在战术上去收慢，让后面整个梯队的车子更靠近，让他们形成大乱斗的这一个区间了。其实他对自己的这个速度还是相当有优胜的。好，来冲过终点线。那么现在经过第1位的是这个 Aaron Garcia， 第2位是黄希正，第3位是于家宝。
The gap came down to half a second, but it wasn't quite enough. Aaron Garcia gets the job done from Wang Xizheng as Yukapo just hangs on from Conrad Garro. Zhang Xihen, Kian Burt, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Zadia Freikel, Travis Teo and Danish Chen in the top 10. Kai Berg will not be satisfied with 11th place. Banya Yamchan, Chen Borun, and then it is Advant Oriel Warren from Amal Makaluding, Zhu Tianlong, Zi Qintong, Zachary Boyce, Yang Chen, Jan Chakyong, Enzo Gabriel Tipe, and Christian Estasi from Chou Moswan, who didn't start. But Aaron Garcia gets the triple, the European and IWF champion in 2025. 3 out of 3, unstoppable thus far in Macau.
好 ，Thank you, Jake。那么谢谢我们的英文解说。那么现在 Aaron Garcia 是去年的这一个青少年组的选手，今年来到了我们的这个成年组。那么与此同时呢，黄希正这一圈的表现，这一轮的表现是相当漂亮啊！288号的黄希正来自于我们中国的选手，紧接着第3位于家宝200号来自于中国香港的选手呢，也是实力相当。那么在刚才他完成的这一个战略当中呢，其实也是非常有效的保住了他的第3的位置。那么在发车的时候掉落到第6、第7的位置，重新又再抢夺回来，也是看得出来他的整体的每一个弯的处理，包括超车的处理确实是有非常强悍的实力。那么老的选手，然后对上了这一个从青少年组上来的这个 Garcia， 也是超凡的实力选手，一路领跑。当然黄希正在后面呢，也只有半秒的距离好，那么现在看到的是我们回到来收车区的这一个镜头画面。那么现在我们先看一下我们刚才这一轮比赛的精彩画面。
That's how to wrap it up in style in karting Coloane in Macau. In Senior X30, he came to conquer after getting a very good run in Thailand. Well, in Macau, it's even sweeter. Aaron Garcia, 3 wins out of 3. I tell you what, if Spain need an extra player in the World Cup, they should call on you. You've got a hat-trick.
Well, yeah, 3 out of 3. We are really happy. I think it's low and for everything, for the material, for the engine. So, yeah, we are really happy. We need to keep working and let's see what happens tomorrow.
Now, the first thing I want to ask you really in depth about that race is, what are the tyres like now they're in this condition, in this humidity, in this high temperatures, on a circuit that's as punishing as this? Is there anything left for the superheats?
Well, yeah, there is something left. I think I managed quite good the tyres, so yeah, we have 16 laps tomorrow, so we need to keep calm through the first laps. Yeah, I think the tyres are really good for the moment.
And towards the end, you had Wang Zhizheng trying to make a bit of gains on you. Was that because you were managing the gap, or was there really a little bit of opposition from him? If there would have been a couple of laps, would you have been a bit more vulnerable?
Well, I think I managed the pace. I just saw him with a bit of pace, so yeah, I don't want to push too much. I just maintain the pace, so yeah, really happy with today, and yeah, we need to push a bit more tomorrow.
So the word going into Sunday is positive feelings in the superheat. Catch me if you can.
Yeah, maybe we'll be like that.
Gracias, amigo. Great to have you on the run to the victory every time.
Yeah, we'll try. Thank you.
He will always try. He'll always give us a great show. Gotta love it when Aaron Garcia comes to Asia. Well, that's it, folks. Saturday is Saturday, but that means we're just 2 races each away from the big show in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia here in Macau for round 4, and of course the opening round of IAME Series China. Macau really has delivered. It's given us everything today except rain. We've had pretty much everything else we could have asked for, and in all 4 categories across cadet, junior, master and senior, it's predictable in some, unpredictable in others, but it's definitely guaranteed to be not miss motorsport. Tomorrow is the day you really want to cancel your plans and get yourself a cold one, a decent seat, but I promise you, like we always have in Macau, you're only going to need the edge of that seat. From Jake Sanson and Alex Koo, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
好，谢谢 Jake。那么我们今天的赛事也就暂告一段落。感谢大家收看我们 INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2026的比赛。那么在明天还会有更加精彩的决赛比赛将会进行。那么所以我们约定大家明天再见，谢谢，我是你们的中文解说 Alex Koo， 谢谢，我们明天见。